right. All right, good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the 2022 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Nahom Brahane and I'm a first-year MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce the panel on a finger roll where the basketball analytics goes next. And for our panels today, I'll introduce Catherine Evans, Vice President, Research and Information Systems, Monumental Basketball. Kirk Goldsberry, NBA Analyst, ESPN. Allison Feaster, Vice President of Player Development and Organizational Growth, Boston Celtics. And Bob Voulgaris, former Director of Quantitative Research and Development, Dallas Mavericks. And our moderator for today is Kevin Arnovitz, Senior Writer, ESPN. And in terms of panel logistics, our panel will run for 45 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. And audience members are free to ask questions on Twitter with the hashtag #OnAFingerRoll. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Kevin.
Cool. You did a splendid job with the introduction, so I will just get to it. I thought I'd start, since we're kind of oriented toward the future, I dug up the research papers from 2012. I went to the Wayback Machine, which is a wonderful, amenity for the internet. Here are a few. Positive and negative synergies in basketball. The authors created a skills plus minus framework to measure on-court chemistry in basketball. There was another one called Deconstructing the Rebound with Optical Tracking Data. This paper leverages StatSportsView optical tracking data to deconstruct several previously hidden aspects of rebounding. A third was Court Vision, new spatial and visual analytics for the NBA. Quote, we propose a new way to quantify the shooting range of NBA players and present original methods that measure, chart, and reveal differences in NBA players' shooting abilities. That last one was Kirk's paper. So
10 years ago, man.
Yeah. Why don't you start? Let's spin ahead. So we've hit 10 years behind us. What do we most need to measure in basketball to understand, to prescribe sort of best practices, whether it's on the court, in drafting, whatever it is? What can't you do now that you'd like to do?
In a word, biomechanics, and I'll plug my next talk at 11. I think this is obviously the future of our sport in terms of analytically evaluating and developing talent in men's and women's basketball. I think Bob will know this too, and I think Catherine and Allison, we steal from baseball, and these pitching labs have taken over Major League Baseball in the last 5 to 10 years. And one of the things I'm going to argue later today is, I built those shot charts in 2012. That was a big deal for me. And in 2022, now we're building the shot chart of the human body to understand the interactions between athletes' movements and their ability to execute specific skills on a reliable basis. And so the data in the 2020s in sports analytics, in my opinion, at least in part, are moving inside the athletes' bodies for the first time. And that's a big challenge for people in Boston or Dallas or Washington, for us to understand that right now.
So, and I want to break this down, because this is a common answer I got before the panel. I talked to a bunch of folks in the league who work with analytics, and I said, hey, I'm going to ask you the question I will ask the panel, and they all said biomechanics. And it took me a while as a layperson to kind of understand what it meant. I was like, does that mean, hey, raise your elbow because at that angle or that level you're better at shooting? Does that mean, hey, when you run around screens, do it at this speed? Actually, you should slow down a little bit, even though it's counterintuitive. What do you mean when you say biomechanics is going to lead the next kind of wave of analytics? Specifically?
Well, every human being has a unique kinematic strategy. We're all different. If Bob or Catherine or Allison shot a basketball or I shot a basketball, it would be different. And to try to sort of prescribe that everybody should be doing this the same way, that's not correct. And so one of the things biomechanics helps us to do is understand how a person moves his or her body and how those movements influence, say, the flight of a basketball or the velocity of a baseball or a baseball bat or a golf club, where these applications are ahead. Bryson DeChambeau famously uses motion capture to help him understand how his body moves and how those movements help him hit the golf ball 400 yards. So it's the why in a nutshell. It's why can Bryson hit the golf ball 400 yards? That's the big question, in my opinion, of sports analytics, at least in part in the 2020s. Why is Stefan good at this? Why is Russell not so good at this? You know, understanding that the atomic answer to those questions is often within the athletes' bodies themselves.
Is this the top on your to-do list?
I mean, the idea of the why is big, which is that we've gotten better and better at measuring outcomes, at measuring what was the probability that this shot went in, what were even the actions that created that good shot, everything on the court. But once that player is taking that shot, if we want to improve his shot, how do you actually do that? And we can go to the coaching staff and they'll be like, yeah, we worked on his shot. It's like, okay, well, what did you do? What actually changed? And is that repeatable moving forward? Because it's one thing to say, okay, we made a change with this player and his shot got better. His percentage went up in the gym and in games. Okay, will it work next time? Will it work again? Will it work on a different player? I mean, that is the question. Like, how do you actually make a causal effect?
Allison, so this is my experience with players when I try to talk to them about analytics. Basically, my experience is that players in the NBA feel like they have too many voices in their ear, right? They're hearing it from every member of the coaching staff who wants to be their guy. They're hearing it from front office, which has a very specific idea of how you become a better basketball player. The head coach, the analytics department, the training staff, the sports science person. And so my experience is when you present them with a prescription, they're like, okay, it's not that, oh, they don't like analytics. They don't need another voice is kind of their view. So how do you do this practically? Like, they have some great information. Here's what we know. Hey, person who got to this level doing what he did the way he does it, change all that.
Yeah, I think it's, number one, you don't want all those voices in a player's ear. Specifically during the season, you want to really limit, the sources of information. I think equipping an analytics department to, liaise with the coaching staff, equip them with the proper language to help a player grasp certain concepts and the why behind certain tweaks and training. I think that's the key. You don't want a random person coming up to a player and trying to tweak something in mid-season when he may or may not be empowered by a coach. He or she may not be empowered by a coach.
I mean, that requires patience, because let's say, let's use a Celtic, Marcus Smart.
Right.
All right, you don't want to bother him in the season, but let's say the guy's shooting 29% from, player development happens in the season, right?
Absolutely.
It's one thing, and also, you have the benefit of 5-on-5. Like, if you work, the summer runs are the summer runs, but, like, what, are you going to work on the floor in July? I suppose. Yeah. But that seems kind of unambitious.
You, Kevin, cannot, as a data analyst, cannot go to Marcus and say, "Hey, Marcus, your shot is jacked." I recommend talking to the head coach first and foremost and say, "Hey, we've noticed this trend, or we see this this motion, and we think that if he does this, this, and this, he might have some more success, more accuracy shooting." Coach may or may not, embrace that, but I think that's the key. I wouldn't recommend going straight to a player.
All right, Bob, is biomechanics would be on the top of your list? Is there something else? And sort of part two, what was your experience in Dallas, sort of whether it was the coaches mediating directly with players, but take the first part first, I guess.
I think the issue with biomechanics is, like the camera tracking data, you mentioned the stuff in 2012. When did the camera tracking data even come in?
It started 2010. I think the full league adoption started 2013.
Yeah. So the issue with the stuff they have now is you don't even have like the arms and limbs, so it's all just like center of mass. So like you need to have a special lab, like what Kirk's trying to do, where you can actually measure the movements of a player. Like when you see the camera tracking data, they're just blobs and dots moving around the court.
Right.
So there isn't, like, the idea of biomechanics is great, but there's no data on that. So someone has to provide the data for them. And then to Allison's point, yeah, like, you definitely don't want people talking to, like, in my experience, we liaison directly with the coaching staff. And so, yeah, I don't think there's very many situations where an analytics person's talking to individual players.
So just so I understand, so to get somebody from a blob to something that approximates a human being with human motion, are we like sending them up to Vancouver at the EA thing where they put on the funny suit?
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly what we're doing, Kevin.
Okay.
And it sucks. It sucks for the athlete. It sucks for the analysts. But it's the only way to get accurate joint centers right now to do reliable biomechanical analysis. So, yes, the exact image of the EA the 2K studio, that's what you have in mind. Now, when we're here in 5 years, we're not going to be talking about that. It's a computer vision challenge. It's an arms race. These markers are going to go away, and we'll be left with reliable data sets that we need to make sense out of. So that's going to be a real challenge for our domain.
How good are y'all going to be at determining which players actually can improve from development? Are there players that won't be able to improve utilizing this information, some more than others? That was something that a couple of analytics folks asked me. It's like, hey, first thing we need to do is actually identify the players that we think can really improve. There are certain players that will have the capacity, more capacity to improve, not for their mindset, but just the biomechanics itself.
I mean, presumably, like, I don't know, everybody can always get better at anything. But yeah, and yes, like I would imagine that you would eventually get to that point in the same way that, like, in medicine, we have a sense of certain types of diseases and certain types of, like, health problems, and, like, is there a positive prognosis or not? That's taken, like, a human lifetime, or like humanity, to figure that out. And even still, we're often not, you know, perfect about understanding which cancers we can recover from and not. And so, like, yes, I would imagine eventually you can get to certain profiles for players to say, like, well, this person looks a lot like, you know, this profile where, yes, we believe they can improve their shooting versus no, we believe that they can't. But, I mean, go to a player and tell him he can't get better at shooting. All he's going to do is try even harder.
And I want to make it clear, one thing we've been able to do early in this stuff with biomechanics with NBA teams is help identify injury risks that have nothing to do with development of a skill. I'll give you an example. So Ron Adams is one of the best sort of grumpy dudes in the NBA at Golden State. He'll start waving his hand around about how basketball used to be a two-footed sport. You watch John Wooden practices and everything was on 2 feet. And he said one of the reasons everybody's getting hurt is we're moving to these one-legged moves. And I was like, I'd never thought about it in these terms, you know, but it's so true. And then if you look at a team like the Orlando Magic, you know, Jonathan Isaac, Markelle Fultz, both tear their ACLs doing a Euro step, a move that really wasn't around 30 years ago. There is a lot of this. One thing we're able to do with this kind of data set is watch a player in a gym do movements and flag them for, say, a scary amount of knee valgus on a Euro step before it actually snaps. Another thing we've seen is players with landing asymmetries. So if you've torn your ACL, chances are you don't land balanced for the rest of your playing career. You're favoring a bad knee, and what happens then is you get tendonitis in the good knee and your lower back because you're landing, Kevin, asymmetrically every time you jump or take a shot. So it's not just about player development. It's also, I want to make sure we're talking about analyzing player movements for player health and well-being.
Is that a job for a data analyst?
You know, the lines are blurring very fast, aren't they? I think this panel is evidence of look at our backgrounds. I don't know. I mean,
how do you know that that's going to lead to an ACL injury unless you have a lot of data on what ACL injuries look like? But which is why, like, there is all the data in there. It is healthcare data now instead of, like, specifically basketball data. But now there's a blending, and that's sort of the sports science side of things. But it is still looking at a lot of data collected over many, 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 many years and many, many examples.
Part of the issue also is there's no, with the NBA Players Association, there's no wearables that you're allowed to wear while you're playing. Yep. So, like, that's like the future of analytics, if you can somehow convince players that it's in their benefit to be more healthy, et cetera. The risk is that you're going to be able to find out when a player is at more risk for injury or when a player isn't healthy. And I think that'll impact their contracts negatively, but it'll also give us more data to figure out exactly how to, like, okay, this player's fatigued in the middle of the game, you can see what his heart rate is, you can see where he's at, where his rest is, heart rate variability, all these other things that the average citizen has because they got, like, Whoop or Oura Ring or whatever, but you're not allowed to actually have that while you're playing a sport, in the NBA at least.
So, Allison, I was actually going to ask, I had a conversation with a player in Atlanta a few years ago when this stuff was sort of first, and the player said, this is creepy as shit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, my employer is not going, how would you like it, you know, if your employer started, you know, kind of delving into your kind of personally physical matter. Like this is crazy. It's a violation of privacy. It is exactly what you said. Like, what, some asshole's going to find out that, like, I have a bum, I've never had an injury, and now I'm not going to be paid 12, I'm going to be paid 7. Yeah. Like, my experience is players are, like, profoundly skeptical about this technology, about their participation in this technology. I imagine not with a shooting stroke, but the kind of stuff y'all are talking about now.
Yeah, I mean, think about the private citizen. Like, would you want a wearable everywhere you go? Would you want, your spouse or whatever to have a GPS on you, or if
You carry an iPhone. Do you carry an iPhone with you, though?
Exactly. No, but would you want someone knowing every piece of information about you, about your movements, about your whereabouts, about et cetera, et cetera? My answer would be no, and I don't think we can kind of separate a player. A player is a human first and foremost, and a player maximizes his earnings, through contracts. And you're right, this information is sensitive.
So what if it's controlled by the Players Association?
That's a different story.
Yeah.
Collectively bargained, for sure.
Which is like, what if it is the players and they're able to pool their information together, but it's just for them and the teams don't have access
That
to
makes more sense.
That's what I've always thought is like how this would go.
My thing was just using it in the middle of games, like take it off after the game's over, do whatever you want. But like, it's not like there isn't 1,000 cameras in the ceiling tracking everything you're doing while you're playing a basketball game anyways. Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to know when a player's fatigued? Why wouldn't you want to know when a player's...
Because entities, organizations have a tendency to exploit.
That's 100%.
And we don't want to exploit players in that
Yeah,
way.
let's be honest. The analytics community has failed. We have a trust issue in the NBA.
It's not the analytics. I mean,
come on, man. Like, none of these guys want to know. We're surveilling them, Bob. Like, we're collecting data. We're not telling them what we're looking for. As Catherine says, this is skewing into the medical realm. It's gross. We're building models based on their
but you're the one who's trying to predict when a player's going to get hurt or not. Yeah. Like,
so here's the thing. I just
want to know if he's healthy in the middle of the game, if he's tired.
No,
that's all.
One of the things I'm passionate about.
Some other information from it, you would not. You would stop at the health aspect of it.
What are you going to glean in the middle of a game?
No, I'm saying in the middle of a game, potentially. But where does it stop?
After the game is over. That's when it stops.
We're responsible in that way.
The Allisons to help us build trust with the players. There's I teach sports analytics at UT, and I used to teach Moneyball. Now I teach the MVP machine. And Kevin, there's a chapter in there about the conduit, the person who builds the relationship between the data and the athlete. And that's a very important role. And to this point, I would argue, Bob, is we've totally screwed that up.
Sure.
And very few NBA teams can get that line of communication from the front of the airplane to the analytics group. It just doesn't happen. And so how do we do that? I think that's one of the big challenges, because I do think we are moving, hopefully, from an era of sort of employee surveillance, as Kevin's alluding to player or athlete empowerment. I don't want to flag you for injury and not tell you about it. I want your buy-in. I want you to be in these pitching labs or in these movement labs and understand your own body in new ways.
Sure.
And you could screw it up, and I think analytics groups have screwed it up more than they've got it right over the last 10 years.
You have a background in public health, Kathy, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, do you grapple with this as a bioethical issue?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's if teams or anybody was going to start actually keeping track of this healthcare data in a larger at scale way, that is now PHI, and you have to have what's like HIPAA compliance, and there's all of these layers that you have to add on top of it. And you think it's bad if I leak what Rui is shooting in our practice gym, that's bad enough. If I was suddenly leaking his medical record, oh my God, that's not just I'm in trouble with the league, I'm now in trouble with the law. So it is a thing that I grapple with a lot, and I talk to our medical staff and I talk to our player performance people all the time, and they're really interested in this, because I think there is this I want to help these guys be healthier, I want to help them perform better, I want to understand all of this. And so I think this is to Kirk's point of what is that conduit, and it is not me talking to those players directly, it is me talking to our trainers, it is me talking to our physicians and helping understand the questions that they have. It isn't me saying, oh, I saw a bunch of stuff.
Right.
It's them coming with their specific questions and me trying to help answer them. So Thomas Bryant had an injury. Okay, what does the literature say on that type of injury? What do we think about load management? What about all of this other stuff that is not me coming at it from I would hope a slightly more expert point of view, given my background in public health and biostatistics, but certainly nothing compared to the people who have the actual questions they want to test. And so that's how it works. And if it can continue to work that way and you can build that trust, then we can get there. But it is very scary to think of you just give a bunch of analysts a bunch of healthcare data and a bunch of injury data and say, try to predict who's going to have an ACL tear in the next month, and like, you can't.
You just crushed Kirk's dreams there.
First of all, let me reframe this. I don't dream. I dream about helping an athlete understand if they're at risk for something. I'm not sitting here building models to predict catastrophic injuries.
But they'll always see it as, even Bob, to your point, if like I think a guy is tired in a game, if you say to him, hey, you look tired, I'm going to pull you out, they're going to be like, the fuck I am.
Yeah, right.
Let me keep playing.
I mean, that's what I was going to ask Allison. All right, here's a scenario. And this happened in Milwaukee, right, where they have a great sports science department. All right, Giannis, you're good in 5-minute spurts, right? Like we're determining now that, hey, there are a lot of players who actually can be maximized by not, oh, you play the second quarter, from the 8-minute mark, you come back into that. Like, all right, how? And I've kind of asked you this several different times, but this is in different capacities, though. Like the fuck you can is the answer. That creates great tension between coach and player. So, all right, walk me through mediating that situation.
It's super hard. It's super hard. It's a difficult conversation because you can't dictate. You don't really know. Maybe over time you can see a player may or may not be good in certain spurts, but so much goes into what makes a player good in those spurts, like the game situation, the five that's on the court, the particular game. So I think game to game, it's certainly tougher to have those conversations. Maybe over time you can. I don't know. I don't have a super answer other than that. When I know players want to play and they want stats because they're associated with getting better contracts. So it's a hard conversation.
I mean, the one interesting thing is how much star players have embraced the load management DNP rest, which kind of runs counter to that, right? Like, I want to play.
Right.
Is that like? I mean, that strikes me as a recipe for success. However, that was sold to players, like, it was successful.
Some guys have not bought into that. LeBron James famously is but
Right.
Tim Duncan obviously has.
You can name a
Kawhi.
handful of others.
Guys who are in their contract year probably don't buy into it nearly as much as guys who have already got
we could
like
test that.
year 2 of their 5-year, supermax or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested in, again, I think this is one of the big growth areas for our domain is this exact kind of conversation, Kevin.
You alluded to this earlier. Have we maxed out tracking data, live tracking data?
I think we've maxed out all the data. Like, there's really not that much data that you need. This isn't like, it's not we're splitting the atom here. It's a basketball game. Yeah, how much data do you really need? Like, honestly, like, there's people, and to your point, in terms of like, if you tell a player, like, people don't realize what you see is data. Like, a coach can see that a player's tired. That's data. You might not need to see that. Oh, his heart rate variability has gone up by 6.7%. Like, you don't really need that much data. So it's just a question of like, I don't know, data is everywhere in our lives. Like, every one of us is carrying around a phone with us everywhere. Like, we're all worried about all these privacy violations. You're carrying around all this data, and there's like an overwhelming amount of data. And so we've maxed it out. You can improve around the edges, but you're not really gonna, at the end of the day, it's a human game. They're the best in the world at what they're doing, and giving them a little bit more data is not gonna really make that much of a difference, in my opinion. It might help a player not get injured. It might help them improve their, like when baseball, that type of stuff, but that's not something the average analytics department's going to be doing. That's a biomechanics expert's going to be doing that.
Right.
That's more of a coaching thing than an analytics thing, in my opinion.
Kathy should quit her job.
I mean, I do a lot of stuff. But, so if that part I can't do anymore, that's fine. There's plenty more.
Tell the story. So I was hanging out with Kathy on Thursday night, and I was like, hey, Kirk is substituting. You're supposed to be Daryl. So you could channel Daryl.
Sorry, guys.
Next 17 minutes. But you told me that. I have this Kirk. I'm like, what happened? He's like, oh, I've never actually, it wasn't with
I
him.
don't want to. No,
So
this is.
Okay.
It kind of relates to the last comment.
I'm so sorry, Kirk, to put you on blast like
They
this.
want
but
sitting beside each other right now.
Oh, no, this will be
It's not too late to change
Look
course.
at his body language, by the way.
He did.
He's all the way.
Well, he told me last night that this was going to happen. I don't know what it's about to be.
It's humorous, but I think it has a good point to it. So I'm a statistician by training, and I was at the joint statistical meetings, which is the big gathering of all statisticians in North America in Boston in 2014. So I was in grad school, it was like my second year of grad school, and my friend says, hey, there's a whole session on sports statistics, we should go. And I was like, great, this is awesome, which is like probably the moment that I started actually thinking I could really do this as a career. So watershed moment. And I go, and Kirk's giving a talk, and Luke Bourne's giving a talk, and Dan Cervone, and all these, like, and it was amazing, and it was awesome, and it was great. But the takeaway from the speakers was, don't try to do this as a career. Nobody will listen to you on a team. It's all just a bunch of snake oil salesmen. Go get a real job, make a bunch of money, and buy season tickets. Don't do this. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll go into public health. I'll go, you know, like.
Yeah.
Sounds like great advice.
And then,
Right, seriously, where was
but it's just like, and then a couple of years, like a year later, 2 years later, Kirk signs with the Spurs, and I was like, Kirk Goldsberry lied to me. But to the point, like in that room, I can think of off the top of my head like 10 people who were, you know, statisticians who then went on to work for teams or for the league. That is where I met Mike Lopez, who is the head of analytics for the NFL now, and all of these other people. And so, in fact, it is now a thing that you can do. And there are now all these like young students coming up, and there are conferences across the country. It is not just JSM, it is not just Sloan, it is not just Nessus. There are these small conferences all over the place that you can go and you can meet people and you can talk about interesting advanced statistical techniques being applied to interesting sports questions. And that makes me really excited. Yeah. And so, like, Kirk, you might have lied to me then, but and maybe you're saying it's still true now, but like, you know, it has totally changed. And that makes me so happy and so excited.
Oh, that's good. I would just say that's what I always tell people is my career has been insane the last 10 years because the market for this job and for these roles has been wild. It is, the market itself has pulled me around from academics to ESPN to the team side or whatever. But yeah, and in the next 10 years, it's going to be another bunch of changes that are somewhat predictable. There were no roles for these conduit type of people. That's going to happen, as we already mentioned. Biomechanics is going to creep its way into basketball operations. So yeah, there's
more and more people sitting on the bench as coaches who have analytics backgrounds, and you know, so it's not just that my conduit to, you know, from the medical side, but also like Dean Oliver is, you know, sitting on our bench. And, you know, I'm not going to go and talk to our players about shooting, but he is. And this is more and more on teams are having this, and that just makes me very happy. I mean, I think everybody should know more statistics, but, you know, it's like it's a good start.
Yeah.
Although it's interesting because if you're 20 years old and sitting out there, what I hear some of y'all saying is, hey, don't go into econ, go into pre-med.
I mean, I think you should go into statistics.
How about just doing NFTs? Seems like that's.
Oh God.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
here we go.
No, we're not. No.
Is it? Are you doing the crypto session?
No.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely not.
So looking to the future, I mean, one thing I've been hearing since I started this career is basketball is so far behind baseball. Like.
Yes.
So that's true.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
First of all, for a variety of reasons, one, baseball is easier to analyze. It's a lot of closed tasks for athletes.
There's very little interaction effects in baseball that makes it a lot simpler. I don't know that it's that. I don't know that it's that far ahead.
Probably maybe like the most advanced groups in basketball and like the real cutting edge is catching up very quickly. But in terms of like how widespread it is, I mean, like the smallest analytic group in an MLB team is bigger than the biggest group in basketball. Yeah. And how pervasive it is within the whole organization, I would say. And
they have arms and legs in their player tracking data set already, and like just stuff like that. They're
like
always
the Hawkeye cameras catch the spin of the ball in game. I mean, that's awesome.
I think also the sport itself just translates more to statistics. Like everyone grew up looking at like the actual statistics for baseball are like the player's batting average, all that stuff is like kind of imbued into the culture of the sport in some ways. You can probably thank Bill James for that, and even
for sure.
Like they were the first ones to really have more of the statistical stuff in their telecasts, and there's a lot of downtime in watching a baseball game too.
Even Daryl, like tutor did internships with Bill. I forget the relationship. He worked with Stats Inc. They worked together, and so obviously Daryl's going to go down as one of the more innovative analytical thinkers in basketball, and you know he borrowed a lot from Bill James in baseball.
I think football is going to catch us. Football is so popular, and the analytics.
Football is the data, so the amount of games you play. That's one thing that baseball has going for it. Also, so sample sizes are a lot larger.
I just still think that like just because of how popular football is and how public their data is, that like all of the like young, ravenous people who want to work on something and who have ideas have this like incredibly rich data just freely accessible to them in the way that they don't in basketball. And so a lot of the like really exciting ideas are more public and they're able to talk about it more. Whereas in basketball, we're all sort of like closed off as soon as we start working for teams. And it's not, I think basketball is also exploding a lot. And like, obviously I'm here and I love it. But I do think that football as well is coming up in hockey. You know, they have tracking and everything too. I mean, I think every sport is pushing a lot.
So we talked about biomechanics with regard to everything from the neck down.
Mm-hmm.
Is there brain? Like, are we going to be talking? Can that even be measured?
Too?
I don't do that, man.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Okay.
Wrong panel.
No clue.
No clue?
No clue.
I mean, talk to the athlete. Like, is it something we can measure? Or is it, you know, what gets measured gets managed? I think is a fair question. What is the analytical future of knowing an athlete's mindset? Or
I think like part of the problem is in terms of like for analytics is you're trying to, everything you can measure is somehow in the domain of analytics experts, which we're not. Like none of us know anything about any, like, with the exception of Kirk, and you've worked in public medicine. Like I didn't ever deal with like you do some injury data analysis, but you're not trying to predict all this stuff. And so know what you know and know what you don't know. And I think none of us know anything about the brain.
Is it okay not to measure something?
But even if like we came up with some measure right now, you couldn't backfill it to all the like historic stuff, so it wouldn't be useful until we had like a sufficiently large data set. And then even then that gets into the same issue we were having about before, which is like, are they going to do the players want us measuring their mindset and giving them a smaller contract because like you're not fierce enough or like you don't have enough heart?
And again, Alice's point about would you want your employer doing this, Kevin? Like, no. Do you want ESPN to come in and put you into some sort of like brain scan and be like, you're not clutch, man?
I'm not.
Funny. So here's sort of a horribly amateurish example. I was talking to a former #1 pick, and I was just saying, hey, what were the meetings like? Like, I have a good idea of the workouts and the combines, but like when you're sitting there, like being interviewed, he's like, yeah, there was a psychologist, and he gave me this scenario where he said, you're driving toward a traffic light. It turns yellow. Do you A, speed through it, or B, do you like, hold up, stop? And I said, well, what did you answer? He's like, well, my first thought was, what do they want me to answer? And he's like, that was a little bit screwing with my mind because on one hand, they want me to be aggressive, right? Like that, are they measuring aggressiveness that they want you to attack, go through the light? On the other hand, they're obviously, you don't want to break the law and whatever. And he didn't even remember what he answered. But his whole thing was, I don't know what they were trying to measure. I actually brought this up to a neurologist a couple months ago who works with EPL soccer teams. He was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But yet it was the,
It's situational. It depends. You have a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, right.
You
Or any other
are not in a rush.
3 o'clock in the morning and I'm in the middle of nowhere. Like,
Didn't the Celtics have like, maybe it predates your, but didn't they have like the brain type guy? And that was a big part of their draft model.
Definitely predates me. I have no.
I think Danny was a big.
Theo Epstein's big into neuroscouting. I think it's one of the companies that does kind of this stuff.
But there was a brain type guy. They answer a question. It was like, what is your, ENT, whatever, that type of. I think that was a big part of their.
It's creepy, man. Let's be honest. Some of this stuff is going to go creepy, and a lot of us are just not going to go there. And different people are going to draw the lines in different places. People might say what I'm trying to do with athletes' bodies is creepy, and I respect that, but I don't think that. And with this neuroscouting stuff, I could definitely see somebody concluding that this is a little too much.
It'd just be better off getting their browser history, to be perfectly honest. It's like, why are you trying to just get their browser history on the dark web or something, implant some, that's probably the best way to get all the information you're looking for if you really want to up the creep factor.
there's nothing like wrestling with a moral dilemma.
Wait, I have a question for Allison. Y'all have had like 2 seasons in 1 season this year. Like you started off kind of uneven, let's say, and now you are honestly one might be the hottest team in the NBA over the last 2 months. Let's talk about the why. From your perspective, what's happened there? Why has that happened?
It's a great question. I think, the simple answer is the season is super long, and a lot can happen in a season. I mean, you look at our organization, like factually, we had a leadership change.
Yeah.
We had a lot of new staff members. We've had players Players have matured, took time for players to gel. It's just a lot of different factors that have contributed to this late season surge, I would say.
Not a lot of numbers.
In the beginning of the season, everyone was talking about how awful your switching defense is. Now everyone's like, how great is this switching defense?
Imagine you just met someone and you're expected to, play beautiful music early in your meeting. It's super difficult.
Yeah.
It's super difficult. So, and our coach came from the Olympics. One of our star players was at the Olympics, didn't have a lot of rest, so on and so forth. There are so many factors.
Yeah.
So the assumption to be drawn is the input of the analytics team will be inversely proportional to the performance and outcomes the team is.
If you're measuring an analytics team on a game-by-game basis, you're doing it wrong. That's a really small sample size. It is about like sustained growth over a long period of time.
I might ask you a too sensitive question. When the things were going great at the beginning of the year,
They were going great at the beginning of the year.
was there any sense for you that this is unsustainable? Or it's like, hey, this is...
I guess no comment.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. All right, what else can analytics not answer? It will never be able to answer.
And Bob and I were talking about this beforehand. The draft is still pseudoscience at best, and trying to project which 17 or 18 or 19-year-old athlete's going to be a great 26-year-old athlete is very difficult.
And when.
And when.
It's just, yeah.
And there's so many reasons for that.
I'm working on this feature for the draft. Like this.
So what are you thinking about?
No, I mean, I think there are any number of answers. It's obviously, it's not a mono cause, right? I think teams are duped by bad intel. I think one of the things I'm hearing is players are younger than ever. So when you're drawing on the information, you're only getting a year of college and high school. So in terms of sample size, like it's much harder to do that than glean whatever you can from a 4-year person. The other thing is the variance of experience. He's like, one assistant GM told me, look, it used to be, hey, we're looking at Division I basketball players. Now we're looking at guys who grew up in Cameroon. We're looking at guys who grew up in the Australian system. Obviously Europe, and even those leagues are sort of variable. And so the apples to apples versus apples to oranges. But the number one thing is we can't predict the future. That's what I hear. And kind of the heuristic I talked about with this other executive was, okay, let's say we went into a time machine, you and me, and we went back to 2012. And we are armed with all the information about how the game is played, right? And they're going to believe us. They know that we're for real. And we go to 30 draft rooms in April and May and say, all right, let me tell you how NBA basketball is going to look in 2022. And then we left and went back home. How many of those draft rooms would say, oh shit, okay, we need to completely reorder and reevaluate? Like Draymond Green, that guy out of Michigan State, kind of undersized savant, oh yeah, that guy's going to be really useful. Whereas he was probably marginally useful in 2012, the way the game was being played. So the number one answer I'm getting, I wouldn't say the number one answer, the most intelligent answer I'm getting is we're crappy at the draft because people can't predict the future. No one knows what basketball in the NBA is going to look like in 2028. And I thought that was really interesting.
Was that a question?
No, it's not a question. I'm answering his question. I
We're
joined the fray here.
so.
Okay, last thing. I told you about the 2012 research papers. Tell me the 2032 research papers you expect to be at this conference being authored and winning awards.
I hope those papers seem somewhat similar to what we're seeing today. And I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see variations on a theme. Reproducibility is an important part of science. And if people continue to do the same research on new data and show that those trends continue, I think that would be great. I would be happy to see if there's just continually more papers on, quantifying shooting and just, shooting has changed, it will continue to change. I see no reason why 10 years from now we won't have similar papers.
Shooting performance or shooting mechanics? Or
all of the above.
Okay.
I think to Bob's earlier point of to some extent we've kind of maxed out, and there's going to be a lot of this marginal stuff, and it's going to be a better method of measuring something that we've been measuring previously, or again validating it, or getting additional amounts of data, or saying oh hey, something has changed. I think, for example, in baseball, which is I've always been really interested in the infield shift. And I remember like 10 years ago, I was like, teams are not shifting enough.
Right.
I was like, oh my God, this is going to be the next big thing. And then, I was in grad school and I was lazy and I didn't actually do anything about it. And now there's all this shifting.
Yeah.
And if you apply, some of these methods to that old data, you'd be like, wow, shifting is really inefficient. They should be doing it more. And if you applied it to today's data, you might be like, okay, like there might be some more gains, but it's really changed. And so you could have a shifting paper 10 years ago and a shifting paper today, and they would still be very interesting.
Well, in some respects, the NBA, like nobody posts up. Like there was a collective realization that's a really, with a few exceptions, that's a lousy set. Is big guy, hand in the air, feet in the ball. Like there were very few.
That's because the game was played a lot bigger back then. Like
Right.
now that everyone's playing so small, a post-up might be more efficient. So as the landscape changes, like all this stuff is game theory optimal. So like if everyone's playing small, then the Cavs can succeed by being the only big team because they're an outlier in the rest of the league, whereas everyone else is trying to perfect small ball, and now you're playing this one team 2 to 3 times a year who's got like a bunch of big players playing. I think in 10 years we'll be reading about, is the three-point shot still the future of basketball? Because it hasn't really caught on yet. It has, but it hasn't. So it's like,
In what respect?
I mean, people are still debating it. Like you used to turn on TNT every day, and they're still talking about like, oh, they took too many threes. There's just too many three-point
Like
shots.
they only need a 2 right now.
What's that?
Or like they only need a 2. They don't need a 3 in this situation. And
Yeah. And there's
So
still
me
is
and
that
Bob
debate.
share that one when team's down by 1 and there's players shooting threes to win the game.
Yeah,
You
get that.
that happens so much.
I read though that it's a lot easier. I read this study somewhere where it's a lot easier to control the time remaining on a three-point shot than it is on like a drive to the
Yeah, for
basket.
sure.
So it makes sense. You maximize that last shot ability.
But analytics is agnostic, Kevin. Like we don't have an agenda.
I
Like,
do.
Traditional
Big agenda.
sports analytics.
What this guy's talking about.
Bob has a
big
very,
agenda.
Bob's backstory, for those who don't know it, is he made a lot of money gambling on the NBA. He had a very solid motivation and a clear objective. But he wasn't trying to dictate the future of the sport. He was trying to find
Edges.
which is sort of the Moneyball era. Right. What I'm hopeful for those papers to be in 2032 is to bring that power to human development, athlete development, to help players get better, whether it's a skill or sports science, like more fit, wellness. That's where I really want to see this going, because I think this data can be creepy if it's kept away from athletes, and is creepy. And I really think as we get more conduits in the business, the future is helping athletes and human beings perform better at the things they want.
And sleep science is a good example of that.
Great example.
Not it is bio. It's
Biometrics.
bio.
It's not
something.
Did you say
Yeah.
not invasive?
To say, hey, we're not going to take a red eye home. We're going to
right.
stay overnight in Los Angeles.
Right.
Hey, we are going to move shoot around till noon or practice till noon, because we are now seeing that, there was that famous, kind of, someone did I think.
Cheryl Ma, the sleep study, yeah.
And so that is an example of, hey, using data analytics that are bio-based but not invasive.
Yeah.
Just more prescriptive. All right, what do you want most? If you could say, hey, if you could order up, what would help you the most?
I think while I obviously shun questions about trying to figure out the mind, I think it would be super helpful to, qualitatively figure out how to, how people mesh better together. I think at the end of the day, what's missing a lot of times from these conversations is this human element, and how to maximize, a coaching staff or organizational culture, which are, of utmost importance in, success on the court. So
It's funny. One of my astrology is the Myers-Briggs. Like, I know it's junk science. You are looking like you're horrified. No, I fully recognize that it's bullshit.
Okay.
But
As long as it means something to you, then I won't take it away
but I
from you.
love
Called
it
it astrology. He called it
away from you.
astrology.
well, no,
to be
I
fair.
love
You
taxonomy.
didn't call it astrology, yeah, okay, that's fair.
And a few years ago, I learned that Danny Ainge is really into Myers-Briggs.
That was the brain guy I was talking about. In the
Right.
draft.
And I we sort of had a fun conversation about it. I threw out a player, Chris Paul, and he would have immediate thing. Like, again, it's astrology. I get it. But when you say chemistry, I think Danny has the belief, I don't want to totally speak for him, but my impression is Danny has the belief that, hey, personality types certain things mesh together.
Right.
And that you want a balance, or you want, again, you're horrified.
No, like, 'cause I think you're getting at an idea, which is that, like, if you could properly measure this, there would be some way of, like, optimizing a combination. And, like, I'm not opposed to that. I think that actually measuring it accurately, especially because it's about, like, I could tell you, like, what if I lied, like, you didn't actually know when you were born, and I said, like, oh, you're not a Sagittarius, you're a Taurus, or whatever, and, like, and then you would, like, that placebo effect would have a difference. But so there's some level of that, but I do think there is some idea that, like, if we could measure these things, the thing is to be able to tell if there is a difference, you have to have a lot of data on it. You have to have this, like, at scale before you can tell, especially these subtle differences of trying to, like, optimize a small roster. And so again, it's not that I don't believe in it. I just think this idea that, like, it's going to take a while before we can say things really conclusively.
Yeah. Any papers you want to see?
I'm good.
Let's take questions. Let's take questions. Twitter questions. Refresh.
While you're going through that, I will say
Yes.
one other thing, because you made this comment about, like, we can't predict the future. And, like, I mean, in some ways we have done a fairly good job of predicting things. I think Bob has made a whole career off of predicting things well. And the question is not so much like, what do I think the outcome is going to be? Because if I went to Coach West and I said, like, we're going to lose to the Pacers tomorrow, you know, with a really high probability, he wouldn't be like, okay, cool, thanks for letting me know. The question would be, well, what do we do to change that? What can we then do to increase our probability of winning? I've often said that, like, nobody in sports actually cares about prediction outside of gamblers. Because anybody who's actually on a team is going to then want to ask the why, and they're going to want to change that prediction. Yeah. And so, like, just literally knowing what the predicted outcome is not useful for us as a team. It is about how do we increase the chance of winning? How do we, like, increase the probability that
to shift the prediction.
Yeah, exactly. And in some ways, it's about just building a really good prediction model that accounts for all of these things and then changing the inputs and seeing what the predicted outcome changes to. But there's a lot of other methods there as well. And so I guess the papers that I would want to see 10 years from now are causal inference. I'm Causal Kathy on Twitter. What's up?
All right, so let me see. Which one do I like? What is the future of analytics as they apply to teams and players in the youth systems below college? Obviously, none of you work at the youth systems. Doesn't have...
Yeah, let me add, because this is a point I wanted to make, is one of the issues, like when Michael Lewis really framed the endeavor of analytics in Moneyball, it was always something that the front offices would sort of apply to a roster of players, right, and strategy. There's an increasing thing with youth sports and in general with teams. There's a trust issue between the player and the employer. And I think one thing that doesn't come up enough is the application of analytics outside of the team environment, say with a player and his own trainer. So say Stephen Curry and his shooting coach, Brandon Payne, they use a lot of numbers that the Warriors never see. And that's a very different dynamic, Kevin. And I think Moneyball was great, but it really framed analytics is something that Billy Beane would do to find Kevin Youkilis in a way that athletes should be thinking more about relationships outside of the team environment with analytics. And I think that's underreported. And in youth sports, I think a lot of things are happening where there are opportunities for development for athletes that have nothing to do with this power dynamic between the employer and the employee. And I think whether it's a NOAA sensor, for those you know, the NOAA sensor in a gym measures the in-ring data, or like I said, the aforementioned like pitching labs. A lot of these are outside of the team environment now for player development. I think that's a big future thing to consider.
We might be in a world where, yeah, all this stuff is going on, but it's Drew Hanlon, like a personal trainer
100%.
Who's doing it. Because the ethical thing is the employer. It's not necessarily sort of the examination, or it's who's doing the examination.
Who's doing the examining? What's the power dynamic there?
Well, studying Steph Curry's biomechanics help NBA players shoot better. Now, by 18 or 19, someone's shooting form is set. Way too much muscle memory already created. It will, like, true or false, or...
I'm not the biomechanics guy.
I am not. I'm a geography professor, smart enough to work with some biomechanists. But I think it would, because the why is what makes a player good. One thing we've already learned is consistency, like shooting a free throw, for instance. You should have a very similar pattern of movement, and I'll be showing this at 11 a.m., but yeah, we need to understand and diagnose where in the process, maybe it's the base, maybe it's the core, maybe it's the launch phase of your shot, where you're exhibiting an inconsistency. So I think when we understand that, we can help players pinpoint corrections.
But so Allison, like, could you change your shot? Or is it like once you'd figured out your shot at age 17, it was never going to change?
That's bullshit. I mean, I've watched Tony Parker go from not being able to shoot. I watched Kawhi Leonard with Chip England go from not being able to shoot. Literally, the draft report for Kawhi Leonard coming out of San Diego State was like, man, this guy might be able to shoot corner three someday. He really can't do it now. And he changed his shot at age 19. He deserves a massive amount of credit. That's not easy to do. But yeah, people tweak shots all the time. I mean, didn't Tristan Thompson change his hand that he was shooting with in the middle of his career?
Yeah, from left to right.
How'd that go?
He didn't see the recent, there was a
Yeah, he
post
had
about it recently.
He just shot an air ball and then banked in one a couple days ago, so I don't know that he's the guy I want to
Not
be
a good
talking about.
There's no shortage of examples of people who have changed their shots between in what we call NBA puberty, like that first 4 years of your contract.
Oh, this is interesting. How do you deal with the frustration of your work, just good work you know is good work, just not being implemented at all? Like the beating against the head, the why am I here? Like, how do you deal with a cold spell like that?
I used to work in public health on infectious disease epidemiology. So I'm now in a space where when things go wrong, it's fine. Whereas the rest of the world, like if I was still in that same space, I'd be in a much darker place right now. So it's fine for me.
I think gambling kind of trains you for that. That was like the one thing I was kind of blown away by, was how much people couldn't handle the variance game to game, like in the NBA. Like why'd we lose? Well, we didn't make shots. Sometimes it happens. It's just like, sometimes there isn't really like a grand analytical story for why you lost a game. And so I think also a lot of people are in situations where they're trying to get ahead. So for me, it didn't really apply. I don't think I had like a ton of success in terms of like working in a culture that I really enjoyed, but it wasn't super frustrating either, because I dealt with gambling my whole life, where you're just kind of used to losing like 45% of the time.
Yeah, this is not my space, but I always, like, my biggest pet peeve is the 50-50 balls. There's no such thing as a 50-50 ball. And there's no such team as a team that is better at getting the 50. There might be, in terms, but the idea that there's a 50-50 ball just kind of drives me crazy. Yeah. It's like one of the kind of tropes that I don't love.
Me?
Yeah.
We were playing Phoenix one time, to Bob's point, and we were good and they were bad. Those were different times as the Spurs. And they beat us. And Pop wanted to light up the whole team because we just lost. But if you look at one of the cool metrics that Second Spectrum is the shot quality metric. Yeah. And to Bob's point, you go into Pop and you're like, hey, there's going to be 3 games a year, maybe 10 games a year, where they just got lucky on those threes and nobody was playing bad defense. This is not the game to light up Danny Green or Kawhi or whoever it is for not getting there.
Yeah, what year was that?
I don't remember. It was like 2017 or something.
Now, like, that 10-game thing is probably like, what, 30 some odd games a year?
Yeah, talk about that. So, yeah, how has that three-point shot changed the variance for gamblers or for coaches? Like, should I get mad at my team or not?
Yeah, I think the expected shot quality thing was huge for us, because we were able to present it to, like, on a report they could see post-game. And so they'd look at it and they'd be like, oh, we were supposed to shoot this and we shot that. And I think it kind of like, if you're dealing with a coach who's like 10 Mountain Dews deep, like on average a day, like having that number to just kind of tell you to chill out was like pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, no, it is if they buy into it. So this is a number that sort of projects your points per shot or effective field goal percentage on an ensemble or a constellation of shots. And there's going to be nights where you go 3 for 20 or whatever, and that's just, as Bob knows better than anybody.
Yeah, we need to discuss the law of diminishing return on Rick Carlisle's 7th Mountain Dew of the day. So last question is, how do you deal with a player, to their point, who's just ice cold for no reason other than variance or chance, or we don't know yet, right? Like right. we don't have the biomechanics. So how do you deal with a player who's just going through like a terrible slump? Not to no fault of their own, but again, subject to sort of the cruel variances of basketball.
As a player, as a former player, you understand, you have to not kind of vacillate with the ebbs and flows of a season. There are going to be spells or moments like that, but you, as a culture, you stay positive, you encourage, and you kind of rely on, your internal support to hopefully get better. But definitely don't dwell on it because that will only exacerbate it.
Closing thoughts, anybody?
Yeah, it's a good thing the Miami Heat didn't bench Duncan Robinson, who started off the season really poorly and is one of the best shooters. But
Reggie Bullock.
Yeah.
He started off the season really poorly. And
it's interesting because at some point you're like, is this real or not? And I don't know how to answer that question.
it's not real. It's all a mirage.
Sometimes
It's all a
we're a
mirage.
simulation.
It's
Who
all
was
a
saying that?
simulation.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, that's a hard question, Kevin. I don't have a good answer.
I mean, I try to look at other information, right? Which is like you have some prior and you're updating it with new data that's coming in. And sometimes that prior is based off of like what they're shooting in the gym, right? And so somebody's really cold in a game and you can say like, well, you were really hot last season and your numbers in the gym are exactly the same and like nothing seems to have changed.
Or you could just blame it on the new ball.
Yeah, and you blame it on the new ball, and you can say like, okay, well, let's look at how you were shooting with the old ball and with the new ball, and maybe it is in your head, and maybe you just like they just need permission to like not feel so bad about it. Again, I'm not having those conversations with the players, but the people that I talk to are, and they've asked those questions of like, is there evidence to suggest that they've actually gotten worse? And it's like, well, no, like everything else that we see, and so like. I always come at this from the numbers of like, well, the numbers say it should be fine, and I know that as a human, you can't like just be like, well, it'll be okay, but maybe the numbers can help you feel that way.
Cool. Thank you. This was great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us at the 2022 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Glenn Borok, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel, Transgender Athletes, a conversation led by Malcolm Gladwell on data and participation policy. Our panelists today are Ross Tucker, sports scientist, Katie Barnes, feature writer at ESPN, Johanna Harper, PhD researcher. Our panel will be moderated by Malcolm Gladwell, author and co-founder of Pushkin Industries. The panel will run for 55 minutes, and we will leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions on Twitter using the hashtag data and participation. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Malcolm.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you, and to all of you. I want to start with what I like to call Martian questions, which is the dumb question the Martian would ask if they were looking down on this panel. And the first Martian question is, women have maybe 100 years ago, women were let into things like the Olympics. And if you'd asked people 100 years ago why we had separate categories for men and women, they would have given a 19th century answer, right? Women and men are physiologically distinct. The only way to have fair competition is to separate them out. Does that definition in 2021 need updating? Katie, do you want to start?
Well, I think many people would still give that answer. And I don't know that it is particularly untrue. I think what perhaps we should think about is what it means, or like what to do, which is the point of this panel, right? When people transgress those ideas of gender and of sex, and how do we have a sporting apparatus that accommodates those identities and experiences, if that is possible, which I think is ultimately the crux of this discussion and the disagreements.
Yeah. So in other words, instead of having a bright line, a hard bright line between men and women, we need to accommodate, have some fluidity in that. Is that your?
I don't know if I think that we need to blur the line. I think in terms of how we've talked about this issue, culturally speaking, we talk about it as if there has always been a bright line, but we know that historically that line has been very difficult to police through policy. And there are numbers of examples of folks who, at the elite level of sport, which I think is ultimately where a lot of people want to place this discussion, where people who are competing at an elite level of sport don't fit particularly as neatly on the women's side of that line as I think we would expect them to.
Yeah. Ross, do you have thoughts on this?
I would still answer the question exactly the same way as they would have done back then. With some data, I would say that it's probably an incomplete answer, that there might be other reasons that we separate male and female into separate categories in sport. But I would also say, and I would defend the position and say that if we did not have a line separating those categories, we could forecast what the consequences of that would be, because we have so much data now that when we compare male performances to female performances, we know that there is a large enough gap that for any matched level, by which I mean high school athletes competing for scholarships into college, college athletes competing to get into professional sport, professional athletes, we know that those gaps are so large that without separation, there would be effectively very few to no women in sport. And that means that the separation of categories, I would say to a Martian, is important because it allows us to recognize as equal male and female, because we recognize that they are different. I listened yesterday morning to a discussion around the 50 years of Title IX. It's quite clear that there remain social, cultural, and where I'm from in South Africa, that's even more the case, barriers for women to overcome. But from a purely physiological point of view, that remains as true today as it was then.
Yeah. The Martian, do you want to jump in? Do you want to wait for Martian question number 2?
I would say that my answer would depend on whether one is talking about elite sport or recreational sport. I would give the same answer that Ross did for elite sport. I would say that when we talk about recreational sport, which is where most people participate in sport, I think we do need to go beyond strict sex.
I want to come back to this. I think it's a very important point, and I want to return to that.
Yeah.
Martian question number 2 is, the Martian looks at the title of this session, Transgender Athletes, and says, is it the right title? So when I was preparing for this, I chatted with a bunch of people, many people, about what questions to ask, what things. And every single example that I dealt with was about trans women, or people brought up was about trans women. And in fact, trans men, and the subject of trans men never came up. So I'm wondering, are these conceptually 2 separate issues? And if all of the interest and concern and controversy is on the side of trans women, should we have called this panel Trans Women Athletes? The Martian asks.
I think it depends on the scope of your questions in terms of what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah.
In general, I think very much the focus around this discussion or a cultural debate that is certainly happening, it's about transgender women participating in girls and women's sports. And that's true at all levels of this discussion, whether we're talking about recreation, youth sport, elite sport, et cetera. That's very much the focus. That is not the only thing, I think, that has been caught up in this discussion. But for the reasons that Ross laid out around the physiological differences and the performance gap, right, between those who are assigned male at birth and those who are assigned female at birth, and how even as increased resources and training has closed the gap, it's leveled off and stayed pretty consistent, right, from an elite level. You know, there's also the assumption that people who are transgender men would not be able to access and compete and be competitive in men's sports, particularly on the elite level, especially if they transition medically post-puberty. And so there's very little attention, I think, paid to those discussions, even though there are transgender men who are participating in both women's and men's sports at various levels of medical transition. And what that means, I think, culturally is an interesting question. But there are states, for example, that have, just as they have restricted the access for transgender girls and women to access girls and women's sports, they've also restricted access for boys and men to access boys and men's sports. And I think that's an interesting question when it comes to data and participation, whether or not that's appropriate. But it's certainly less of a focus. And we can't even talk about non-binary and gender expansive people. We're like really not there yet. But that's also going to be something that we have to confront both culturally and scientifically in the coming years.
I mean, from first principles, again, we've explained to the Martian that the reason we have separate categories is to ensure fairness and safety, because in some sports there are collisions and contacts, and that these have a biological basis. So in that respect, and we speak about a bright line, if we were to break that line in a small place and say that there's an exception made for crossing over, that those concerns around fairness and safety and the integrity of the outcome would only exist in one direction. And so when World Rugby considered this, the idea of trans men playing men's rugby was a really tricky discussion, because in effect, if the basis for the line is to protect fairness and safety, and in rugby safety is a major concern, then that individual is taking risk upon themselves. Because if there is a biological basis, strength, power, mass, size, bulk, that creates risk, then that person is accepting risk onto themselves. But in the other direction, it's risk to others. So I would have been happy with naming something trans woman if the controversy revolves around the fairness and safety. So if the crux of this discussion is it fair and is it safe, then it is a trans woman question. It's not one that applies to trans men.
Mm-hmm. There are some who would disagree. I have read trans men are allowed to inject testosterone, and no other athlete is allowed to. And there are some people who have concerns that trans men will inject so much testosterone as to gain some advantages in some areas. I personally don't have those concerns, but they have been expressed by significant people in writing. So the major heat is on trans women, but there are potential issues with trans men as well.
But there, I would say again to Amartian that we've already done that. We did an experiment in the 1970s and 80s where we know that women from the Soviet Union and the Eastern countries did inject testosterone to dangerous levels, and yes, it harmed them, so that's why we want to stop it, but they never got to the level of elite men. Yeah. So you can, if that's the performance gap, then the administration of male hormones to women is going to take you to there. It's never bridged the gap.
Yeah. Leah Thomas, that's obviously the highest profile case in this area since probably Renee Richards back in the 70s. I'm the only one here old enough to remember Renee Richards.
No, you're not.
But Katie, so for those of you, Leah Thomas is a trans woman swimming for the University of Pennsylvania swimming team, and prior to transitioning, she swam on the men's side of that same team. So she's an elite swimmer. She's breaking lots of records right now, and this very much in the news. Katie, can you describe what is the protocol that the NC2A requires Leah Thomas and others in her position to go through to qualify for competing in the female half of swimming, and how does that and if she, as she has stated that she wants to continue swimming after graduation, what's the protocol she would need to qualify for the Olympic teams?
How much time we got?
No, I want you to do it as economically as possible. Because,
yes, of course.
And I know why you're looking at because it's a little baffling.
Well, it's also changing. It's very much in flux. So prior to January 19th, the NCAA policy that went into effect in 2011 stipulated that for transgender women to be eligible to compete in the women's category, they needed to undergo 12 months of testosterone suppression and get cleared by the NCAA or whatever. But that was the rule. And on January 19th, the NCAA said, actually, we're going to defer to the policies by national governing bodies as per our committee is going to review them. The Committee on Competitive Safeguards and Medical Aspects of Sports is the official title of that committee. And so they said, we'll review these policies and adopt them for our championships effective immediately. So then the question became, okay, well, what's USA Swimming's policy? And to that point, USA Swimming had a really process-oriented policy around youth wanting to institute a name change to be competitive at the club level, and then in that policy deferred to whatever the IOC and FINA, the International Federation, said was appropriate. Well, the IOC has also recently said in late 2021 that they're going to have a framework of recommendations and principles for international federations to develop their own policies. So we don't know what FINA's policy is at that moment either. And so a couple weeks later, USA Swimming says, well, what we're going to do is require transgender women who are competing in the elite category, defined as members of USA Swimming, those who are going to compete in elite events. Notice, importantly, the NCAA championships is not considered an elite event by USA Swimming, and those who want to be eligible to break American records beginning at age 13 and 14 need to go in front of an independent panel of 3 people and suppress their testosterone for 36 consecutive months below a level of 5 nanomoles per liter, which to that point, I think I'm pretty comfortable saying is the most restrictive policy from an elite level perspective. We had not seen that length of time before, coupled with that level of testosterone as well. And so then the NCAA says, actually, we're not going to accept that policy, and instead we're going to say for the 2022 swimming championships that to be able to compete, you have to essentially comply with the previous policy of undergoing 12 months of testosterone suppression and also submit a one-time serum level of being below 10 nanomoles per liter.
Yeah. Wait, so let's unpack this.
I would just like to point out I did it in like a minute and 30 seconds. So.
I know, that was so impressive.
Thank you. Thank you.
What happens to someone who undergoes 36 months of testosterone suppression to a level of 5
nanomoles per liter?
Yes. What is the effect of that on someone in this position?
Well, Joanne's just published a systematic review on
Right.
it, so there's
Yeah,
no
she
one
has.
better
It's like, that's
to
for you.
explain that answer than her.
So our systematic review was on non-athletes, and certainly no one would generally consider a review of non-athletes to be definitive for athletes, but in this case, it's the best we have. So the two biggest findings that our review found were that hemoglobin levels in trans women went from male levels to female levels within 3 to 4 months, but that strength did not go from male levels to female levels even after 36 months of hormone therapy. There were other findings, but those are the two largest. And there are any number of parameters that will change with hormone therapy at different rates and to different extents. But strength will reduce, but not to female levels. Height won't reduce at all. And in swimming, height, and it's more limb length is important in swimming, but that's an advantage. So there are a number of changes that will happen to trans women when they undergo hormone therapy, but hormone therapy will not turn trans women into cisgender or typical women.
Yeah. So I'd say skeleton, no change. Hemoglobin, as Joanna said, is going from the male to the female level, and then there's a whole host of variables, both inputs and outputs. So muscle cross-sectional area reduces slightly, muscle mass goes down very slightly, body fat goes up very slightly, and the consequence of that is that measured strength, and it's been measured in a couple of different ways, drops by between 3 and 7%. Would you say that percentage range is about accurate? It's varied from study to study. In some, it's gone up, which is really interesting, probably an artifact of how it's assessed, but the decline is comparatively small, the result of which is the retention of relatively large differences between a post-transitioned trans woman and a biological female.
Now, are you talking about that level of 5 nano?
So
the studies actually get it way lower than that.
Yeah.
For various reasons, sport has drawn the line initially at 10, now at 5. The studies get under that quite comfortably.
95% of all women are under 2 nanomoles per liter. A large study of roughly 250 trans women found that 94% of them were under 2 nanomoles per liter. Every athlete that I have data on is also under 2 nanomoles per liter, and that's regardless of where their governing body sits it. Trans women don't transition for sports. We transition to be more like other women, and that's the standard therapy to help us do that. So all of these studies are presumably based on trans women who bring their testosterone down below 2 nanomoles per liter.
And I do want to clarify, I think it's important around, we talk about these testosterone levels, whether they're talking about 10 nanomoles per liter or 5 nanomoles per liter. As Joanna said, in regards to the ways that testosterone levels for typical transgender women come down to within a typical cisgender female range, though the concern around those thresholds of testosterone actually have more to do with athletes with intersex variations than transgender women, which is a separate rabbit hole, but an important distinction to make. Because oftentimes, at least what I've found in my reporting and in engaging and having conversations like this with the general public, is that they look at that level, 10 nanomoles per liter, 5 nanomoles per liter, and say, oh, well, so they can be up to that level, right? Like, with the assumption being that transgender women would be hovering at 10 nanomoles per liter, which, as Joanna just laid out, is about 5 times the typical testosterone level of a cisgender woman. And so that's not exactly what happens. And I think it's very important to make that distinction, that delineation, both in terms of what those levels are trying to do from drawing a line perspective, the population and the populations that they affect.
What's the rationale? How do they come up with 5?
So I was on the committee that came up with 5.
Good.
So the 10 was based on the bottom of the men's range using immunoassay methods. Immunoassay methods are no longer the standard. Liquid chromatography mass spectrometry is, and the lower level of the men's range is no longer 10, it's now about 7.5 nanomoles per liter. So so that necessitated a change. One of the things that we looked at the time was how high can cisgender or typical women have testosterone levels. And there's a condition called polycystic ovary syndrome, which affects about 5 to 10% of women. There's some nasty effects, but it does increase testosterone, and women with PCOS are overrepresented in sports, so it is an advantage in sports. Women with PCOS can have testosterone up to 5 nanomoles per liter and would never be restricted. The advantage they have is small enough that no one would worry about it. And so the rationale was, if we would let cis women compete with up to 5 nanomoles per liter because they have PCOS, then that should be the limit for trans women too, understanding that most trans women and most cis women will be well under that limit.
And that would, wait, so are you comfortable with leaving it at 5? I mean, I'm just curious. I guess my next question would be, how much analytical rigor is behind these determinations at this point? Do we know, have we gathered enough data to know where to set a mark like that?
We probably don't have enough data on trans women athletes to make any definitive answers at this point. But one of the things that, especially before gonadectomy or removal of testes, there's some fluctuation in the testosterone levels of trans women. And so if you set it too much lower than that, if you're talking about a one-time measurement, then you may get somebody who's just on a little blip. If you measured them 10 times per year, their mean would be under 2, but if you measured them on a particular day, they might be 3 or 4. And so you need to be very, very careful. If you wanted to lower it, you'd have to talk about a mean testosterone over a length of time.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit more about what we don't know. Ross, can you kind of identify key areas in which the level of our knowledge is insufficient?
I mean, that's very broad. There's a great deal that's unknown. I suppose for the purposes of the discussion, the key limitation, and Jan has explained to you exactly what happens when testosterone is lowered, is that no real studies exist yet on what happens when a person is athletically trained and then undergoes that same testosterone suppression. There was the most recent study came out last year in the military, and so they were athletically trained, but I don't think they would describe themselves as elite. And so all the inferences that we have about the retention of advantages in trans women compared to female are based on non-athletically trained individuals. So one can then, see, it's not enough, I don't think, to just say, well, in that case, we don't know. We can explore that further and say, well, what would the hypothesis be? We know, for instance, that training defends against the losses that would happen without training, to the extent that in physiology there's a principle where if it takes X to get to a certain level, you can stay there at a level lower than X, with the stimulus lower than X. Astronauts, it's known, for instance, that during bed rest for 3 months, even small amounts of resistance training almost completely remove the muscle atrophy. So the concern would be with athletes is that the act of athletic training will actually will cause those reductions to be even smaller than they are in non-athletic individuals. But that study has not yet been done. So that would probably be the main one that you'd look at. And then with respect to the application of policy to different sports, every single sport, by virtue of the IOC's guidance that was released last year, now has to answer the question, what is the difference in my sport between male and female? Because the whole premise of lowering testosterone was to negate the advantages as a consequence of androgens like testosterone. And so the degree...
And can I just mitigate and not negate would be a better term, because we know that there are advantages that are just not going to be negated.
And that's an important point. For me, you need to negate. You can't mitigate. It must be negated. Otherwise, it's still a category-crossing advantage. So I understand Jana's point there, but for me, it's negate. Can we negate those advantages so that we can then ensure inclusion, fairness, and safety can coexist? Now, that answer for a sport like, I'll use archery, because there was a paper on it recently, may look completely different to that answer for boxing and rugby and track and field. So every single sport, that would probably be their key question, is what's the typical advantage that we need to manage in order to ensure fairness, inclusion, and safety?
So a strength-based sport might have a very different set of criteria than an endurance-based sport.
Right, and then a sport that involves collision and contact has a different set of imperatives by virtue of risk compared to a sport that does not. So every single sport now, I think, is having to look at this, and this comes to what Katie was saying, is swimming finds itself in this situation. Every single Olympic sport is going to be in that situation in the next year or two.
Yeah. So I warned you all that I was going to ask you for your magic wand experiment. And just so, a magic wand, I'm obsessed with magic wands. Magic wands are the experiment you would do if I waive all, I suspend all practical, logistical, ethical, financial, laws of nature constraints. I give you a magic wand and you're czar. So tell me the experiment you would do that you think would be most helpful in resolving some of these issues around trans athletes and their participation in elite sport.
So the first thing I would say is that if you give me a magic wand, I get the Russians out of Ukraine. Let's keep some perspective here.
Focus, man.
If you're saying you give me a magic wand that can only enhance experiments, then what I would say is that what we need to do is we need to have multi-centric, multinational studies on trans athletes, longitudinal studies where we get them into the sports lab before they start hormone therapy and follow them for at least 2 years. We are doing that on a very small scale at Loughborough University. We're just one place, but it needs to get much broader. There are a number of concerns. You need to have input from physiologists. You have to have gender clinics on board. You have to have funding, and this has to happen in many countries, or you just won't get the numbers. And while it may seem, and I've been saying this for 5 years, that this is what needs to happen, and it's just barely closer than it was 5 years ago. So I am pessimistically saying that it will take a magic wand to make these experiments happen. And I'm sad to say that, but that's the experiment I do with my magic wand.
Yeah, and I want to build on that, actually, and sort of tie back to what Ross was saying about what we don't know. And for me, I also think, like, if I could wave a magic wand, and also this belies ethical concerns, is we need that information and that data from multiple ages, right? Because we're having this conversation today, sort of tacitly acknowledging that we're really focused on elite sports, right? Whether we're talking about Leah Thomas, we're talking about the Olympics, we're talking about Division I, NCAA, et cetera, et cetera. But in the United States, there is considerable amounts of legislation that affect children all the way down to elementary school. And up to intramural collegiate sports, which is recreational. And a lot of that is using some of the studies that we're talking about today and the data that we have now as it pertains to adults and people who began hormone therapy post-puberty. And so there are a number of athletes who would be affected by this legislation who will never go through testosterone-driven puberty. Or endogenous puberty of either sex. And so having data around just knowing how hormone therapy affects athletic performance across ages and when you start, because puberty is very messy and starts differently at different times, lasts longer depending on the person. And so what happens if you start testosterone suppression when you're 15 versus going on blockers when you're 11? Versus when you're 17, versus when you're 19. Like, all of that is really important information when we're talking about the kinds of policies that should be developed and are appropriate, and are age appropriate and competition level appropriate. And we simply do not have an answer to those questions. So if I could wave a magic wand, I'd want an answer to all of those questions, and I am pessimistic that we will actually be able to answer that.
So can I just jump in here? So later today, I'm going to be meeting with someone, and we'll just keep this, and we are actually talking about implementing a fairly broad-based study on adolescent trans people, looking at them. Trans people, the earliest they go on blockers is Tanner stage 2, which is very early in puberty, and that's where this study aims to start people, but also people adolescents starting a little later. And you know, it's going to be at least a 5-year study. It hasn't started yet, but at least we're talking about it.
That's great. Call me when it's done.
Okay.
Ross? So I've got many magic wand. I'll give you 2 of them, though. The first one would be a mind reader qualitative survey, and that would be to ask everyone in the world, if women's sport exists to exclude the advantages that males have by virtue of testosterone and androgens during development, would you make exceptions for individuals based on identity if you knew no data at all? Yes or no? Because that would at least give you a start point. I think that would be useful for us to have a start point about how many people would actually make the exception in the absence of evidence. Then we can say, actually, hang on, we've got this and this and that. Does that change your mind, yes or no? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But at least it's transparent. We understand people's imperatives. But then I would kick off with a randomized control trial. And I'd find 4 team competitions around the world. That'd be the NBA, Premier League Rugby in England, Premier League Football in England, that's soccer, sorry, AFL in Australia, and then let's do the Olympics as well. So 5 competitions. I'd randomize all the men in those competitions into 2 groups. One gets a placebo, one gets testosterone suppression that is typical of transition. I'd then integrate all those men into the women's equivalent competition, the WNBA, the Women's Premier Rugby, the Women's Premier Soccer Tournament in England, Women's AFL, and Women's Olympic events. And because what I'd be doing now is I'd basically be taking a group of biological males with those androgens and testing the hypothesis, does the lowering of testosterone remove those advantages? My null hypothesis would be that after, say, 6 months, once this new ecosystem has formed, that 50% of the players in the NBA would be from my male cohort, 50% Premier Rugby for women, 50% soccer AFL, and that half the medals would be won in the Olympics by those individuals. If that was the case, if 50% of all the medals were now being won and teams being filled by biological natal males whose testosterone's lowered, then there's no problem. We've proven that we can achieve female-level performance by changing the biology of testosterone. And that would be what that's... I know what I think I'd find. I don't think I'd find that at all. I'd be surprised if 10% of those places are still held by women. But that would be my randomized control trial. And it would take 2 years and it would be done, and I'd violate all ethical principles possible. But I would at least have an answer.
So we take the U.S. men's Olympic team and we give them 36 months down to 5 nanomoles per liter, and we have them play the U.S. Olympic women's team in a 7-game tournament, and we see who wins. So is LeBron at 5 nanomoles? You know, how much is he still LeBron?
Right.
Well, but
and
there'd
be various outcomes. I'd be looking, first of all, in the first 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, coaches will select based on performance. Does that ecosystem settle 50-50? Then I'd start tracking things like injury incidents. Who gets injured by whom in these games? Who scores points? Who has more assists? Who wins the rebounds? And over time, you start to develop a picture of exactly how performance has changed. Ideally, what you would do is you'd actually have 4 groups, not 2 male groups altered, and you'd mix them all together and you'd let them stratify out or not into 4 different groups. That would, for me, be the definitive way to answer this and the quickest.
The 4 groups are, I'm going to play with this magic wand for a moment. What are the 4 groups are?
So two biological male, 2 biological female, and then in each group you have a group on a placebo and a group on the reverse of their hormonal situation. So the males, you lower the testosterone, and the females, you're doping 25 for half the women and half leaving alone, and the other half you're suppressing, of the males, you're suppressing testosterone, and the rest you're leaving alone.
What's interesting to me about that, as someone who knows nothing about this issue, is that presumably we would discover that in some cases in certain sports, the gap is very large. But we would also, surely the most interesting thing would be the discovery of how small it could get.
Sure.
So it's conceivable, is it, that there may be an Olympic sport where it's 0?
Equestrian already is.
Yeah.
I believe in ski jumping it is. And I mean, there's no basis for those sports to even be separated by sex. They should be one, cut the medals available down. That's why they'd reject it. But they should just be one won gold medal in some of the sports.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's possible
also
there are
think-
others.
I think it's important, at least in the context of this discussion, where identity does kind of matter in that we're not talking about LeBron being a transgender woman and wanting to play in the WNBA. A lot of times when we're talking about these issues, even if we want to take an elite athlete like Leah Thomas, right, like she's not LeBron. That's a completely different, I think, discussion. And I think really it sort of preys on some of the cultural associations that we have with gender and also this issue. So, when we talk about transgender women competing in women's sports, a lot of times terms are used like biological male, right, which I think completely undercut the validity of the identity of a transgender woman. And also, if people think about like Joanna Man, right, like that's, the cultural visual that we have of a film of somebody who is a cisgender man pretending to be a woman in order to dominate women's sports. And while not everyone believes that in this discussion, I do think culturally the general public is not making distinctions and delineations in the way that we are. And so for me, the idea that we would have a definitive answer to the question by testing elite athletes and artificially suppressing, well, not artificially, but suppressing their testosterone or raising their testosterone and doing the experiment such as Ross suggests, and that produces a definitive answer to this question, I think completely ignores the fact that a lot of these studies are being used to justify the restriction of kids from playing sports. And so I think there's a lot that we can talk about in regards to competitive advantage, the science around advantage, what's settled, what's not settled. But we also have to grapple with the fact that there isn't a scientific reason to restrict a 10-year-old from accessing sports. And that is in legislation that has passed across this country. And I'm speaking specifically about from a United States perspective here. But I do think it really holds weight in this discussion because there are implications that are affecting an entire community of people outside of whether or not it's fair for an elite athlete to transition and whether or not she still retains competitive advantage. That's an important question to answer, but we also have to do so in an ethical way that grapples with all of the fallout from engaging in what ultimately can be rhetoric that is damaging in ways that we perhaps did not expect.
That brings us back, I think, nicely to what Joanna said at the very beginning, which is this question of that the kind of conceptually this question as applied to elite athletes is very different from this question applied to non-elite athletes. And let's talk about that for a minute. So how do we uncouple, if these two things are distinct, how do we uncouple them? And what are the, if you had to kind of convince people to say that, well, Leah Thomas is not the modal athlete in this discussion. She's an outlier over here. There are, and there's a very, very small, presumably a very, very small number of elite trans athletes about whom this discussion is being, but a very large number of non-elite trans athletes.
I think very large is generous.
Well, compared to the number of elite athletes.
Correct. It's still a very small number of people.
So, how do we disentangle these two questions?
Well, what I would suggest is that at any level of sport where we're not doing drug testing and there's no money involved, that we allow people to compete in whichever gender category they feel most comfortable. And we should also probably look at doing things, because there are non-binary people in the world, we should look at perhaps at recreational levels of doing things other than splitting things into boys and girls, men and women. And there are all sorts of other ways we can divide or not divide sports. The sports like ultimate frisbee, are inherently co-ed sports. But at the level where money comes into play, and certainly in the United States, college scholarships involve a huge amount of money. And at national high school levels, there is drug testing involved. So at those sorts of levels, which are upper high school levels, then I think we have to do more than just use gender identity. But at any level below that, you know, we don't. And I think it's a very important question for sports governing bodies. If you're going to say that trans women can only compete if their testosterone is under 5 nanomoles per liter, well, that requires a blood test. Are you prepared to do blood tests? And the answer is almost invariably, no, they're not.
Can I just, is the issue not necessarily money, but selection? Because how do you, at the college level, there's no money. There might be scholarships that are earned.
But there's all kinds of money in college.
Lots of money.
It's not,
you can't be that
what I'm saying is you cannot always forecast that there is money there when the selection is made potentially years before. So is the issue not selection? Because the whole problem is that sport is a zero-sum game because it is interconnected along a pyramid that leads you to, we all talk about the Olympic Games, but 5 or 6 levels below that you're still on the same path. And so the concern for me would be that you break that pathway up. It's not money, it's the integrity of the pathway which it functions by virtue of selection. So is the exclusion not more likely to be successful if you base it on selection into teams as opposed to money?
I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at. Are you saying that we should exclude 10-year-old trans girls from teams because you're worried that we won't develop enough cis girls for college sports?
No, not at that age. Not at that age. But the moment you're on a pathway, and you'd know, here in the US, I mean, I'm not from here, but I know that your system is a very aggressive meritocracy. That's how sport functions. It's what's delivered you success in things like Olympic sports. And so, when the Leah Thomas thing, for example, is in the news, the challenge is that she's taking places away from people. And it's at a high enough level that it's close enough that you can start to see the implications of that. The same thing is true for CC Telfer at a high school. It's taking scholarships away from individuals. And just on that, broadly speaking, I always see headlines, we're banning, preventing access to sport. Regulating male and female categories is no more a ban than saying that a heavyweight can't fight against a lightweight is banning a boxer from boxing. It's not. It's the appropriate regulation of categories based on necessary recognized biological attributes. And so therefore I don't know if you can just delineate it based on there's money or there's not, because you can't always forecast and predict that.
So this taking places, I'd like to take issue with the taking places thing. I would suggest that in a general sense in society, that trans people belong in the spaces that they identify in. Before we got here, I used the women's restroom, and I firmly believe that's the restroom I should be using. You know, I buy women's underarm deodorant for whatever it's worth, right? So, you know, I think that trans women in general belong in women's spaces. And so if we accept that, and not everybody does, but if we accept that, then I would suggest that it's not you take a space, but I think if trans women as a group take a disproportionate number of spaces, and I would say, you mentioned Leah Thomas, I would say in the NCAA, there are more than 200,000 women competing every year. Trans people make up roughly 1% of the population. So based on that, we should be seeing 1,000, 2,000 trans women competing every year in NCAA sports. And yet, there's only a handful. There's undoubtedly fewer than 50 trans women, and most of them are hidden in the NCAA sports. Most of the reason for the underrepresentation is sociological, but the fact is that those 50 women, 50 trans women, by population, deserve 2,000 spots. So I could say that almost 2,000 spots that should go to trans women are being taken by cis women. And you say 1 spot for Leah. And so I think that if we are looking at an underserved, underrepresented population, you know, saying that 1 trans woman is taking spots, I think that's not true. I think you need to look at what happens on a population-wide basis.
I also,
Thank you.
wow, claps. I also think that when it comes to the notion of sports being a zero-sum game, for me, a lot of times, and I'm not necessarily pushing back against what you said, Ross, in regards to the usage of that language, it just made me think about how when we talk about sports, we operate from a place of deficit all the time and scarcity. There's not enough. There's never enough. There's not enough spaces, not enough money, not enough time, not enough access. And I wonder what would happen if we actually just funded women's sports. Like, what if we actually just gave women's sports what they deserve under the law in the United States? Like, any Title IX expert will tell you that the overwhelming majority, if not all, of the major institutions in the country are out of step and out of compliance with Title IX. We talk about, we're talking about Leah because, of course, she's in the news, but there are numbers of spots, arguably hundreds by some analysis, that should be available for women in the Ivy League that are not there because people are not compliant with Title IX. And so, from my perspective, I wonder what would happen if, instead of operating from a sense of scarcity, we instead looked at actually putting in a viewpoint that instead prefers abundance, just more for everyone. I don't think it would feel so existential in the way that it does now, and I want to acknowledge that it does feel existential for a number of women's sports advocates, for a number of athletes in women's sports, for a number of cisgender women, generally speaking, that this conversation feels like an existential threat to what they believe about themselves and also about how they see the world and undercutting their experiences. And I think that's important to acknowledge, and that's not always going to be something that is existential for transgender women. Just this is a very, very hard conversation. And I often think that one of the reasons it is so hard is because those of us who are invested in women's sports, who played girls and women's sports, understand the scarcity of that space. Mm-hmm. And so what if it just wasn't so scarce anymore?
As you're talking, I'm reminded of the legal adage, difficult cases make bad law. Mm-hmm. It strikes me that the Leah Thomas case is a difficult case that may lead us to is leading to some bad laws. And to your point, Katie, is the answer? Someone's holding up a sign, but I'm not wearing my glasses. What's that say?
It says 5 minutes left.
It says 5 minutes. Okay. Is one solution to this a kind of radical change in the way we publicly talk about this, where we spend a lot less time on the difficult cases and a lot more time on the easy cases? The easy case is what you just said. What if we made the space of women's sports so large that we didn't feel like it was existential, where everybody was welcome? But that's not the conversation we're having, right? The public conversation, the Fox News conversation, is about Leah Thomas. It's not about it's not about the easy case.
Yeah, I would agree. It's not about the easy cases, but I also think that there's an intense disagreement around what would be considered easy, right? There are people who very much believe that that there's a physiological basis for why we should sex separate sport at 5, 6 years old. I've had people say that to me, people who are in elected office. And so I have yet to find an endocrinologist who will say that to me, but that doesn't mean that that viewpoint isn't out there and that it's not underneath some of this legislation. So whereas I think there are absolutely folks who would believe that for kids, for recreational sports, the overwhelming majority of our sporting experience as adults is co-ed and recreational. So much of my childhood was spent, beating boys on the blacktop in basketball. That's a thing that I think describes much of a childhood experience. But we're focusing, of course, on this narrow time period in many people's lives, considering, and also on a narrow sporting experience. And that is trickling down to affecting a broad sporting experience in the context of legislation in the United States. And then also, I think, opening the door for other kinds of legislation that affects transgender people specifically and LGBTQ people more broadly. And so as an example of that, in 2016, right, when North Carolina passed HB2, there was such public outcry around the regulation and restriction of bathrooms in this way. I mean, a tremendous amount of public outcry, so much so that it killed other bills that were pending during that time, and Texas wouldn't even pass it the following year. And now, after the proliferation of passage and enactment of bills that affect transgender youth, we're seeing a tremendous amount of openness around bills passing that affect different slices of the experiences in public life of trans people and of LGBTQ people more broadly, and doing so with relative impunity. And that, to me, I think is a really important part of the conversation is if we're going to have a conversation and grapple with what it means to believe in transgender inclusion in sport as it pertains to competitive advantage, how that affects cisgender women, we also need to, I think, grapple with what does it mean when we're engaging in rhetoric that is undercutting the validity of the experiences of transgender people and the LGBTQ community broadly as well.
But all of which raises, I think, a really important point, which is, the notion you're describing a notion of backlash. That the backlash here is very strong. But does someone like Leah Thomas in that position, do they diminish or do they accelerate backlash? For example, should she and other transgender athletes break all the records of women swimming over the next 5 years? Does that make the job of the conversation you would like to have about non-elite sports and transgender athletes easier or harder?
Oh, harder. There's no question about that. I mean,
but wait, that's super interesting place to.
We don't have time, but yeah,
I know we don't have time.
Harder.
But this is this phenomenon that we're discussing, which is the elite sports are going in this direction, and the non-elite sports are going this direction, and success in this era may undercut success in the other side of the equation. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Yeah. I mean, Leah Thomas is, in public hearings that I have watched, she has been brought up specifically by name in the Arizona legislature and in the Indiana legislature. And we're talking about Leah now, but only 2 bills have been signed into law of the 11 that have actually been signed around this issue this year. 1 minute. I know I'm going to
what does that say?
It says 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute.
But now it's like 30 seconds.
All right, well, I'm going to wait. So let's all wrap up. I'll give you all a chance to wrap up.
But before Leah Thomas, there was Andrea Yearwood and Terry Miller in Connecticut. There was Cece Telfer. There was Juniper Eastwood. There are other examples that are used in a similar way. For a number of states that have considered and passed this legislation, they were talking about Andrea Yearwood and the Connecticut case, as it is often referred to. And so there's...
Sorry, your time's up.
Yes, my time's up. So period, that's all.
All right. So I would say
Thank you.
that if we let trans women compete in women's sport, then we have to let them win. Not win disproportionately, but win, at least some of the time.
I would conclude by saying that all the examples that have just been mentioned, and there are others, Thomas, Hubbard in the Olympic Games, they are predictable manifestations of what the policy currently says, combined with what the data currently says. So the data is clear that there are retained advantages which predict that a person will gain or improve rank when they make the transition from men's into women's sport, and that will continue to happen more and more often. Now, you could argue that we should make some exceptions case by case. There are many reasons not to go, in my opinion, down that particular route, but they are a manifestation of the policy. They're not the things making the law.
Yeah. Our time is up. I didn't actually get to any audience questions. I apologize for that. I kept looking, and there just wasn't, this seemed more vital. But thank you all very much for I feel like we were just getting to the point where the conversation was getting interesting, but we have to stop. But I appreciate all of you joining us today.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending the 2022 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Tim Miller. I'm a first-year MBA student, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next panel, which is NFTs, Ownership, and Utility, outlining the path forward for digital assets. As a reminder, today's panel is sponsored by Ticketmaster, and Ticketmaster is driving innovation, partnering with clients to connect sports fans with digital collectible NFTs at scale by unlocking a whole new way for fans to extend their game day experience. Ticketmaster and Ticketmaster teams are building together and building the future of live. And as a reminder, up on the screen, you can see there's the QR code to scan to access the specific NFT for today's panel. So our panelists today, we have Rachel Jacobson, who's the president of the Drone Racing League, Mickey Maher, the SVP of Platform and Blockchain Partnerships at Dapper, Sam Rubenroyd, Director of Club Business Development at the NFL, and Daryl Morey will be our moderator, and he's the President of Basketball Operations for the 76ers. So for a logistics standpoint, this panel will go for 45 minutes with an additional 10 minutes for Q&A. And please use the hashtag up on the screen, Future of Sports NFTs, to submit questions for the panel.
On Twitter?
On Twitter, yes,
Yeah.
on Twitter. So, off to you, Daryl.
All right. Thanks. I'm excited to be here. Thanks to everybody.
Thank you.
I'm very Q&A heavy, so send questions in. I always say, as long as I'm taking questions, I know one person's interested, so we're ahead of the game. We have a great panel, a good mix of both folks that do the underpinnings of the technology and then folks who are building applications and companies on top of it. I'm going to start with Mickey and take you back a little bit, because at Dapper, you guys had to make a very fundamental decision early, which was what blockchain you were going to build on for your own applications, and then also the ones that you're going to use to enable other products, which you've had a lot of success as well.
Yeah.
Take me to that decision and why you guys chose that.
Well, ultimately, what the company wanted to do at its founding was, in much the same fashion they've done it previously on other platforms, emerging technologies, is look at blockchain as more than just a cryptocurrency or a financial trading platform and make a home for applications. So the initial concept was that we looked at Ethereum, smart contracts, et cetera, and we said we can build applications on this platform and drive mass market adoption to it. So at that point is when we decided to create something called CryptoKitties. And in creating CryptoKitties, our CTO actually more or less invented the NFT. He wrote the ERC-721 standard in creating CryptoKitties. And what CryptoKitties allowed us to do as a company is to understand very deeply what it was like to build in that environment and how the users behaved. And what we found was that users loved what we were doing. CryptoKitties was a success, drove mass market adoption somewhat, but ultimately we knew for many different reasons, for true mass market adoption, Ethereum was severely limited. And the outward perception, everyone can see this, everyone knows this, is high gas fees, not scalable, et cetera. But we knew it was deeper than that because we were building. Now, at that point, we didn't know that we were going to build a blockchain. What we did was we did 6 to 8 months of research, took a deep dive into 40, 50 different blockchains, projects, things that were live, layer 1s, layer 2s. We looked at everything that was viable. And what we found was that most, if not all of them, were taking an outsider's perspective of what was going on in Ethereum and building for that. So what I mean is they were strictly solving for scalability and gas, but not solving for all the things that we needed to solve for. And at that point, we decided we need to build our own blockchain if we're going to truly drive hundreds of millions or billions of users to blockchain technology. And that became Flow. And really, Flow is purpose-built for the mass market through easy onboarding, UX, UI design, payments, et cetera. So what the other blockchains are really missing is that critical piece, because the scalability and gas fees and low throughput of blockchains only come into play if you can actually onboard users in mass at scale. And we knew with CryptoKitties, our user onboarding funnel was a disaster. Like, try to have any normal NBA, NFL fan onboard into CryptoKitties, it's just not going to happen. So we led with Flow in the Dapper wallet product with fiat credit card payments first, so you could come into the Flow ecosystem and you could buy an NFT directly with a credit card. And that was the key, and that's the key to our success. And purpose building for that easy UX UI and onboarding is, I think, where all the other technologies kind of missed, and what we focused on, and that's a big differentiator of what Flow is.
Well, I think I'll come back to that, because I think a lot of the choices you made for the reasons you made also create some of the constraints that, where maybe some of your critics come in. And so I want to give you a chance to address that later, but I want to go to the NFL and Sam next. You guys, on the ticketing side, have been ahead of the game. And recently with the Super Bowl, you had, with your partnership with Ticketmaster, did ticketing there. And maybe you can talk about, you ended up through Ticketmaster using the Flow blockchain, why, the direction of that with Ticketmaster, and just what do you see as the vision of ticketing and how, enabling it on a blockchain, or what does that do? What is the value proposition for people who go to games, which everyone's familiar with going to games, but not familiar with now that their ticket is this advanced thing. So.
Sure, I'll keep it to 30 seconds.
You get much longer, Sam, and then Rachel's going to get a lot of time too.
Fair. I think
I took so much time.
I don't know.
that was a great answer.
That was for me. I wanted to hear that because I had a CryptoKitty and you guys switched, and so I always wanted to hear that. I never had. So go ahead.
Sure. I think first to start, thank you to Ticketmaster. Unfortunately, Brendan from the team couldn't join us, so we appreciate their support, and they've been great partners. I think to take it back a little bit, Jonathan Kraft spoke on a panel yesterday, mentioned a conversation he had with Commissioner going back to 2017 about putting tickets for Super Bowl on the blockchain. And, I think certainly the technology wasn't quite there at that point, but it's something that we've had our eyes on for quite some time. And, I think we're quite bullish on blockchain technology overall. And so, as we've continued our exploration, looking at where does it make the most sense to sort of take our foray into the blockchain and NFT space, certainly collectibles and ticketing just made logical sense given the ease of access and, fan familiarity. And so in partnership with Ticketmaster this past season, we launched our ticketing NFT program, beginning with the regular season, where select games, fans that attended games were eligible for an NFT. We released a limited number of NFTs for purchase at $10 a piece. Those sold out within 24 hours, gave out about 250,000 NFTs to fans that attended games over the course of the season. And, really our objective there was, one, to give the fans something that they could take away from the game. You think about in the past, we've all heard this before, but you go to a game, you have your ticket stub, you keep that in the shoebox under your bed. That doesn't exist anymore in that way as we've sort of pushed into mobile ticketing, and a lot of advantages that come with mobile ticketing, but you sort of lose that commemorative keepsake. And so I think this NFT is, to start for us, a way to replace that, and it's something that, we've heard time and time again from our fans. Learning curve on mobile ticketing, they get over that, and then they're just left with, well, it's a great experience now, but I like having my ticket shipped to me after the game. So I think this sort of took the place of that for the regular season, and then we progressed the program over the course of the postseason. Fans at every postseason games received an NFT. We did some interesting auction drops with historical tickets for Super Bowl. And as you mentioned, for Super Bowl itself, every attendee at that game received a customized NFT. And so, I think to start, it's really been focused on that commemorative keepsake that the fan can take away and say, I was there. And for Super Bowl, it's stamped with your section, row, and seat. And so that's sort of an evolution from what we were doing over the regular season, where go to a game, everybody gets the same NFT. This was sort of our first foray into customization. And so, you think about the long term, and I'm sure we'll get there, but how do you tie I was at that game to the highlight from that game? How does that unlock new and different experiences for you? And how do you bring that into a number of different worlds? So, blockchain ticketing aside, I think for us that the first foray was, let's look at the commemorative space, make that a keepsake for the fan, and we're excited about where it can go.
So I think people understand the high end, which is the Super Bowl is amazing this year. You go to Kobe's 80-point game, and if you had people see that. But going back, since you referenced Robert Kraft, I'll go back, not Robert, Jonathan Kraft, I'll go back to Gary Vee at the opener yesterday. What about the flip side? What happens if you go to any Super Bowl from most of the time when I was between the ages of 20 and 35, and every game was won by 40, and they're leaving all disappointed? What about on the? I'm just curious. Like, have you guys thought about the flip side?
Yeah, and I think we look closely at the engagement rates. So over the course of the season, we gave out over 500,000 NFTs free to fans, and we can talk about using that as sort of an inroad into the NFT space. But I think the engagement across the board was incredibly high. We were seeing email open rates of those NFTs that we deployed at 75% plus, which was largely unheard of. We were seeing click-through rates of 60% plus, and so it wasn't just the fans that were excited about going to the game and their team won. We really didn't see much drop-off between the team that won, if it was a home game of the team that won versus a home game of the team that lost. So I think in any scenario, if you're at the Super Bowl, I certainly take it for granted having been to a number now, but that's an incredible experience for a fan to be at. And so, I do in fact have the shoebox under my bed of all those tickets that I went to growing up and have some pretty incredible moments in there. And so not every one of those is going to be worth, $1,000 down the road. We did see a pretty robust secondary market for these tickets. And, you look at Ben Roethlisberger's last game, Tom Brady's last game, like you start to see some interesting resale behavior around those specifically. But I think, it's more holistic than just what is the value of this on the secondary market. I think it becomes how do you sort of profile the fan who was at that game, and then you buy a jersey, you get that NFT that ties you to that player, and you are a fan of that team. And I think, that's, again, for us, putting the fan at the center of that. How do you unlock more personalization, customization, and sort of that one-to-one fan experience that right now is a little bit more disjointed given all of the different partnerships we have and, how that flows through the league.
I'll move on to Rachel, but I see how people can now sort of understand it's new. Like if you get the first one, I'm more curious how it'll map forward when you get 5-10 years down the road. But I'm very excited Rachel's here, the president of the Drone Racing League. I bet, show of hands in the audience, how many people have heard of the Drone Racing League yet? Oh, geez, I love our
I'm doing a good job. I get to stay.
I love our conference. Okay, I thought that was going to be much less. I will say, to toot the conference's horn, we were the first to cover drone racing. We had it 5 years ago here at the conference and upset the Heinz Convention Center they made us put nets around to make sure the drones couldn't ruin the walls, which was ridiculous, but whatever. Sorry, Heinz. So you guys have, starting a drone racing league is one thing, like just an entire new league, innovative, very exciting if people haven't checked it out. But you're not stopping there on being like forward-thinking and innovative. You're jumping all the way to having a drone racing sort of game built on the blockchain. And tell me about that decision versus just, to me, if I'm launching a new league, I might be like, let's get the league right before we start doing all these offshoots, But you guys you've clearly thought deeply about why you're doing these, this drone game. So take me through that decision to launch that as well.
Yeah.
No, it's not launched yet. About to launch, but.
No, great question. I think for us, I came from stick and ball sports, 21 years at the NBA, so we'll get to some overlap there. But when I came to the Drone Racing League, as Daryl said, this is building a new sport. This is building the next generation of fans that are growing up looking at drone racing as the new playing field of sports, really beyond, the 75, 100-year-old properties that have been out there. So one of the things early on is I became just obsessed with the data about our fans. And really, when you look at that data, Daryl, like that really drives the intention around where you are going to spend your time to build millions of people to care about what you're doing and feel like they have a skin in the game. So knowing that our fan base was young, tech savvy, really the Gen Z, they wanted quick, fast, sparkly, when you look at, you know, the lights on the drone. So when we jumped in on the tech side, we spent 2 years perfecting the tech. Like, these drones have to fly. To your point, I don't know what happened before I showed up there.
How big are the drones? Ours were small here.
No, so our racing drones should have the dimensions. Like, I'm usually holding, oh, there you go. There you go. So you get a little bit of the sizing there. But our drones, we hand build ourselves at our office on 27th Street. So as many marketers that I have running around and partnerships people, we have brilliant engineers that every day wake up and perfect drones that go 0 to 90 and navigate around the most complex courses. But our fans are really sophisticated. And when you talk about making sure you don't have the friction, it's fast, it's, you know, from an education standpoint, like they feel like they know what they're getting themselves into. Like, we had all of that in play, but we saw that they loved betting and they loved crypto. And wanting to give them skin in the game, we went out and we partnered with Algorand that are the brilliant engineers out of MIT, because we wanted a partnership with the technology company. And I think that's really important about our intention to go into this space, because we didn't just want a logo on a building. You know, I don't have a building, we fly at football stadiums, but we needed a technology company that could come partner with us and really build an education that there wouldn't be that friction. It would be easy for people to get involved. And it has led us to literally putting out a play-to-own game that we announced at CES, the tech conference in Las Vegas, in front of thousands of people, that if you never fly a drone, you can, you know, in this play-to-own game that we are working on with Playground Labs. That's, you know, $1.5 billion fund that's putting games out there. So for us, it's really about the tech has to work, the drones have to fly, and it's got to be a great experience. Because, like I said, we don't have 100 years to get it wrong, but we have all the playbooks of the other sports to get it right.
And not to get too technical, but I will. I'm like the tech guy, so sorry. Did you just not talk to Mickey? Why did you go with Algorand? Or what happened? Yeah. Why did you choose them, I guess, is the...
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing was early on, I think when everyone got their education, it was through the NBA and Top Shot. I mean, I know what Top Shot did. I think back at why I love sports, and I'm back in the industry, but I love technology and innovation. And now when you couple that trifecta there, it's, you know, pure nirvana. We talked to Dapper early on, but they had their hands full. You know, and I think as Mickey knows that, they wanted to get it right too. And when you have something like a behemoth of the NBA, you have, you know, a very single focus of making that right and now moving on to other sports. So, you know, for us, we wanted to be that sport, you know, that technology company to partner with Algorand to be the star in the stable.
Right.
And that's
Are you their top sort of game that's on their platform?
So we're going to be the first game that's brought on Algorand's blockchain. And since we announced in September, you know, we're building our sport on the blockchain. So NFTs obviously is like, you know, the low-hanging fruit, I would say. It's got to have utility now and all those other fun things beyond the artwork. But, you know, really for us is we wanted a partner that could be singularly focused on us as well. And then we'll expand the category as we think about where was this category 2 years ago, and now it's one of the top spenders in sports.
And to your point, it is MIT, so, you know, that is good.
I'll get her over one day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like it. I like it.
You heard it here.
This is for everyone, on whoever wants to address this. That's, you know, I think with crypto, NFTs or whatever, since I'm deep into it and everyone on this panel is, and probably a lot of the audience, I would say there's a really good percentage of people you talk to about it, somewhere between 30 and 50, who just are like, what the heck are you doing with that? You're ruining, you know, all these negative things. So I'd love to give you guys a chance, and if you guys miss any things that I've heard, I'm going to like zing you, because we've all heard it. What are the common like criticism, misconceptions that you hear when you're describing your ideas and what you're building, and how would you address them?
Well, one we hear often is, why am I going to pay money for an image or something?
Oh, the right clickers.
The right clickers. I love the right clickers. I love the right clickers.
All right.
So,
come on, that's a softball, but you can take that one first. That's good.
Yeah. So look, I mean, I use all kinds of analogies here, but the token that's behind the art or the image is what gives it legs and meat. Much like if you have a physical sports trading card, let's say, it's the cardboard, the material is kind of what it makes it the thing or a thing. The token or the tokenization of the image on the blockchain or the art on the blockchain is what makes it the thing. So to say like, I'm going to right-click that image and now I have what you have, is to say that I'm going to take a photo of your Mickey Mantle rookie card and now we both have a multi-million-dollar investment sports card in our hands. It's the same thing. It's just a very difficult bridge for people to get over, because one is physical and they can touch it and it makes sense, and the other is digital and it's abstract, but it's the exact same concept.
Can I make it a little more uncomfortable?
I would love that.
Yeah, so this is more of a question on flow.
Yeah.
So, you know, obviously you have the videos of the plays,
Yeah.
NFL All Day or Top Shot. Are they actually on the blockchain?
No, of course not.
Okay. So you're not even buying the image on the blockchain. You're just buying a pointer to some other image. So
correct.
You've just bought a pointer.
But
I'm just playing the other side right
now. Yeah, you are playing the other side, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, you own the token. You own that thing, much like you own the T-shirt, the NBA T-shirt that you bought from the NBA store or the NBA trading card. You own those things. The NBA or any IP holder would have the same rights that they have in the physical world. I can't print I can't buy my LeBron James T-shirt and then go and use the LeBron James logo or the image to build my own business, deface it, do whatever I want with it, right? So the IP holder is always going to retain those rights. But at the end of the day, yes, the image isn't on the blockchain, the video's not on the blockchain.
Some of them are, but...
Yeah, but you don't want to put a video on a blockchain because it becomes expensive, it slows it down. So the solution for that is that there are decentralized networks that hold images, that hold videos, that act as the storage housing for the images or the videos that you own. So the pointer is pointing to something that is also decentralized, that's made specifically for images, videos, or assets.
So those pointers go to something that is also immutable, is the...
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Others, what?
Yeah, I think we may face a somewhat similar but also different challenge than Dapper, in that we're not necessarily talking to the avids here, and they're certainly a part of it, but we've really been focused on building something for a broad base. And again, pointing back to that 500,000 number that we distributed, that's probably in many cases the first time someone has received an NFT or even potentially heard of it. I think our research shows about 2/3 of our fans have heard of NFTs, but less than half of them actually know what it is, own one, sort of have experience with it. So I think our challenge is less about speaking to that avid, crypto, NFT, blockchain community, and more just education around what is this. And so, as part of the ticketing NFT program, we never really spoke to it as an NFT. It was, you're getting a virtual commemorative ticket. That is something that our fans are familiar with because they obviously know what a ticket is. They know the commemorative piece of it, and they know virtual. If they want to dig in and understand, what is that minted on, what blockchain, all of that, they can go down that path. But as far as the 65-year-old season ticket holder in Green Bay, Wisconsin needs to know, they got an email and they clicked it and it shows a cool spinning ticket that, that sort of commemorates their game. And so I don't even know if we're as far along on that path that we need to really advocate for what the value is here. I think for us, it's more just about what key learnings can we take from this and how can we bring our fans using the value of our IP and the fan base that exists and sort of usher them into a new age. And again, you look back 2, 3, 4, 5 years on mobile ticketing, fans are saying, no, I got my ticket, I hand it off to Mickey and I go into the game. We had to sort of educate them on what's the value of mobile ticketing, and obviously the data, and there's a ton of enhancements that we as a league and Ticketmaster and others get, but ultimately it creates a better fan experience. I would say we're still in the very early stages of that on the NFT side, and so I can't tell you where we're going to go 5 years from now, and maybe that's what the critics would say. What is this going to look like in 10 years? We don't know. I don't think anyone here will know what the future of blockchain ticketing or NFTs look like, and so I think for us, it's putting the fan first and say, how do you create something that's a value to them? And we certainly saw headlines around it's a cash grab, and first ones we put out were $10. I don't think we issued anything for more than a couple $100, really just to get the learnings. And you certainly wouldn't put 500,000 of these out in the market if you were trying to maximize the value here. So for us, we're still very much in the infancy stages of that on the ticketing side and trying to take as many learnings as we can, and ultimately usher or potentially drag in, this entirely new fan base that's maybe never interacted with an NFT before.
So I'll stand the criticism. This will be the uncomfortable part of the panel. So what you're saying makes 100% sense. You guys are actually trying to run real companies that, are easy to use. Like, we all know what consumers want. They want to have experiences. They want to have easy to use things. But everything you just said, you're trying to put it on a blockchain, and maybe it's a little more where Mickey and I come in. It's actually a horrible technology to build stuff on. So you could have done just a commemorative virtual ticket on Ticketmaster's back end, whatever that is. It doesn't need to be a blockchain. I'm not saying you don't necessarily need to answer this, but like why don't you? Is it just for marketing to do it, or is there actually some advantages to how you're building your that it's an NFT on a blockchain?
Yeah, I think that's what we're trying to piece out. I don't think we are going to stand here and say, we're going to be on blockchain ticketing in a year, 2 years, 3 years. And I think to play devil's advocate,
yeah.
With mobile ticketing, we have a lot of the advantages that often get cited as part of blockchain technology.
Mm-hmm.
People say you've got an immutable record of chain of custody. Well, with mobile ticketing and the network, the open ticketing network that we built at the league, if Mickey buys a ticket and transfers it to Daryl and transfers it, we see all of those transactions. We have that record. We share in the economics on the marketplace. So I think as we think about what does the future of ticketing look like for us, again, we're not coming at this from a place of what is blockchain and then how do we apply it. I think we're looking at what are the business challenges that we're trying to solve. Maybe there's a place for blockchain, maybe there isn't. Again, I think we're bullish on the technology overall, but I'm not going to sit here and say we need it or it's going to be the future for us. I think that's something that, like any technology, we continually assess and we'll make those decisions in due time. And maybe the technology evolves and it's not quite there yet, but I think for us, again, it's really just about putting as many lines in the water as we can and sort of testing those waters and see what comes out of it.
Yeah, I would say the market has a pretty rudimentary perspective and understanding of what NFTs are and what they could be. And ticketing, ticket stubs on the blockchain, it's less about it being an NFT. That's part of it. And being an NFT allows you to truly own the thing, which means you can take it with you wherever, you can sell it, you can trade it, you can use it for other purposes, etc. But really what the power of all this is like the smart contract infrastructure that's underneath it that allows NFTs to exist. So smart contracts can, in ticketing, they could do a lot of things. I mean, one thing that I think Ticketmaster, if he was up here, they would talk about is within a smart contract, if your ticket's on the smart contract, will allow Ticketmaster to capture the secondary market or scalping value of those tickets, right? So you can write a smart contract that has, if the ticket's resold, the originator of it, Ticketmaster or the NFL, et cetera, gets a share of that. So when the Super Bowl ticket sells for $3,000 face value, scalpers are on the secondary market selling it for $20,000. If it sells for $20,000, Ticketmaster, NFL, whoever can share a piece of that upside. And that's just one aspect of it. And the next thing I'll say is probably going to get us down a rabbit hole we might not want to go yet, but there's this composability aspect to smart contracts, which is essentially the openness, and they function as open APIs. So it's when people sit up on stage, and Zuckerberg might argue with me, but that's fine. People sit up on the stage and they talk about the metaverse. And it always goes to virtual goggles, virtual worlds, I'm living in the world. I don't know, that might be where it ends up, but that's not what the metaverse is. That's a way for you to potentially experience a metaverse or realize a part of a metaverse. What happens here is, you can think of like the metaverse as this spider web of technology. And one piece of that is the ticket, or the NFT ticket. And that is what tracks kind of your, in real life, affinity to a brand or a property. So if I have season tickets, I go to the Super Bowl, all those things are being tracked on the blockchain, they're within the smart contract. And then if that smart contract is also connected to NFL All Day, EA Madden, all these other digital properties, you can start to build this metaverse around your customers. You can build customer profiles, you can give them the experiences they want, and then they can live in the NFL world connected through all of this intertwining of smart contracts and the web that's on the blockchain. So that's the way I would think about it.
I want to wrap this up, and I'll get Rachel's thoughts on this, but just to bring it to the reality, someone who went to the Super Bowl this year, they want to sell their virtual ticket from it. Mm-hmm. They can't go to OpenSea. Where can they go to sell it right now?
So any of the tickets that we released, you can resell. You can take it to OpenSea.
Oh,
you can. So, and we've seen, very robust secondary market activity.
Right. What are they going for?
Depends on the ticket, and I think that's where, again.
So that's bizarre if you think about it.
No.
No longer where you sit matters.
No, sorry. I mean, from which game you were at, how many we released. So we
I was
released,
just saying the Super Bowl this year. That's one game, or am I?
Yes, but we released for all of the postseason games as well as 20 regular season games.
Okay,
so again, if you were at Tom Brady's last game, if you were at
what's going for the most right now?
So we released a limited number per team at the start. Those we're seeing in the thousands. I would say on average, the tickets for an average game are going for a couple hundred, and then, a ton
What's
of variability.
Tom Brady's last game? I want to know which one's going for the most. Which one's worth the most right now, roughly?
Right, so because the game-specific NFTs, we released 70,000, you've got a lot more supply versus some of the limited numbers. So yes, the Brady game and the Roethlisberger game, those are the highest from a game perspective, but then for the limited number we released per team, we put 100 out there per team. Those are selling for higher.
Yeah, because there's only 100
scarcity.
versus
Right.
70,000.
Exactly.
I understand. Rachel,
are we pivoting yet to James Harden racing me with his drone?
So you told me James Harden has a drone. This is amazing.
Yes, he does.
The layers on James.
You worry about him on the court. I'll worry about his drone flying.
I worry about him off the court,
and then we'll
too.
make it into an NFT, right?
Drone racing sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
When you tell people about your use of the blockchain, what you must talk to people who say, oh, like what are their criticisms? What are they? when they're criticizing it or not understanding it, maybe? What
Yeah,
do they
I mean,
say?
it's my parents. You know, what do you
Okay, yeah.
what do you
So
do
what do you
on
tell
a
your parents?
Saturday when you're not at your daughter's championship game? And I said, well, you know, I'm at this conference talking about blockchain. We don't understand. No, it's not just my parents. It's just
They don't think you're ruining the environment, or like what are these? You must hear these things.
I'll take that one. I'll let her go, but I'll take the environment one.
We need to hear from.
Yeah, I know.
because sustainability is important, right? We're not ruining the environment. No, it's an education. I think like anything, there is that friction when you grew up, you feel like you know every rule in baseball or football, or you name the sport, how many players on the field, you know what the signals are when the referee comes out. But this is a whole new landscape. And for companies that didn't want to embrace technology, I'll use that as kind of like the barometer, a number of years ago, you're going to go out of business. Like everyone's lives runs on tech, who's got their phone, who's got, like, you're always connected. It's your lifeline to anything. And it is the same thing. Like if you are not getting educated on what is happening in this space, you're completely losing this next generation of fans and customers. And that's how we feel. Like we go to the education side of things because what people don't understand, they don't embrace. If they understand it, is half the battle. So if we can educate them, and it's not just on this industry, you know, it used to be about nutrition and physical activity, it still is, when I was at the NBA, but like for us, STEM education, like it's gotta start at the elementary school level to really empower young girls, young boys, and when they're empowered with information, they're gonna grow up feeling like they can embrace these areas of tech and, you know, blockchain and what have you. So listen, there's so many naysayers that are like, all this money that got put on arenas, hundreds of millions of dollars to put a logo on there. I'm like, I will take that money, I will put it into education, because that's the way to empower people to make better decisions about getting involved. Like, sure, can you lose your shirt? Can you make a lot of money?
Can I ask something there, actually? I'm curious, you probably face a different challenge than we do, whereby we've got an older fan base trying to bring in new fans. You're starting with younger native fans. How do you then bring that back up? And to the point on blockchain and NFT, how do you educate that older fan base? Not just about the NFT piece, but also how do you bring them to the table on the sport overall, so you're not disenfranchising someone who says, I don't understand any of that, I'm just not going to engage?
Yeah. I mean, our sport's pretty simple. Like, in terms of the heats are a minute, there's pilots that are athletes, and literally our drone is like our ball or our stick. So we are multi-generational. It's just, if you look at 4 million people on TikTok, they love our content too. But Sam, when you asked the question about not wanting to alienate, we're really then intentional about content delivery and making sure that we tell the stories of 6 years ago, what my boss was doing in the backyard, hand taping the battery on the drone to fly, but having the Harvard education and really the ambition to say, like, I want the sport that'll be, you know, for the future now. Like, I want kids to grow up in a world that athletes don't have to be the fastest ones, you know, on the field. That if you love technology, there is a place for you. So I think it's where you look at our broadcasts on linear, that is made for an older audience. You look at the streams on Twitter, that is made for kind of a middler to younger. And you look at TikTok, and there's 4 million people that are probably my daughter to 24 years old that are looking at the content there. So it's a great question. I think other sports have it more difficult than we do at 6 years old, because basically our entire future, our best days are ahead, versus just embracing Jordan's last days, or, you know, how far Tom Brady's going to throw a football when he's on the field.
Interesting.
So I was going to tell you not to do environmental because it's such a nonsense narrative and you guys aren't even relevant in it. But apparently it's our #1 question from the audience. So now
I'm going to nail this one, Darryl.
I'm going to let you answer it, and then I'm going to really hammer it because it's so ridiculous that people listen to this narrative.
Yes. So I'm not going to talk about Bitcoin because there's arguments on both sides. If you want to handle that, you can. But
yeah, I can even take those. But
yeah. Look, proof of stake, these next generation blockchains, which is part of what makes them scalable, et cetera, it also makes them sustainable. We know this, but we get this pushback from the market. So we went out and we had Deloitte do an independent audit of the Flow blockchain. And the report actually came back that we are the most environmentally and sustainable blockchain of the major ones in the market today. But that's self-serving, but basically what it shows is that the proof-of-stake blockchains, the next-gen blockchains, are all sustainable, are all environmentally friendly. And one of the data points that we share, which is part of this study, is, for example, a transaction on the Flow blockchain uses less energy than a Twitter post, a Google search, or an Instagram post. So for everyone on Twitter complaining about how environmentally bad blockchains are, you're using more energy with that post than a proof-of-stake blockchain is using to process a transaction.
Yeah, look, it's all confirmation bias. There are quite a few people don't like crypto, and there are very good reasons not to like crypto. But the environmental one is complete and utter nonsense. First off, proof of stake is like you just said. You just need to know the technology. It's literally no different than every piece of software on Earth. And then the non proof of stake, are people mad that people are storing YouTube videos? Like that stores huge amounts of energy and data. Right, so there should be multiple articles on how YouTube's ruining the environment, and there isn't. It's people going from I don't like crypto, I'm going to find some argument that people will grab onto. It's complete nonsense.
That is the truest statement I've ever heard.
It's complete nonsense.
Yeah.
No, look, the scammers are coming into crypto. Yes. Like that's a real issue. People are losing money, and so people early in time. Going back to Gary Vee, and I would make you. I told you to make you uncomfortable before. Gary Vee. Yesterday, people came early into Top Shot. A lot of them are sitting on things that are worth a lot less than what they had before. Are you guys as a company, and it's fine if you're not, thinking about how to provide more value to some of these people whose collections are maybe worth less? Now, most of them are up. I'm not trying to, but there are people who have down.
We hear about it on Twitter daily.
Okay.
You're not asking anything new. Yes, I mean, we're building a product. Mm-hmm. We care about the people that use the product. We want them to be happy. We want them to enjoy the product. So we look at that every day, and we try to address those issues every day into building a better product. And I would say yes, what you see today with our products is just the beginning. We are constantly looking at how to bring more value to the ecosystem, how to bring more use cases, the buzzword of the day is utility, how to bring more utility to Top Shots and everything we do. Thus, creating value, but creating things beyond just the financial value. These things should prove your fandom or how much you're engaged with something, and that should be rewarded with something else. So we look at how to, sustain the marketplace value in terms of actual money, but we also look on how to extend value for owning the things that we bring to market.
It said I'd be Q&A heavy, so I'm going to jump to some of the Q&A. I guess one more skeptical. What happens to NFTs if the internet crashes or cyber attacks happen or governments cut off the internet, things like that? I think that's more of a general crypto question. Does anyone want to take that?
I'll throw that to you.
I mean, I can't. I don't want to be the only one talking, but I'm happy to.
Well, now we can blame the audience.
You can be the crypto.
Well, if the internet goes down and globally, I think we're in bigger trouble than my NFT collection. But it's decentralized technology. So, Flow, for example, I don't know how many. Daryl's got an Ethereum node, I think. I don't know how many there are. But Flow, for instance, I don't know, there's something like 500 nodes being run, and they're being run in probably 60 different countries by 350 individual entities, et cetera. So if the United States decides to ban crypto or NFTs or anything, or whatever, there's still going to be 59 other countries where these nodes are being run, right? So it would have to be a global catastrophe that would kill these networks. I mean, we saw it with Bitcoin. China banned Bitcoin, and all the Bitcoin mining just left China and moved elsewhere. And Bitcoin had a blip when that happened, but it didn't kill it. It sustained itself, and it's part of why these things have value, because they're so hard to kill, almost when they're decentralized, almost impossible to kill.
This might be more of a question for Rachel or Sam. So it's like, how do you guys think about the IP? So I'm wearing this Bored Ape shirt, which they've given if you own the NFT, you own the IP. How is that happening for, say, NFL All Day or the game you're creating? How have you guys thought about that?
I mean, mine's kind of an easy answer is, in building the sport, we own the ecosystem right now. So the players, the drones, the race stack, like all of the elements, the visual imagery, the past content is all ours because we've aggregated all of it. It gets clearly more complex for the other leagues because they have separate entities that control many of those rights. But for us right now, and what makes it attractive when you talk about marketers that aren't sure how to get involved, you then make it that much harder to go negotiate with us, the players, the media rights, when we become a one-stop shop. If you want to be in our play-to-own game, as we build these unbelievable universes and tracks, we operate it. Like, we build to scale there, so it makes it easier.
Yeah, and I would say, Mickey can probably tell you it's not easy to negotiate with the league because it is fragmented, as Rachel said.
Wonderful.
And I think because of that, we've made the decision to sort of centralize that at the league level. And whereas other leagues and entities have sort of allowed clubs to go out and negotiate their own deals and their own rights, we've retained that at the league level as we would any other licensed product. And so I think that gives us a bit more flexibility or fluidity to sort of adjust and pivot without having 32 teams doing 32 different things in the market. But there's a lot of stakeholders in terms of the NFLPA and others that you have to work through. So shorter answer is it's not easy and it's highly complex.
Yeah, I think it's a real challenge because there's obviously the culture where crypto and blockchains and NFTs came from. There's a strong segment that is like wants to own the IP behind there. So I think that's a challenge, especially leagues and these, those on the stage have to deal with. So.
Yeah, when we created CryptoKitties, the users.
I own my CryptoKitty?
Well, yes, you do.
Oh, good. Right.
And we actually.
Well, I didn't know that the imagery was mine.
Yeah, well, so it is, but well, not a real but. So users started to use CryptoKitties in other ways. So when we created CryptoKitties, we were truly pioneers, and we didn't really think about IP rights, right? It was just like, okay, the users own it, and they own everything. And then users started to use it to monetize and make money and do all kinds of other things. So we took a look at it, and we tried to write, I forget what the document was, but we tried to be thought leaders and write up a document on how you treat IP rights in this space. And we had kind of rules around what you could do. You could monetize it up to $100,000 and X, Y, and Z. So we tried to do that. It never took off and never gained adoption across NFT projects. But we were thinking about it back in 2018, and it's a complicated issue in this space. And I think the projects that launch, or NFT projects that launch, kind of will have their own rules and own ideas and own terms of service around IP rights, and it's kind of up to the creator.
This is probably for you, Sam. So this is a challenge in sports leagues because that's what I work into. The question specifically is, as you start to cater to, you know, NFT ticketing, Top Shot, all these new segments or whatever, how do you, like, folks who are your diehards currently, season ticket holders, things like that, how do you make them feel like they're not being left behind as you go off and work on your new bells and whistles?
Yeah, that was actually my question for Rachel. So I think it's a great question, and I think going back to what I touched on before, like we are purposely doing this for a broad base. We're not speaking to the collectors or the speculators, and we're intentionally not catering towards them. And so as you think about how we
aren't those collectors and speculators?
I think, you know, we're not, to your point, looking for someone to be left holding the bag on, you know, I thought this was going to go up in value. We're trying to create more organic value. If I was at that game, this has intrinsic value to me. Then you go to what kind of experiences does this unlock and all the you know, the network that Mickey touched on. So I think we were very intentional, as I mentioned. Like, we don't refer to these as NFTs. We don't say anything about blockchain. As you know, at the base level, at least on the ticketing side, you're getting this cool commemorative ticket. Anyone can identify with that. There's not this huge barrier to entry of, all right, I got to create my wallet. Like, Ticketmaster did all of the heavy lifting of creating 500,000 wallets and dropping these automatically into the wallet. So you don't have to worry about converting your crypto to fiat, and you don't have to worry about, you know, creating your wallet and all of that. We tried to keep those barriers to entry as low as we possibly could.
We have one more question. I guess our timer's a little off. I'll finish with softball, which is, what are you most excited for, you know, in the crypto NFT space, for the NFL, for Dapper? I think we know yours, though. You have your new exciting game coming up, but maybe you have others. So,
yeah, I would say it's the evolution of all of it. I couldn't tell you where we're going to be in 5 years, but you look at, you know, where our NFT is going to be, what are the applications for blockchain technology. I think this has been discussed on pretty much every panel I've sat in to some extent about fractional ownership or whatever it may be.
Fractional ownership really blows people's minds. So it's like, I don't even own the image. I own just a few pixels of a possible image. Yeah, right. That's even just a pointer. Yeah, that one really messes people up.
Right. So I think for us, it's really just early days of the internet here, and we're excited about all of the value that this can unlock ultimately for our fans. I can't point to one thing and say this is where we're going to go with it. I think it's really just us trying to do those test and learn opportunities and see what's going to stick here.
You know, when we set out to build Flow, we actually, we didn't kind of see the market manifest itself like it has, right? We saw it from like a gaming application type perspective. And we built Flow and the Flow Cadence smart contract language to supercharge something called composability. And I alluded to composability earlier, but essentially what composability is it allows users, developers, community members to build on top of experiences, almost like an open API. So what I'm most excited about is to see this market, I don't know if it happens this year or the next year, but see this market go where we ultimately know it's going, where games, virtual worlds, properties, et cetera, become community built, thus community owned. So you can think of, you know, I'm going to build Bored Apes, and I'm just going to throw these digital art pieces on the blockchain, and then the users, the community members, the owners then start building Bored Apes virtual worlds, Bored Apes games, Bored Apes whatevers, and that just becomes this metaverse of Bored Apes that was built not by the original creator, but by the community.
Can I follow up on that? Because I was going to touch on that. So you surprised me by saying you could sell this ticket, but Top Shot all day, you can't go on OpenSea or LooksRare and sell those yet. Is that right? Or
not on those particular marketplaces, because
yeah, so
they're
which
not.
Marketplace can you do?
There's a number of Flow-specific marketplaces like Gaia, Blocktobe, Vive. You can take your Top Shots all day, et cetera, outside of the main marketplace and sell them on third-party marketplaces.
Yeah, so to follow up, what I think you were saying, just to say back what you said, is that there'll be, on Ethereum or Flow or whatever, there'll be these, maybe it's ballers, ballers, and people will be able to take, even though the original creators of it are here, people will be able to use that same, sort of NFT of that, your baller, the Mickey baller, which exists. You can look up his Mickey baller, and then use it in a different game. You could play pickleball with your Mickey baller.
So that's a great example, and I
don't know if it's great. But
well, it is, because I didn't set this up either. I got an email a couple weeks ago from two guys in New Jersey, and they said, hey, we found your email. Could you get us in touch with the Ballers people? Because we're building a fantasy game for the Ballers community, which they can use Ballers, and they don't need their permission to do that because the smart contract's open. But they wanted to reach the Ballers community to let them know that this thing's going to exist. These things are happening, and it's only a matter of time before you get that breakout hit.
Gotcha. What are you most excited about, Rachel?
Yeah, I mean, just to underscore, it's like the 10 things we haven't discussed here, and just looking at the guilds and the DAOs and just communities of people that are doing our work for us and telling us, like, we're most interested in Ballers, doing this other game. So I think there's like a lot of lingo that gets thrown around, metaverse, crypto, blockchain, and half the people don't really know what they're doing. But it's really about, what's to come here. We're at such the infancy stages.
Awesome. Thanks. Thanks, everybody, for telling me to wrap up, so we did it. Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for coming to the conference. My name is Gaurav Verma, and I'm a first-year MBA at MIT Sloan, and I'm pleased to present In the Trenches, the State of Football Analytics. Joining us today are panelists Brian Burke of ESPN, Mitch Schwartz, formerly of the Chiefs, Sarah Malapai from the Baltimore Ravens, and Kevin Demoff of the Los Angeles Rams. Our discussion will be moderated by Kevin Clark of The Ringer. Please direct the panel will last for 45 minutes with an additional 10 minutes for Q&A, which you can submit via Twitter via the hashtag #AnalyticsInTheTrenches, as you can see up on screen. Without further ado, I'll turn things over to Kevin to kick things off. Thank you.
Thanks, Gaurav. I was watching some of the panels from the past decade here over the past couple of days, and there was a preface for everyone that said analytics are on the rise in the NFL. And I remember being here in 2012, and there was one NFL person in the audience. It was Jim Caldwell, and my mind was blown. There was someone in the NFL actively embracing it. And I don't think we can preface it like that because analytics are no longer a novelty. They're no longer on the rise. They're here. I'm pleased to have four of the smartest people in football here to break this down, to tell the story, and basically to tell the story of modern football through analytics and specifically through the trenches. I want to start with you, Kevin. You just won the Super Bowl, and one of your rewards, you get a ring and you get the first question at Sloan. You guys, you've talked a lot about how you guys have used analytics, GPS data. Obviously, the draft strategy is something that's different. How did you guys use analytics to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, appreciate it, Kevin. I've been coming to Sloan since 2008 and been invited to speak, and I figure at some point the statute of limitations, if you don't win anything, they kick you off these panels because you're full of shit. So, I think ultimately for us, we are very heavy. We have been heavy on the analytics side probably over the last 6-7 years, really building up through the draft and through roster construction. Far more on that side, I think, than probably on the actual coaching and play selection side, although our head coach is amazing. But truly it's been, how do you look at your team differently? And I don't know if it's as much analytics, but how do you study the way the NFL is built? How do you take advantage of maybe some inefficiencies in the marketplace? I think one of the reasons that football analytics has always been slower to develop is in a salary cap system with shared revenue. You don't have innovation, is not as much of a need for smaller market teams. Yep. And so when you try to build it, you're trying to look at how do you do something that other people aren't doing that's not easily replicable on the field, right? Because all the analytics on the field, people can copy. They watch every game, they see it. So in your roster construction, you're trying to figure out how can we build a team a little bit differently to give us a chance to go compete, because the league is so efficient. The people are so talented throughout, both on the coaching, the playing, the front office side, that any small gains you can make. But we try to do it more in the decision-making and probably the player selection and roster composition than we do anywhere else.
So, Sarah, you work for the Ravens, which has been heralded over the past 5 years, let's say, as a team that's all in on analytics. And I'm curious, being inside of it, what does that mean? What does a buy-in on a franchise level to football analytics mean when you're inside of it?
So I think one thing that everyone that we work with is really good at acknowledging is that primarily people like me, we're statisticians. So inherently, the way that we process data and information is very different from a coach and a scout, even when we may end up coming to the same conclusions. And I feel really lucky that our scouts almost embrace that we have a different skill set and have that understanding instead of just shying away from it because we're not football guys. And I think that understanding really makes for open dialogue, especially when we may disagree on a play or something. But I think in terms of buy-in, something that I hear kind of often outside the building is that, analytics works in a sport like baseball because the people on the field, you can kind of isolate them. And it doesn't work in a sport like football because it's 11 moving people together. And I think that was always kind of weird to me because, we use modeling and analytics in fields like economics and finance and healthcare. And those are fields with a lot more unknowns and a lot less constraints, and we still use modeling there. And what I mean by unknowns and constraints is So in football, you're constrained to 11 people on the field, and all of those people are playing 1 to 3 different positions. You know, this is your down, this is your distance. You have 15 minutes and a quarter. You're constrained in that way. And then the unknowns, when you model, I think we're lucky that those don't really have to be unknowns. That's where our coaches and our scouts, they have their subject level expertise, and they come in and we say, you know, hey, we're trying to model something, or we're trying to build a new stat. These are our constraints, these are our unknowns, and this is where your input and your subject level expertise comes in. So it's not like when we build things out, you know, I have my analysis, they have their evaluation and their QC and whatnot, and it's not like they're clashing against each other. Like, they very much so know that their input is valued in our analysis. So I think it just makes for buy-in pretty easy.
Mitch, you basically played through a data revolution. When you think about the beginning of the last decade, there was almost no study into player evaluation on any deeper level aside from tape. By the end of your career, you had PFF, you had player tracking, you had next-gen stats. Take me through what you valued as a player, and now having left the game for a year and studying it more as an evaluator and a media member, what you've come to appreciate as far as evaluating players.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely cared most about stuff that affected me directly. So, you know, you show up Wednesday for game planning and they say, hey, you know, Denver's a 50% blitz team. And it's like, well, no, like Von Miller rushing isn't a blitz. Like, you're not a 50% blitz team. The 5 guys who are paid to rush shouldn't be counted towards a blitz. Or you face Pittsburgh and one guy's dropping, a guy's blitzing, they're only rushing 4 and they're an 8% blitz team. It's like, well, no, they're actually blitzing. It's just 4 guys rushing. So you get some stats like that, which are very like crude fundamental stats, and you're just like, well, that's not right. And so I tended to not look at too much from that perspective, because it just, you like to know what they're going to do all the time. If you don't have the absolutes, you can't live in a world of absolutes, but if 80% of the time the guy goes inside, well, if I know that, I'm going to start favoring that, and the 20% he goes outside, I'm going to get beat. So for me personally, I would take the onus to watch the film. The guy I'm going against, I would just kind of write down all of his moves, what he did, what he didn't do, you know, whether a guy is doing something more often, less often, what he's best at. You know, Von Miller, which you guys know well, he's an awesome player. Everyone knows the spin move. He does that once or twice a game. So if I go into the game and I try to take away just the spin move, well, he's going to blow by me 20 times on the outside. Like, you can't do that just because you watched him and your brain thought, oh, well, that's the best thing he does, I have to stop it. So kind of the fundamental charting of guys. And now that, you know, this past year I was out of it, and I always looked at data and stuff, but the more top-down view of what's efficient, what's not, the play action stuff, you know, a lot of the stuff Brian does, is really cool information. But for me on the field, it doesn't matter if I know, like, we should be running play action instead of running the ball. I still have to execute the run block. So you can only get so far into the weeds because you have so little control over it. But once you are able to get back, you can look at the efficiency stuff and see what teams should be doing, should not be doing, whether the team you're rooting for is, you know, a team that we deem as, you know, on the right path.
As you alluded to, Brian has done a lot of research into evaluating both sides of the line, what that looks like, how teams can quantify it. Brian, take us through your journey into quantifying that stuff and where we are now with evaluating both sides of the line.
Okay, so like the win rate stats, right, that evaluate the, you know, the play in the trenches. And so, yeah, kind of a funny story how that came to be. They kept, at ESPN, they kept asking us for separation at pass reception point, you know, and they kept asking over and over. So I was like, I'm just going to automate all this. And then I was like, kind of graphed it and animated, make sure it was working. And I was just, I'm going to just generate the separation between every player and every other player at each, you know, time step. And I was like, oh my gosh, these are all the blocks. So the closest play, it did a pretty good job just by that. And then we added in orientation, some other stuff. And it was just great just to see who was blocking who. Mm-hmm. And then it became fairly easy to kind of take the jump from there to, okay, we can evaluate a block win and a block loss. It's pretty simple relatively simple for the passing game. For the running game, it took a couple extra years.
Kevin, how have you changed as next-gen stats have come in and the GPS data has come in? The way you value the lines, I'm sure, listen, you have Aaron Donald, you have a very good offensive line. You guys understand how to do that stuff, but the evaluation process has changed how?
Look, I think the GPS data, and now that every player is chipped and you can follow through the game, it is the most objective data that exists in the NFL. Right? And for years when we've talked about this, and whether it's Pro Football Focus or what Brian does, anybody who was trying to look at the game was charting, had human error, had their own biases, their own subjectivity. Now with GPS data, with GCIS, you're getting away from that and you're getting computer modeling, which takes out the, well, Mitch tweets at me and says I'm a good guy, so I'm going to bump him up, a little bit, which I think is inherent in just the way we all operate, as human beings. And, so, or this team, look, the Ravens are one of the best run franchises in the NFL, if not one of the best. Well, they're very analytically sound, so I'm going to, give them credit for a little bit more, and I'm going to give, the Seattle Seahawks less because I don't know what they do. I think GPS is leveling the playing field, so we're all looking at it as pretty objective, and you can start to get into, understanding the differences, especially as it gets to wide receiver DB separation, offensive line, some of those things that when you're just looking at dots is a lot easier to understand and be like, wow, this player played really well. I didn't notice it to the recognized eye. I don't know their name, but actually consistently day after day. And then ultimately, I think as it translates year after year, you can track them a little bit more, whereas you could say, okay, Van Jefferson last year had this much separation, now it's this much. He's getting better at route running, or he's getting faster or stronger, whatever that is. I think it tells a different tale of both how players are doing, but also their progression over time. I know Mitch can tell you there's probably fear on the downside of what that looks like for players, but I think that's probably more overblown than how we would all look at it now.
We were talking behind the scenes. Mitch had a lot of thoughts on this in particular.
Probably.
Let's start here. Piggybacking off of what Brian said, what do you think about those advanced metrics and sort of some of the problems you might have with that?
Yeah, it's like the first time I looked at the ESPN data on, just discerning offensive line play, it just seemed overly simplistic. Like at 2.5 seconds, are you between your guy and the quarterback, and how far away are you? And apparently it is that easy. You made it that way so people could consume it. And as you said, for the most part, it correlates with a lot of other things you look at. But for me, we're being coached very different things. In Cleveland, I came up under a vertical setting offensive line coach. So vertical setting, literally, I'm going straight back. So I'm going to be closer to the quarterback at the contact point than a guy who's going to be a wider setter. So does the model take into account that? There are certain schemes where, all right, I can push the guy by at 10 yards and it looks like I'm hanging on for dear life and he's running around the pocket, but that's what's coached, and it's on the quarterback to be able to step up, and it's on the interior 3 guys to give the quarterback enough room to do that. And so the dots or how far away you are from guys might look different based on what you're being coached to do. We get the simplistic stay between your man and the ball. Like, that's the coaching point for the most part. Did you do your job? And that's what we are looking at. But there are different techniques. There are different ways you can go about blocking a guy. And that's where it gets into, I guess, the subjectivity of it as well, is what do you like, what do you not like? Trying to parse out, I'm a guy who, by the numbers, is not very athletic. I work on efficiency and trying to make things look good and as easy as possible. Well, if a guy's losing or winning and it doesn't look the way you want it to, like theoretically this data can pull from that and say, all right, well, it doesn't matter how it looks or not. Like, this is his win rate. He's good. He's not. But to me, there's always that level of like knowing what the guy's supposed to be doing, what's okay for the coaching staff, what's okay for the player. That's where it gets tricky and gets into, again, our kind of distrust of data just on its own.
Well, remember, we're starting from ground zero. From just, we had nothing really. Yeah. The broadcast view of the play is just a big cloud of dust, to the viewer really. And I'm not an expert on like technique, so I don't know what to look for. But when we got the tracking data, really changed things. So, we had things like pressures allowed or sacks allowed, and Mitchell and Joe Thomas in Cleveland were getting killed in those stats because the quarterback at the time was holding on to the ball way too long. So there's no kind of time element to the question. And so, or something would happen where the interior line would lose their blocks, pressure the quarterback out of the pocket, change the geometry. Now the edge rusher is going to clean up the play, and then the sack falls on the tackles. So when we did, I think 2016, Joe Thomas's last year? I can't recall, 2017. But he was like number 2 in pass block win rate, even though he led the league in sacks allowed.
Fascinating. Sarah, you have 3 years now of intense proprietary data on the inside. Give me something going from outside, the kind of analytics Twitter world to inside and seeing everything there is to see. Give me something that you've changed your mind about.
So I can answer that from both offense and defense. So I came from analytics Twitter directly into a front
A great
office.
pipeline to the NFL, just tweeting.
And I think one of the analytics Twitter mantras is running backs don't matter.
Yep.
So when I came in 2019, that was really prevalent. And I think coming in-house, especially to a team like Baltimore, something that so the idea behind running backs don't matter is running backs are replaceable because so much of their production is related to the offensive line blocking for them and the number of defenders in the box. So I think my perspective kind of changed on that and seeing how when an offensive line blocks for a running back, once you get to that second or that third level defender and you're one-on-one with them, are you a back that is able to either shake that tackle or if you get wrapped up, kind of shake that guy and then create more yards? I think some backs are better at that than others. And I think more recently, there's newer talks about the idea of a perfectly blocked run play. And I agree with the sentiment that a well-blocked run play is probably one of the more satisfying plays in football to watch. But if something's not perfectly blocked and your offensive lineman has a bad block, are you a guy that has the vision to be able to change your point of attack and fight for more yards? Again, I think some guys are better at that than others. And then even on a perfectly blocked run play, if it's a perfectly blocked read and you have that unblocked edge defender and your quarterback makes the handoff, are you a back that's fast enough to be able to outrun that unblocked edge defender? Again, I think some guys are better at that than others. And then on the defensive side, I think analytically sometimes people split out run defense and pass defense being pass rush and pass coverage. And then coming in-house and kind of seeing how those two kind of blend together. So just sticking to in the trenches with the defensive line, those big boys that play in between the tackles, your noses and your three techs. So primarily, they're thought of as run stuffers. So, and a lot of people think you shouldn't invest in those guys because you shouldn't really invest a lot into run defense in general. But I think if you think of it in terms of run defense and pass defense kind of blending together, if you have guys that play really, really stout at the line and take away those interior gaps, and now, you have plays that, or you have a back that's able to now move more laterally, then you have your second and your third level defenders. Now they have the time to come crashing down and make those tackles. So then that actually leads to not needing as many defenders in the box. So then you're putting another guy in coverage or another guy rushing. So in that sense, investing in those guys and having those guys play really well at the line in run defense actually ends up helping you numbers-wise in pass coverage, which I thought was, I think a lot of times, or most of what I've learned in general that has changed now that I'm in-house is just a lot related to the run game.
And to ignore Twitter?
No.
Only after losses.
Only after losses.
That I agree with.
I'll add, I'm a big believer in investing in defensive tackles. It's great.
I've noticed.
Pass
I
rushing.
wonder why.
Yeah, we won't get into ESPN thinks Aaron Donald can't stop the run. So.
Not what I said.
At least I don't have to bring it up.
We'll stick with the topic of big guys and get to Mitch here because I don't want to get pulled off the stage here, but we're going to go from running backs matter to Mitch wants to talk about body blows. You had a very nuanced view I thought was interesting. And I think what's interesting is that the data kind of says body blows don't exist, but you've lived it. You know what that's like. Take me through your perspective on the running game, how much it matters in your opinion, and just the body blow phenomenon that you've been around?
So there's kind of the literal body blow idea, which is that you can wear a defensive lineman out, and in the third and fourth quarters, he's more tired than he would be, and you gain some sort of competitive advantage by being in better peak physical shape than he is at that point. That's, I think, different than the run game having importance, because the run game to me is the physical mindset, it's the competitiveness, it's the toughness that essentially football is built on. You know, in OTAs and in May and in June, you can't wear pads, so you mostly throw the ball. The first time you get to pads in training camp, the first team drill you do is 9-on-7. It's offensive line against defensive line, running backs, linebackers, and you just go smack each other for 10 plays in a row, and like, that's the tough thing that you do. That's how you ingrain physical toughness that you need for other things in football. And so the run game is beneficial, and coaches strive for a great run game because usually it shows that you're physical, you're tough, you're disciplined, and that bleeds into everything else that you do. In terms of the body blows themselves, like, there are some of my favorite blocks of all time. They're mostly run plays because you get to be more physical, you get to get into guys, you know, especially in college where your teams physically are just a lot better than other teams. Like, we've all felt wearing on a defensive line, them not wanting to play much anymore. They start to take on blocks a little bit easier, our job gets easier. Like, that's the greatest feeling. That does happen in the NFL. It doesn't happen very often, and my thing is you shouldn't use the run game to chase that feeling at the detriment of offensive success and overall success. If we're the Chiefs and we threw the ball 70% of the time the first 3 quarters and we're up 24 points, they probably don't want to stop the run in the fourth quarter either. You know, that's a fact. So the body blows thing, it's because we've felt what that great feeling feels like. It's a really cool thing. To me, the best way to tire out a defensive line would be to go up-tempo passing game.
Sure.
Rushing the passer, I think most defensive linemen would agree, is more tiring than taking on a double team for a couple seconds. So like the best way to actually get them tired for the fourth quarter is just to go super fast and throw the ball every play. That's not feasible because you lose a lot of other things that the running game brings to you. But yeah, I think there's the 2 different elements to that, and I think they get lumped into the same idea. But the traditionalists who kind of think that the toughness and the physicality are the 2 tenets that lead to all the success in football, which is a lot of old school coaches and new school coaches as well. That's why the run game is so valuable to them, because that's the most outward show of it.
So I'm not a running backs don't matter person. Just disclaimer up front. I think the running game is essential. I mean, in a lot of situations, you can't. I'm not a pass all the time person, but you know, since the advent of expected points added 12 years ago, 14 years ago, it was eye-opening, the difference in efficiencies, and including everything that can happen, penalties, sacks, all that stuff. The Rams, for example, this season, their offense generated, in our EPA system, 150 EPA points over the course of the season. The run game was -50. So they're giving away a third of their production that they're getting out of their pass game. Now, I totally buy everything that Mitchell says. It's just a matter of degree. It's like how much do we really want to sacrifice to and how much do we really need to get that same effect on that defense that we want to have with the run game?
Yeah, and that's, I mean, getting back to the PFF, the best block run play is more efficient than the best block pass play. I mean, that's only blocking. It's not necessarily the best pass play. But the other element is, if that is the case, then the run game would be more efficient if the O-line could block well every single play, and clearly that's not the case. The run game is very inefficient compared to the pass game. So the running back cleaning up for the offensive line or for other people, the running back does have an effect on that. So I do agree with it. And yeah, I know that none of that stuff's been quantified in terms of the body blows, what matters. There's ideas that if you go into a game, you're a little too pass heavy, the O-line is more used to going backwards. It is a different mindset to run block and to get into this different mode of aggression and physicality, and that if you're doing that for 3.5 quarters and the fourth quarter comes and you need this really tough physical run and this drive, maybe your body hasn't been primed in that specific moment to have the requisite tools to make that happen, or some people would believe that the defense line isn't worn down enough to push them past where they want to. So I understand that it should show up in the numbers somehow, and it hasn't yet.
Yeah, you've been looking for it. I mean,
I just know what it feels like to beat the crap out of someone and to like him just do that over and over, and eventually they will down. And again, that's not something you should chase to the expense of the other things, but I'd like to think that having some good double teams on guys eventually makes it worth it.
Look, I think the interesting thing about this discussion, though, is and I think it's somewhere where football analytics is in a nutshell. There's a lot of big picture, long-term, season-long, decade-long data that Brian looks at and people at ESPN and say, like, this is what is most efficient, right? Throwing the ball is more efficient than it is to run it. You can take people like Mitch who are in the game in the moment will say against this opponent, this works. And I think I can sit there, Rams Twitter, despite what you just said, like, Sean abandons the run too often, right? Like, Sean's pass happy, like, we throw it too often, and, 3rd and 1, we need to run him. Well, this is not you, this is them, right? Then we get to the Super Bowl, and people are like, I can't believe he's continuing to run the ball, it's not successful. Like, we need to throw the ball. And I think the NFL, and I can't speak for other sports, is such an outcome-based league. People look at the outcomes rather than the process, right? And so much of what we're doing in analytics is looking at the process, but in the moment, on a 3rd and 3, in a critical moment, people, it's easy to look at the big picture. Coaches and players may look at that moment. And that discrepancy, I think, we're still such in the infancy of trying to understand these discussions. We have never harmonized those two. Mm-hmm. And I don't know when that will happen in football overall. If it will happen to the same degree it has happened in other sports, because I feel there's still this battle more in football. And I think Sarah kind of hit it on the head. Like, even though people try to compare it to other sports, we're so far behind, I think, just in time that people will spend on this, that this discussion maybe 10 years from now will be completely different than it is today.
I want to touch on sort of the commitment to analytics in front offices right now. And Sarah, I want to start with you because you're on the scouting side mostly in analytics. You do mostly college scouting. And I'm curious, when you meet with let's call it an old school college scout on staff, what are those conversations like? Where do you guys intersect? What bridges do you the gap? What does that conversation look like in 2022?
So I touched on this earlier that I think that the people that we work with are very good at understanding that primarily we're statisticians. So that's the point of view that we're going to be coming from. But in terms of bridging the gap, I mean, I think if I'm bringing new ideas, I have to put in the effort to also understand the football side of what is relevant to a coach, what is relevant to a scout. And with the next gen data, that's so many data points that I can kind of just do whatever I want. I have so many ideas for analysis, but I have to be cognizant of the fact of, I have my own ideas, but what in this moment is relevant to a coach and to a scout. So one thing that we love to say to our big data bowl participants is, you have this analysis and you're done with it and you have these takeaways. If you were to bring this to a coordinator, what would you say? How is this applicable? So past big data bowls have been route recognition and expected yards in the run game and pass coverages. So if we want to formulate something from that, let's say we want to look at routes versus certain coverages. So just as an example, I use passer rating just for familiarity. So like, what's the average passer rating?
Brian's getting very angry. We're using passer rating.
I don't know if everyone's familiar with EPA, but okay. So let's say what's the average passer rating and just in general in the league? Probably like around 70. Average passer rating against a cover 3, probably also 70. Average passer rating of a forward, probably a little higher, maybe around like in the 80s. And if you look at average passer rating of forward against a cover 3 look, it's like really high. It's probably 110-ish, I would say. And that's something that comes up in the data, and that's super cool to see. But, if I were to go to an advanced scout, or if I were to go to a coach or a coordinator, and I would look at them and I'd say, did you know that the data shows that running forwards against the cover 3 is one of the most efficient plays in football? They'd look at me and be like, okay, like welcome to 2015. Like, that's not relevant. and that's not insightful, and that's not useful. So I think, you know, as somebody who is a presenter of information, I have to, you know, take the time to learn what is actually useful and what's going to actually move the needle. And yeah, that's what I have to say on that.
Yeah. Kevin, you obviously have one of the best coaches, best young coaches in football, but best coaches in general, but he's not necessarily analytically inclined. What is the communication like between the coaching staff, the analytics side, you, when it comes to those sort of data points?
I think Sean has earned the right to kind of operate how he sees fits. And I always think coaching is such a weird blend because coaches are so data oriented without knowing about it, right? Like they're breaking down on 1st and 10, this is the tendencies, this is how many times. Like they have all of that and they inherently know that, right? So they're data processors by nature, even though they may say that they're not. And you know, I think we will break things down, and we have a whole team that gives Sean everything that he wants. How he computes that in a game plan really depends on kind of the opponent specifics. And we were having this conversation backstage. You know, we are known for being one of the more conservative 4th down, you know, go for it, not go for it teams. But I always say, like, you go back in the moment, that has always been the case with Sean. But yet in the playoffs in 2018, 4th and 1 goal against the Cowboys, he was the first coach, I think, in history to go for it on 4th and 1 from inside the 2 rather than kicking a field goal. We were up 7 at the time. We wound up going up 14 on the Cowboys instead of. He was the first coach in history to do that, right? And so I think these coaches have a different feel for the game, and you ultimately, that's why you pay them, you trust them. I think in our world, each coach uses information in a different way. Raheem Morris uses it in a different way than Brandon Staley did. Kevin O'Connell uses it in a different way than Liam Cohen. And I think, to Sarah's point, you have to adapt to your group and how they receive information. And I think people think young, they're analytically inclined. Older, they're not. Like, that heuristic needs to be thrown out, right? That's just, antiquated in its belief. But ultimately, I think it's on your building for how useful the information is. And I think, to Sarah's point, the most important thing you can do is when you use data, when you use analytics in your building, you have to have some success with it for coaches, for scouts, for GMs to want more of it, right? Like, you can't just walk in and be like, why didn't you throw on 3rd down? Sean will give me a long answer that, like, I don't know what I'm asking, right? So I think you always have to be very careful in, kind of the questionings, and it's even worse in this age because by the time you get, especially you're on the road, you get home, you've read through everything, and everybody has critiqued your play call and your season down to, why didn't they do this? And football is strange because it's binary. Right. On every play, you could have done something else. And so people always look at that. We get back to the result-oriented world. I think you have to get away from that. You have to give coaches the freedom to succeed using analytics, to fail using analytics, to succeed without it, and to fail it, and then ultimately to find their way through that.
I think, yes, Sean McVay is quite conservative when it comes to in-game stuff, but let's give him a ton of credit. So 5 minutes to play, is it 4th and 2, 4th and 1?
4th and 1.
You had your timeouts. Own side of the field, kind of near midfield, though.
Those are our 40.
Yeah, own 40. I think 5 to 10 years ago, even the most aggressive coach, that's an automatic punt. Down 4 points, I think I left out. Down 4. McVay went for it with the biggest game on the line. So, I think that's progress. I think our bar has gone up for what we consider aggressive. So I think that's part of it. It was great to see. I mean, I wasn't rooting for the Rams necessarily, but I was rooting for the 4th down.
I was rooting for the Rams. No, but and I think that's when you get to the point, right? Like, and to run a wide receiver reverse with our 3rd string tight end who had been called into action as the first to hurt at the point of attack blocking. It was something, but I think it's something that's true, right? Like, even this year, and you guys would know it, the 4th down, go for it rates were wildly ahead of where they were a few years ago. And I think whatever is conservative by, today's standards was aggressive by those. But I think that's the infusion of analytics overall. It raises the bar. 5 years ago, the conversation, go for it, not go for it. Now the conversation seems to tilt toward, are people too reckless, or not, which again is a completely outcome-based, process. But, what I do always appreciate, and Sean always impresses this upon us as a play caller, is like, do I have a play that works for this situation of 4th and 1 and 4th and 2. In that case, we did. Cooper made a great play. Bryson made a great block. But ultimately, I was thinking that's the thing about football, right? It comes down to one play wins you the Super Bowl. Going for it on 4th and 1, keeping the ball, keeping that drive alive. But it may have been the only time out of 10 he does that all year, but that's what people remember.
Yeah. Mitch, we've talked about how much more data there is on offensive line play. If you were a GM or a coach right now and you're trying to get through an offensive lineman, how would you do it? How would you use analytics to improve performance with the tools you have now?
I think we were talking about looking at the speed of which guys move, snap count stuff, timing. We've discussed depth off the ball. There's a lot of tricks a lineman can use to his advantage to be better. If there's an extra 1.5 feet of space between me and Von Miller before the snap, that's 1.5 feet of space less for me to get to at the contact point. That's to my advantage, figuring out that that's important and something for me to do. And then being able to look at GPS data to say, all right, he was, with this speed he got to that spot, or maybe he's slightly late off the ball. We can just tell him, hey, go a little bit earlier, and now you get to the spot sooner. So there's a lot of cool things we can look towards. I still get a little bit skeptical. I mean, you're going to hate me for it, but just the quantifying of this is how good a guy is based just off that data. My thing with PFF and with your data is essentially, okay, he's in this tier of player. Let me go watch the film and see what I see. Do I agree? Do I not? But I think it gets a little tricky when you rank guys individually, and he's the best, he's third best, he's sixth best, because I still think there's a lot of subjectivity to it. Now that is going to bring in some biases that you probably don't want to see as well when people go back and look for those things. But I just think it's always going to be hard to quantify it. And to get back to running backs, we're all taught what angle we're supposed to be on so the running back can be on that same angle. If the running back makes a cut too early and we're still on that angle, I personally don't know. I could ask the question, I'm sure, but is that guy that falls off the offensive lineman that tackles the running back, do you assign that to the lineman or to the running back for making an improper cut? Or if a guy makes, a wrong decision and goes a different way and my guy falls off, who gets that blame? PFF has always said that over 1,000 plays over a full season, if there's 10 or 15 wonky ones, that's too small of a sample to really affect that general group that you're in. But there's just all those things that I think happen on a lot of plays that make me a little bit skeptical of saying okay, this quantifies exactly how good the guy is. But I think using the data to, Kevin's big thing is, what's going to predict the future? How can we know this thing is certain to help us, for whatever cause we're looking at for? I don't know where that's going to come from, and that's going to be the interesting thing for offensive line play because it is very technique based as well. And so you can look at speed, you can look at positioning, but using the right technique once you're in the right spot is a trickier one.
Well, I agree. All statistics are kind of wrong, right? It's just a matter of are they useful, So one advantage that we have with the tracking-based metrics is they're ruthlessly objective. There's just there's no this player was an all-pro last year, so he kind of gets the benefit of the doubt on the next play. Put a gun to my head, I would say I would trust on any one single play, I would trust a human scout to, correctly give out a grade. But in aggregate, over the course of the season, the objectivity and the kind of just the adherence to a certain set of rules that apply to every single player at right tackle, every single player at center, and so on. And nobody gets the benefit of the doubt. And you can put two kind of scouts or charters or graders in a room, and they're going to disagree. So there really is no one correct answer. But yeah, there are advantages, definitely disadvantages and limitations. But just like all statistics, was it Bill James who talked about who would ever be able to see every single at-bat from Barry Bonds' career? It's humanly impossible to do that, but statistics give you a way to kind of approximate that. And it's the same way with the tracking data. We can almost in real time grade every single block or pass rush or run stop for every player for every season that we have the data, almost instantly. So there are certain advantages.
The one thing that you said specifically, once guys get a reputation in the NFL, that sticks with them. Usually it's your draft status. You know, you're a first rounder, you have this amount of talent, so you keep getting second, third, fourth chances when your on-field performance or whatever has proven that you probably shouldn't. You know, if you're the 7th round guy, you're going to get less chances than the 1st round guy. So I think finding some sort of way to quantify, like, yeah, he might have had the talent back then, or he had this metric that made him a first rounder then, but he hasn't shown that in 3 years. Maybe we take the chance on a guy who's actually showing us something and isn't just coasting by in reputation. I mean, the bitter side of me would put that into the Pro Bowl.
That's a great idea.
Guys get.
I'm going to look at that next week.
Yeah, because I mean, Kevin would probably tell you, like, if you look at how much guys make per draft round, career longevity per draft round, like, it's very correlated. And to get to the 4th down stuff, like, no one wants to be the guy doing the wrong thing that's not conventional wisdom.
You know, it's interesting because I think about, we look at it all the time, and we've been really fortunate. We have a very good D-line coach. We have some good players in the defensive line. But playing next to Aaron Donald is different than not playing next to Aaron Donald. And so, you know, Sebastian Joseph Day, who had started next to Aaron, you know, had a really good year. He gets hurt, unfortunately. Greg Gaines comes in and has another really good year. People are like, oh my God, they're both great. And like, I love both players. I'm not knocking. But they both play next to Aaron Donald. And you can look at that when we traded for Dante Fowler, who was considered a bust in Jacksonville. He comes to LA, has double-digit sacks, gets $16 million, goes to Atlanta, doesn't have double-digit sacks. Leonard Floyd, you know, same concept in Chicago, has come to us, played very well. You know, you wind up with everything on the field is affected by the people you play next to, how plays are called, how defenses are called. I was fascinated. I was looking outside on the research papers. There was one that was talking about play action and linebackers biting. And you know, at the bottom it had Fred Warner was probably the best. Fred Warner's a really good player, someone who's played against him a lot of times. You know, but the part of you, and I think this gets to everything we're talking about here, are they coached differently against play action? Is that the way their defense sets up? Is it, to Sarah's point, that their run stuffers are really good in front, so he knows he has more time? Like, everything is conditional in football and something else. That's where I think everything we're trying to do is getting better at understanding those interdependencies, rather than trying to assign individual value. Because ultimately what I think has happened, and I think it's really hard, is the analytics, whether it's PFF, ESPN, anything else we do, we're trying to isolate individual play in a team game so that we can value that individual play, so we can pay that accordingly, or we can draft that accordingly. And I just don't know that that works, you know, to the best of ability, because you can take someone who's in, you know, if you want to sign, you know, a pass rusher in our system, you have to assume that their stats and play has improved because they're seeing more one-on-ones because of Aaron Donald. And by the way, that hasn't changed over time. Alvin Harper getting signed as a #1 receiver in Tampa Bay because he played opposite Michael Irvin, you know, that didn't work, right? And so I think we're always trying to say, I think what has happened in football, people especially through analytics, are looking for the lesser-known players who we can project to become good players so that we can get theoretically value that they're going to have a greater war share than their salary, right? Like, that is ultimately when you're looking for the holy grail of team building, is how do I get better players at a lower cost than they should based on their productivity. And I think everybody's trying to isolate that, but it really depends team to team.
A lot of what I'm hearing about things like you play next to somebody, or, you know, technique, how far off the ball. So the fascinating thing to me, this journey I've been on with analytics, is that, you know, to some level, you could really ignore all the X's and O's and the techniques and things like that, and just abstract the sport to just down distance, yard line, time, score, or whatever. And you could build expected points and win probability and do the 4th down stuff. And that's, I think, very helpful. And it's definitely made an impact. But then we get the tracking data, and to really exploit it and gain insights, you have to really learn the sport to a deeper level. So there's this kind of convergence of, you know, film Twitter and analytics Twitter, where we're going to have to become one at some point. And so I had to go to school. So we talked about pass block win rate. We did that 2 years before we did like run block. And part of the reason was the running game is just so complicated. And they're like, hey, Brian, when is this going to come? And I was like, well, give me a year. I have to really study this stuff. And it's fascinating. It's fun to do. And there's resources everywhere. But that's the fun. That's been the fun part for me the last few years, is this kind of convergence between, you got to know the X's and O's, really. So I know there's a lot of aspiring analysts out there. It's like, you go to school and learn that stuff. You're going to need to.
For sure.
I want to go do one thing before we get to questions, and that's just kind of go around the panel and figure out what's your holy grail of data. Because what's interesting now is that football is so young in its analytics journey, and baseball has had it already, and we kind of know what that looks like. Basketball had probably a decade head start in front offices, and the player tracking is only 3-4 years old as far as teams getting the data and being able to build models. Is there something that's either close to being able to be quantified, or maybe it's just a decade, but you're thinking about it? I'll start with you, Sarah.
I guess coming from the scouting side, something that I focus a lot on is positional value in terms of roster building. So what you were saying, Kevin, in terms of everyone on the field working together, and just being cognizant of when you're in a sport that is limited by a salary cap, how do you allocate your resources efficiently? And so what we've been seeing lately, so a few years ago, it used to be that your left tackle would get double the amount of money than your right tackle, and I think teams like the Eagles and the Raiders have changed that, and now it's a lot closer to 1-to-1. And then the tackle market now very closely mirrors the edge defender market. And the same thing with the wide receiver market and the cornerback market. And I mean, who knows what that'll look like in 5 years. So having the foresight in order to know where you allocate your draft capital and your contracts, I think is really important.
Mitch?
Whatever makes me look best. No, I think the cool thing is I don't have something I'm specifically looking for. I mean, if I'm representing O-line Twitter, it's body blows matter. But I think it's cool that we're getting this data, and usually you're surprised by something that comes out of it, and you're just like, wow, I didn't know that. That's really cool. Like, as a career offensive lineman, knowing that, like, you should throw the ball in play action way more. Like, I hate the front side of play action because I have to go run at Von Miller and then hold him and then go backwards and do all, like, that's a very scary play for me. I don't like that. But the data says, like, on the whole, it's really efficient and something we should do more. So it's like, like, I guess that works out more often than it should. So finding stuff like that to kind of empower you to be like, oh, this thing is actually good for you, or this thing is really beneficial towards you. I don't have, like, one thing that I'd love to see, but it's just cool that all this exists and that there is that ability.
I've never felt better about a trade than trading for Von Miller. The number of times Mitch has referenced Von Miller,
Well, you're not allowed to talk
in his
about anything
sleep,
else.
clearly, I would say for me, it's anything that's predictive about quarterback development. Right? Our league is so predicated on quarterback play, and like you can, like this week, even talking about Kenny Pickett and hand size. Is hand size relevant? I don't think anybody actually knows as you kind of go through. But if you could start to track quarterbacks and understand what makes a difference for a quarterback, how you could isolate that and predict their success would change our game to me fundamentally. And I think that is ultimately because, and Sarah's living through it. What was perceived to be the greatest advantage in the NFL in team building was a really talented quarterback on a rookie contract, because of what it allowed you to do. If you could figure out a way to do that over time, over and over and over again, and get that growth, would change the way we all look at how we build our teams.
Right?
For me, I want tracking data for college, even high school. So, it's like, hey, Kevin, Aaron Donald's really good pass rusher. You're like, yeah, Brian, I know he's really good. That isn't helping me. But what if I could give you win rates for every college lineman out there, or pass rusher? Now that's a killer application because, you can't possibly watch all that film for everybody, and you can find those diamonds in the rough at some of those lower division schools that you can find in the later rounds, and I know the Rams draft a lot in the later rounds, so I think that would be really
better.
No, but the interesting thing about that is one of the craziest things about our game is you look at the explosion of film and data and draft Twitter and all of that, but the amount of picks has stayed finite. It's still 256. So 10 years ago, you didn't have all this film, you didn't have all this data. You still had 256 picks. Now you still have 256 picks, but you're looking at probably double or triple the amount of players, so like that is helpful.
I want to quickly get to two questions, and the first one dovetails very nicely with this, and I'll address it to you, Kevin. How do you think the use of tracking data will affect the future of the NFL Combine? Do you think we may see the end of the Combine, in quotation marks, altogether?
I don't think you'll ever see the end of the Combine, right? Because I understand people's perspective of the combine. I'd be curious, Mitch's, like, if you're a projected top 10 pick, then probably isn't going to change it. But for the other 290 players who go to the combine, it has immense value to go demonstrate your ability. I think what we will get to at some point is some of the drills that don't make sense being replaced by drills that more replicate a game or help us understand. I mean, the title of our panel last year, Kevin, was the 40-yard dash doesn't matter. Yet last night in my room, I'm watching the 40-yard dash at the combine and being like, oh, that guy sucks, or that guy's great, right? Like, we all fall into that trap.
Yeah. I have a question for Mitchell Schwartz, and the question asker apologizes for what you had to deal with in Cleveland, so we'll get that out of the way. From a player perspective, have you seen coaches use analytics in game planning more from the front of your career to the end of it?
Yeah, I mean, Kansas City is a great place to play. You know, they empowered us with data, with, you know, some of those things, talk about the efficiency, especially as an offensive line, like, hey, you know, you guys are really good at this scheme. You're not quite as good here. We're going to put an emphasis on this because we think it's important to our offense. We're doing these other things really well. You know, in pass protection, you're good at normal blocks. You're good at twists and games, and the quarterback doesn't get sacked. But you're not quite as good at 3rd and 7+ when the defense knows they have to pass rush. So in those situations, whether it's a technique thing, whether it's a mindset, like, we need to get better at this specific thing. So again, empowering your players with the data and showing, like, these are things that are really good, these are things that aren't quite as good, and we're going to put an emphasis on them. That's very cool to see because it's not subjective. It's not just a frustrated O-line coach being like, you suck, you need to play better, we lost, which first 4 years happen a lot.
We have to wrap up, so we'll end it there. Thank you guys so much for doing this. I learned a ton, and I hope our viewers did too.
Good afternoon, and thank you again for joining us in the 2022 MIT Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Zach Schmitz, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. And I'm very excited to introduce to you guys our next panel, a one-on-one conversation with Calvin Johnson and Bomani Jones. Both don't need introductions, but Calvin Johnson, a former current NFL Hall of Famer, and a co-founder at Primitive, and Bomani Jones, a commentator and host at ESPN. Our panel will run for 55 minutes, and we will leave 10 minutes for questions at the end. Submit all of your questions on Twitter using Calvin Johnson one-on-one. Over to you, Bomani.
All right. I'm also going to start with shameless self-promotion. March 13th on HBO, I have a new show coming called Game Theory with Bomani Jones. Please check that out. I appreciate that. All that clapping ain't nothing. Watch it, damn it. Watch it. I was talking to Calvin a couple of days ago, because the fun fact is I went to college with his older sister at Clark Atlanta University, and I remember I was at some people's houses one day, and the Georgia Tech game was on, and this was his junior year, and it pops up, and somebody's like, oh yeah, man, so that's EJ's brother. I was like, oh wow, right? Like that was like, it really came home to me, and then it also drilled into me something we talked about a couple of days ago, where I said, you chose to go play football at Georgia Tech, which is really hard. Like a legitimate hard school for people who are only doing school.
Yeah.
For you playing football, doing that, like how rigorous and difficult was that?
I mean, one, as an athlete there at Georgia Tech, you stuck out like a sore thumb. You know, the academics there are extremely hard. I remember you told me the other day on the phone that, you know, somebody that was, you know, supposed to be really good academically got like a 2.5. You know, that made me feel very good about myself from my time at Tech. But I honestly went to Tech because, you know, I had Georgia Tech, and I had a couple other schools there in the Southeast that I was looking at. But my thing was, okay, if I go to Georgia Tech, if I get a degree from Georgia Tech, I can go work anywhere I want to work. And that was really the mind frame going to Tech. It wasn't that, you know, I'm going to go here and play football and make it to the NFL. Yeah, we wanted to do those things, but at the same time, just being realistic.
Mm-hmm. I also have another friend that knew him in high school, and when he would say these same things about getting a job, he was like, dude, you ain't going to get no job. Like, it was like abundantly clear on the team. It was like, what is this? I'm going to be able to get a job wherever I go. Like, you ain't know where it was that you were going to get a job, but then football's over, and this new life begins with you, and you're working with this company, Primitive. And so if you could introduce to the people briefly what your company is doing in the cannabis space.
For sure. You know, Primitive, we founded it in Michigan several years ago. Basically, Primitive, the name means, the reason why we named it Primitive is because it's plant medicine that we use. Plant medicines in general have been, you know, been here for the ages, you know, and that's why we call it primitive, because it's been a way of healing that people have been using, you know, since the beginning of humankind. So I thought it was just a fitting name to make it primitive.
And it's almost, I guess, a measure of irony now, because everything is a tech company, Rao. No matter what people make, they say that this is a tech company. But the cannabis space, I think, also feels futuristic to people because the acceptance in things has changed. But the point you make is a valid one, which is this is actually something that you could almost say is ancient. Mm-hmm. So for you, what was the journey toward getting to making the decision that this is something that you'd want to do as a business? Or even not just as a business, but it has to be a passionate pursuit to be willing to put the amount of energy into it that you are.
Yeah, two things. One of it is timing, and two is just my personal experience. You know, I'm so used to hearing growing up. I mean, I didn't touch cannabis until I got to college when I first started experimenting with it. But growing up, you know, it was something that affected the black community so much that, you know, my parents, anybody, a lot of people in the black community, you know, you get shunned, you know, if you're actually using it. You know, I couldn't go in my mom's house smelling like cannabis. You know, she'd probably kill me. You know, but I think that, you know, the other part of that is that, damn, I lost my point there.
Well, basically just to get you to making the decision that you want to do this as a business.
Yeah, the second part, I really wanted to get to the science of it. Because you're used to hearing everybody say, this is what this is negative, this is, you know, the bad stereotype with it. But for me personally, I knew it was good for, you know, it was great for sleep. I know it was great for anxiety. Some of the things that I might have dealt with, and I felt like it helped with those things unintentionally. I didn't set out for it to do these things. I was more trying to get recreationally, but it wasn't until, you know, I got to the league and was able to, you know, maybe partake a little bit more because, you know, you're in college, you don't have the funding to be able to, you know, go out and get those things. But being able to actually, you know, use it more, actually use it medicinally, you know, at that point.
because you was dealing with pain, you were dealing with insomnia. And those things, you know, cannabis was able to help me with these things. And so at that point, I was like, okay, let's get to the science of this, because there's a lot of healing, this is a healer. So let's get to the science of it and find out what are these healing properties. And so I think that, you know, along with timing and being in Michigan at the time and the cannabis industry starting to bloom, starting to bud for about 4 years ago now, we're doing real estate after I played ball, and started to find properties in the quote-unquote green zones. And we were like, myself and my business partner, Rob, was like, hey man, like, we know what a good team looks like. We're passionate about this because we use it for our own well-being, our own quality of life. Why not put together a team? We know what a good team and a bad team looks like being in Detroit. Let's put together a good team and make this something real. And so, I mean, long story short, this is where we are today.
Now, I'd be smoking a lot of weed if I played for the Lions too, personally. Like, I'm not to speak to you on this thing, but I mean, I would understand. But there's always an irony to it, though, because the NFL and it has changed now, but the prohibition they had on marijuana for the longest time. And one thing I always explain to people about those prohibitions in sports, never forget in the NBA, the prohibition did not come up until 1999. Like, it wasn't some antiquity that made it all the way through and nobody changed it. When it was time to exert control over the players in 1999, they decided we were going to do this, except nobody actually wanted anybody to test positive, because then it messes up with the money altogether. With the NFL, pain management is such a thing that happens, and teams can provide you things to help the pain that don't necessarily help you personally. What did you think as a player about the fact that, hey, you know, there's actually this thing that helps and is a whole lot safer, and they technically don't want you to do that?
It's that's the tough part about it. You know, it's almost like I was watching a video the other day where this dude had Parkinson's and he was taking an RSO and he was able to calm down his Parkinson's, so he could just literally stand there and hold his hands out. My buddy Peter was showing me this video, and his trouble with that was that he was in a state where it was still illegal. You know, he couldn't partake. And I think that's the toughest part about this, is that we see so many abilities, so many ways that the application of cannabinoids can help people. But obviously, it being Schedule I, you know, it's only so much that we could do. Only private companies, yeah, they could put up money to research, but who can do that, you know, and still maintain their business? You know, the government's not allowing it, so it's upon universities to go and move the ball, advance the ball forward here in this industry.
All right, and so for people who don't quite know, when you say Schedule I, what do you mean?
That is illegal. It's the highest category of illegal substances.
And what's in the same? That's like cocaine
Oxy,
and heroin.
Yeah, Oxy, all those. You know, obviously the part of the epidemic going on right now with Oxy and prescription drugs. So being able to have cannabis and show the benefits as an alternate healing agent, you know, it's important, especially right now with the epidemic that we're going through. But obviously, a lot goes into that, and like I was talking about, the Schedule I, being able to actually have government aid and research, you know, to push the ball forward. That's really where we got to go if we really want to, you know, advance cannabis as it should be. Obviously, adding the science and technology that we have to all these primitive plants, you know, that's really where we ought to go, where we should be heading in the future. And it's not putting synthetic things into our body. It's things derived of the earth. And cannabis plant cannabis and other plant medicines, you know, are derived from the earth, and they're okay to put in your body.
All right, so when you talk about the science behind your company, what is unique about what you guys are doing?
Yeah, so I think that for us, we have a couple pillars. I think one main thing is the research side of it. You know, being able to have an educational background, not just being out here and, you know, just trying to make as much money as we can. Of course, it's a business. You know, the dollars affect the bottom line, but it's really about the people. You know, it's really about helping the masses. And the end game, if we can, you know, get to a point where we're able to create different applications of cannabis and get it to the masses, I mean, that's really what the end goal is.
All right, so in the state of Michigan, where the laws have changed and now put you in a position where you could do this, what has been the progression for you, like within the state, and seeing how the laws have changed and how things have gotten easier for you to get this done?
I'm not gonna say it's gotten easier, you know, because regulations, they're still making them up and they're changing as time goes. I mean, for us, just being able to, be affluent really has been really the leg up for us, in this industry right now. But it's not quite the case for, so many others that look like me. Not everybody is able to, put up the money that it takes to run this kind of business. This takes millions of dollars, not tens of thousands, but millions of dollars to do these kind of things. So a big part of pushing this industry forward is having a positive effect on those that have been affected so negatively by cannabis. And that's really going into the social equity side of things. And the tough part about social equity in cannabis is that every state does it backwards. Every state waits until they get into a lawsuit by the minorities who weren't given a chance to get into the industry, and then we want to talk about social equity. So that's the tough part. The most frustrating part to me about this industry, the hardest part is just watching as those that have been affected not have an opportunity to partake in the industry.
So is there anything that you can do from your position to ease that part of it?
Really just to highlight the healing power of the plant. To help remove that negative stereotype and just to really just put out in the forefront for people's eyes to see is that this is a healer. This is something that obviously it's not something that's new. People have been using this for a long time. If we just go back and look at some research. But I'll break it down a little further. Really just understanding how cannabis affects your own body. Learning about your endocannabinoid system. Learning how the THC, CBD, and terpenes all come together to do different things within your body and understand what those different components and isolates do individually. I think there's so much that we as a people can do just to look back, take a step back and just learn about how it interacts with your body. And I feel like that'll take us a long way, and especially help us fast forward to a point where this can be personalized medicine.
Now, particular to, I guess, athletes, but really with football players. And I think something that is very easy for people to ignore is the amount of pain that football players, not just after playing, but also while they're playing, live with and endure. For you, where you talked about, perhaps going toward cannabis just for recreation and then finding these other things, had you also reached a point where you were also just looking for a solution to just day-to-day making it through an NFL season?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of that, the medical healing we're using, obviously. Just the day-to-day part, big part of that is sleep. A big part of that is just dealing with your pain. So if you got something that can, take the edge off the pain, you got something that's going to help you sleep through the night, I mean, that's the largest part in getting up the next day and having everything you need to go and do it again. And obviously, with us being in the NFL, it's a little different now. Halfway through my time in the NFL, they changed the drug policy kind of where it's not where you can just go in the trainer's office and get what you need, dig your hand in and get as many Vicodin or whatever you need, and I think that, the access to those kind of medicines was really just almost like a microcosm of society in general. We got to see people that get addicted to these things, and it leads to other things, but it's not the same with cannabis.
Yeah, like actually, my freshman year of college, right before we started, I'll never forget, the dude who ran our scholarship program looked at us, and he told us something that didn't make a lot of sense to me when I was 16 and listening to him, but he said, if I could, I would rather buy you all the weed you can smoke than you ever drink, but only one of them was legal, which didn't make a great deal of sense to me. But then I understood as I got older what he was saying. And I always wondered with the culture of football, while this outward prohibition existed, if behind the scenes, coaches and people like that understood what the trade was and we were just all keeping this, everybody just chill out about it and we won't have no problems.
Yeah, I mean, speak to that a little bit. I mean, everybody knew what the testing policy was, from the coaches on down. And it was pretty messed up that, the date it started on was 4/20. Between the time when we could first start getting tested till like the time when we stopped was like August 8th or 9th, when training camp starts. But it's that window. Everybody knows it's the window. Once you get that test within that window, you're good until the next window comes around. But I just thought it was like a big forget you because they started at 4/20.
No, it was obvious spite, right? And I just wonder who the person was in the office that found out about it, right? Because there's somebody that came up to somebody at some office and was like, so do you know what April 20th is? No, tell me. Oh, well, we'll start it right then.
That's exactly what happened.
Anybody who knew wasn't going to do that. I think that's probably the best way that we wind up putting that. But for you, as a person, the transition into business, well, first of all, not just into business, but out of football.
Yeah.
For you, how smooth or not smooth was that transition?
When I got done playing, I was always looking forward to the time, over the last couple of years that, I get done, I don't have anything to do, I don't have a schedule, I can just sit down and chill out. I was looking forward to it. I enjoyed it my first couple months after playing, but it didn't take long for juices to get flowing. Like, man, I need something to do. So I just started in real estate. I started doing some real estate projects between Atlanta and Detroit. And, that was taking up my time. I was enjoying it. And then, like I said, got opportunities started to show up in the quote-unquote green zones. And it took a couple of those opportunities to show up before we was like, let's do this. We were really just thinking like, man, like we could we could get the real estate, we could lease it out, to an operator and, just make our coin that way. But just having the passion, really wanting to get to the science of the plant, really like, and I go back to when I played ball, like, okay, if I want to be the greatest receiver I can be, I need to get down to the science of this route, of this position. So if I want to be the best cultivator or just operator in the cannabis space, let's get down to the science of the plant so that we can really, elevate and tell the masses, the good things, the healing properties that this plant has to offer. And it's really, I think that's big upon us being a sports figure because, I'm not saying everything's good for everybody. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, So if we create products that are able to help us out, help our brethren out in the NFL, help out those that are dealing with pain, insomnia, even even cognitive issues. Everybody has these issues. We can help the masses.
Now, one thing I want to ask before we go too far, you mentioned the green zones. What are those?
Yeah, green zones are areas where you can actually have cannabis operations. And I'm not sure how it works here in Michigan, but in Detroit, they're usually around industrial zones.
Got you. They all seem to be everywhere, like places where it's like, ooh, that's a strip club. Why is that here? Oh, and then you can grow your stuff.
Anybody in affluent areas, they're not going to want it. They're not going to want it in any kind of affluent areas. They feel like the smell is going to do this and that, even though everybody in that area, half of them have cannabis probably in their pocket. So, yeah.
So what kinds of products is Primitive making?
Yeah. So we started in cannabis. We started with the flower. The basis of everything that comes in this industry, all the products that come in this industry. But now, we speak in our mission that we want to be innovative in this space. And all that is just creating new applications for the masses to consume cannabinoids. And, the negative stereotype, part of the stigma that goes along with it is, part of it is the bad smell. I don't want to smoke and then go here and then I have it lingering on me all day. Or, I don't want to, that's really the big thing about it. But if you could create a way for people to medicate themselves, to elevate their wellness in a way that's discreet, in a way that's personal to them, I think that's really how we win.
Right, now you mentioned the stigma, and I wonder, is the stigma still a stigma at this point in time? Like, is it generational, or because now we're at the point now where it's almost like gambling, where it's legal in enough places and people aren't really necessarily shy about talking about it. So has it reached a point, especially where you are in doing business, where you're noticing perhaps that having to talk people into it, like you might have to talk your grandma into it, right? But otherwise, it's not quite as difficult as it had been.
To that point, I didn't talk my grandma into it, but I got my granddad's brothers, and I got the number one, is my mom. My mom, like when I first got into the industry, my mom dang near disowned me. Growing up in the South, Bible Belt, it was just for African American families, cannabis was just a big no-no. And that's not just African American families; it's really anybody. Especially if you're from the South, you just knew that you get caught with cannabis, you're going straight to jail. So having Miss Johnson convert over, and it's really through topicals, and education. It started with education. Just really having further conversations. What does the plant do? Breaking it down, talking about the different compounds, talking about your endocannabinoid system and how it interacts with your body. So I'm most proud to say that, I have my mom asking me for topicals, like anytime I come down to Georgia, because they're helping. She sees how they're helping her.
Yeah, I took a trip to Denver for a concert, and my mother asked me to bring her back a topical of salve, and I had to hit my brother and try to find out if this was a setup. Like she seemed far too comfortable asking me to do this. Like, what makes you even think that I would know how to get such things? What makes you think I would go to such a place? Like, I was really trying to figure out what level of lies I was going to have to tell, and then it was like, nah, she has, I forget which condition, and just that simple topical worked. And then I was like, oh, I guess I'll give this a try, because I was not looking for medicine. I was just going to Denver. And, and came back around. I was just like, oh, okay, cool. This is where it goes. And so I wonder, as we talk about the stigma about as this industry has gone, for you, kind of the age ranges and demographics of people that you're going for, and is it kind of a thing where you have a specific way that you approach this for older people versus younger people?
I think that, you definitely got to have different methods. But one thing that I love to see in not only my stores, but other stores, you see 60 and over coming through. We have, at our store out in Niles, Michigan, we have a huge customer base that are older, that are elderly. And part of that is because obviously we're offering great prices. Part of that is, we have great customer service. That's a big part of it. But another big part of it is that, they feel like we're there to help. We feel like we're there to educate. We feel like we're definitely a cut above the rest out there. So I think that, my most pleasure comes in one, educating, and having that older crowd as customers, because I feel like from that it'll be a trickle down effect, and the stigma obviously isn't as strong with the younger generations.
Can you imagine a day where the NFL and Major League Baseball and the NHL and the NBA are the ones doing this educating for their players on this?
Honestly, maybe the NBA first, but MLB and NFL, hopefully they lean on some people that are in the industry like us to come out there and educate, because we've been in it, we're elbows deep in it, and we know it.
Yeah, I think the NFL has said that they want to do some measure of research into doing this. And I guess what I struggle with, and maybe you have a bit more institutional understanding of, something that makes sense why they would be so perhaps resistant to it, especially as the laws have changed in such ways that wouldn't cause them problems.
Rephrase that for me.
So, as things have changed and it's gone along, we have a product that we know can help its players.
Right.
And the laws overall are moving in a direction to make it to where there's no real restriction in doing that. And the federal government doesn't even seem that interested in really cracking down on people about it, at least under this administration. So why not?
I mean, that snowball's been rolling for a long time. It started in California, and every year there's more and more or states that vow in. At some point, and I think it'll probably happen not until all the states go in, that we'll actually see legislation or legalization. And honestly, that could be a long process. It could be, I was hoping that would happen within 5 years, but I was talking to somebody the other day, and we kind of broke down the different things that need to happen. And I'm like, man, that could be like a whole decade easily. Before you get the legislation, you got to get all the states on board. And states aren't going to give up their rights to how they, do it in their own state too. So to take everything and have one legal rule federally and for that to permeate throughout the states, that's going to be tough. So I think it's going to take all those states coming together to make it happen. But first things first is just removing it from being Schedule 1 so that we can start to make the progress.
Well, do you think this is something that players would perhaps advocate toward as they push with the league? Because I've always wondered if the problem with them as a bargaining chip is asking if you can smoke weed really looks bad. Like, people just don't feel like that's the place that you're supposed to put your foot down. But even with these, even with these benefits, I've wondered if for the players this was beneficial. We saw that with the bubble with the NBA, for example, that they decided basically, if we're going to trap y'all in a hotel and y'all can't go nowhere, we really can't drug test you. That's just a really unfair thing for us to do. But it demonstrated, though, that some level of pushback could make life a lot easier, and we've seen things get a lot more lax.
Yeah, you got to have some pushback, but in the NFL, they kind of go as the government goes, really. I don't see too much happening there anytime soon.
Right. So we talk you and I have talked about this here, and you've mentioned some things and some terms, but other than just like this broad heading of pain, specific benefits that your products can work with, or just generally what all of these things can help with? Like, what were some more specific things? Because I think a lot of people who are skeptical just hear, you talk to the wrong person, they're like, dude, it fixes everything. And they're like, yeah, everything. Okay, man. But like, specifically, like, where do you think there's something that these cannabis products help that I don't think people necessarily realize?
Well, I'll start with our focus. Our focus with in our research studies with Harvard, the IPI there, the International Phytomedicines Institute, And that's a consortium of schools from Harvard, Johns Hopkins, UPenn, even some schools down in Jamaica. But I think that going forward, you got to, I think that just, hit me with the question.
Yeah, it's kind of the specific things that people may not know that cannabis can help with.
Oh, I mean, like I say, go back to our points. We're focused on pain and cognitive issues. So pain is the most readily, available thing that people could grasp that it could help with. Insomnia is another thing that people could grasp. Anxiety. I could go down a list. You get into the different terpenes, the different cannabinoids, and what they do. They're able to inhibit your pain. They're able to, curb cancers. These are the things that we're seeing at Harvard that they're able to do with different cannabinoids. But like I say, it's so much more research that goes into it. It's a lot of change that has to happen too. There has to be different applications. We can't, expect it to be a panacea, a cure-all, and we're just, using it in its most primitive form and just smoking it. There's got to be other ways, and some of those other ways and some of the things that we're moving forward and being innovative in is when it comes to using nanotechnology. And that's the next part of that's the next thing that's coming with primitive is that's primitive performance, and it's really bringing cannabis and putting the science and the technology behind it, and creating such a small particle size, and that's measured in nanometers, that it could bypass the intestinal process and get right to the bloodstream. And then being that way, there's more bioavailability, because it doesn't get caught up in the intestinal tract, and you're losing it's not able to get to the bloodstream, and then in turn have its desired effect. So getting those particle sizes down, using different applications, providing, you got your topicals, you got your drinks, but in a form of nanotechnology, it's going to allow us to use less cannabis, but it be more impactful, more efficacious. So I think taking the industry there obviously is going to be a big part, and it's going to be do a huge justice to removing the stigma and I guess the naysayers, surrounding cannabis.
So how do you sell and talk to the layman, for lack of a better term, about these technological things? Because I hear that and I'm like, wow, that sounds really interesting, technical, and the people are like, okay, but can I get high? How do you convey that message to people who might not be as sophisticated?
I think you could break it down. You could just tell them. I ain't gonna say you could just tell them, but just start. First thing I said, educate yourself in your endocannabinoid system. But that might be a lot. So what do you know about THC and CBD? THC, it creates psychoactive effects. CBD doesn't do the same thing, but it creates more bodily effects. So, and then when you bring them all together, you have what is called entourage effect. And that entourage effect is the THC, the CBD, and the terpenes all working together. These are all different cannabinoids and components of the plant work together to create a better effect for whatever you're looking for. But in order to explain it, I guess in a layman's term, is that without saying, THC gets you high, CBD, can help you with your pain. So recreational, if you want to have recreational fun with it, I'm not going to say just use products using THC, because THC has a lot of medicinal benefits. Use that, like I say, in the entourage effect. But it's hard to just break it down in layman's terms, besides the fact that, it's a healer. And without going into all the different terms, everybody knows what cannabis is. People feel like, anytime you're altering your mind frame, it's a negative thing. But it's not necessarily the case when you have somebody that, you have kids that might be dealing with different ailments. You have a man that has Parkinson's, and they need these things to help them that other drugs can't do. So it's really, I think you can explain it best by what's the problem, and then, okay, what is the solution? Not necessarily what's the problem, what's the solution, but what is the issue at hand, and how can this help treat that solution? Okay, you have insomnia. Okay, THC and CBD can help you with your insomnia. At what dose? that's a lot of research that has to be done, because I think getting down to microdosing is going back to what I was talking about, personalized medicine. And that's where it's going. That's where this industry is going. But at the same time, there's so much research, like I was talking about earlier, that has to go through. And obviously, as private companies, we can't do it all.
Right.
Harvard, the IPI, they can't do it all. We need the federal government to step in.
Also, what role does the big pharmaceutical industry play in this? Because a lot of you are kind of competition, I guess we could say.
I would imagine that, you can only imagine that the pharmaceutical company doesn't want, not just cannabis, but plant medicine in general, to become prevalent again. But I honestly feel like once all the technology and science that they use with the synthetic drugs, if they just apply some of those things to these natural living plants that we have, we could come up with some great solutions.
All right, so I kind of want to talk about the role that athletes play in really advancing this discussion, because I think athletes are not only forward-facing figures, but also figures that we view as being healthy, if nothing else, that we know care about their bodies and all of this. So what do you think is the importance that the athlete plays in conveying the message that these products can be helpful to people?
Well, athletes have a loud voice. A lot of things, people look up to athletes. They look to see what they're doing and try to emulate some of those things, for good and bad. But I think that being able to, be a positive influence here in this space, educating people, just creating awareness, I think that's the best thing us as athletes can do in the position that we're in. And obviously, coming from an authentic place from, where we've tried it, we've had our own experiences to the point now where we're elbows deep in the business, learning how it actually works, to now really getting down into the science of it and really trying to create those innovative products that we've planned out to do. We got a long way to go in this industry, but I think athletes, celebrities in general, are what's going to change the minds of the masses.
Also, this is a business, right? And the economics of this are interesting. I think we're talking about a $30 billion industry is a number that gets thrown around a lot. So I think people look at this as almost being the easiest thing to get into to get money, right? Because, there's all these people want this product or whatever it is. But for you, in building the business and looking at the margins and everything else, what has that experience been like? Because as much as I'm sure you would like to help the world and heal all of our pain, you would also like to get paid.
Exactly. Like you say, it is a business. And what I found to be the toughest thing in this business is really just the people. You can put all the processes in place and have all that stuff set out, all your SOPs, everybody knows what to do, but it's really just dealing with the people issues, making sure your culture is right. Obviously, you're going to deal with the numbers, but it's really people and culture. That's really the toughest thing. It's not so much as tough. It's just really just setting the foundation at the beginning so that everybody comes in, they're under the same, VMC, they're under the same mission, vision, and operate with the same kind of core values. I think that understanding that part of it, having and building a team, that's really the mission, is really to put a team, people best in class together that can come together, achieving for excellence under that one goal. That's really what the mission is. The vision is to create products to, help people understand the healing properties of the plant and to be innovative in the industry. But you have to have a great team in order to do those things that you plan on doing that are all on the same accord.
And one thing also about this industry, you guys attract really passionate people to work within this. Like I took a tour of another company a while ago, and that was the thing is, and not even, I think people get in the stereotypical Cheech and Chong type stuff when they look at it, but this is a space where the people who work in it typically are really, really into what it is that they're doing.
Oh yeah, passionate. People are passionate. It's hard not to be passionate. You get to walk in a room of flowers, varying scents and fragrances, and just to be able to, to work with a living object and know that your care, whatever you put into this thing, it's going to exude that. So, being able to be in this industry, I'm not necessarily in the flower rooms, but it's awesome just to go into these rooms and understand that, hey, someday you're going to be helping somebody.
Yeah, but there's also some dude over there acting like it's a damn bonsai tree and just like every Edward Scissorhands move that you could possibly make and everything else. Like this is, I've been waiting for somebody to make a television show about one of these companies or somewhere, just like an actual company, not somebody running the underground, because it is just like any other show that you have. Okay, well, there we go. 2023
New version
on HBO. So your former teammates and former players, how many of them have you dealt with that are also operating in the same space?
Probably got a handful of guys that are operating in the same space. It's not like I say, for one, you got to be in the right state. Your state might not have it. So being in Michigan, there's some, Boston's the area, obviously Cali, but that market is already so saturated. So, you're looking for new markets. And most of the guys I know, they are over here on the East Coast for the most part because that's where all the new markets are and they have a chance to, make some hay from the ground up.
So I'm curious, you personally, if you did not have the access to these healing mechanisms, how much different do you think your post-playing career would be?
If I didn't have access to cannabis, during my, just my playing days and whatnot,
and after now,
probably would have stopped playing a lot earlier. I probably 100%. I was going to retire the year before I actually did, but my dad taught me in the stands, so I would have retired earlier.
Well, why did you say when your dad talked you into it? What made you want to stay at that point?
The only reason why I stayed was because, he asked me, you think you could do it again? And I paused, sat there and thought about it. He was like, since you're thinking about it, you can do it again. But it's really just the pain at the end of the day what made me just fall out of love with it. You're doing something and you're just constantly living in pain while you're doing it. There's no quality of life behind that. And it's really, that's really what we want to, be able to, help everybody with. It's just quality of life. Your ailment might be different from whatever somebody else is dealing with. And I'm not saying cannabis is a panacea, but plant medicines in general, there's a solution. I truly feel like the Lord put everything we need on this earth that we need. So, yeah.
One thing I'm curious about with football players, because I always say you get into it when it's just fun and when your body can bounce back, and there's no way when you're 14 and you're going for this, like what is going to be on the back end. Like, at what point did you realize, like, as a player, like, oh, this is just what it's going to feel like?
It wasn't until the NFL. You're in college. Don't really get hurt. Don't need massages twice a week. You don't have to use a chiropractor or whatnot. It's just once you get into the league, though, just everybody's bigger, faster. That's when it hits. And you're going through all your ailments, and that's really when my cannabis use really started to pick up. Especially for me, they're offering us the Vicodins, the Oxycontins, the Percocet. For me, that just made me feel terrible. My whole sense of like balance and proprioception was off, and so just sick to the stomach. I remember when I jacked up my finger, they'd give me a whole bottle of Percocet and Vicodins to take, and I was in New York. It was not legal at the time, but I was feeling so terrible from the Percocet and the Vicodin that they gave me for my finger that I would just limit myself and maybe take one in the morning just to knock off the edge. But then I would just use cannabis. Whether it was an edible or I'll actually smoke for the rest of the day, just to get me throughout the day, just because the effect that those substances had on my body. It's not the same for everybody, but for me, it just wasn't for me. And I feel like anything, like I say, that comes from the earth is free to go in my body.
And you also mentioned, like, cognitively, the effects that this has. And I remember I was talking to one former player, and I think this was less cognitive than it was mood-based depression and things like that. And he just reached out to me, and I don't even know him that well. I tried to reach out, I was just like, hey, man, is there anything that's helping out? And the response on the text was, weed, LOL. But the LOL wasn't a laugh. Like, this was the thing that he used to kind of balance and measure himself. So with the cognitive stuff, I do wonder, I think that's another term that feels kind of broad to people. But like, kind of specifically, what does it do for you cognitively?
Cognitively, for cannabis use, it really just goes back to rest. Now, if you're not resting, if you're not getting the hours that you need, you can't function. Your reflexes aren't as quick as they usually are. As far as cannabis and cognitive function, there's a lot of research going on right now. When I think cognitive function, I'm thinking more. There's other plant medicines that we're seeing that are able to help out more as far as cognitive function, like psilocybin, mushrooms, I just say. But being able to, apply different plant medicines, not just cannabis. Yeah, we're a cannabis company, but I really like to think we're a plant medicine company at the end of the day. And cannabis can help cognitively and mentally. The research, obviously, we're not doing that research, but the research is out there from Harvard, from the IPI, that there's some benefits there. But I think that goes more so into another plant medicine. And I'm not saying psilocybin is the end-all, be-all, but there are a lot more other plant medicines that I think that could help out with cognitive and mental function.
Now, that's an interesting idea. I really hadn't thought too much about is the potential for this to be a bridge to these other plant medicines. And is that kind of the direction where this game is going for others?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we can't limit ourselves. Leave everything in front of us. You know, at the end of the day, plant medicines is really what it is. Cannabis is our focus right now, but plant medicine in general, that's really what the IPI is here. That when we're working with the consortium of schools, it's the International Phytomedicine Institute. Phytomedicine just means plant medicine. And it's amazing just to see the different plant medicines from around the world in different regions that are able to do different things, whether it's helping with cancer or helping with your, whether you have hunger issues, a variety of things. But right now, the focus for us is cannabis and dealing with pain.
Now, a bit of a philosophical dilemma. When you take something like this that does good for people and then infuse it with a healthy dose of good old-fashioned American capitalism, it normally doesn't do good things for people very long. So how do you think this industry will fare as it becomes more commodified? As you see things like Philip Morris and those people, for example, getting themselves prepared to make the move into the market.
I mean, I imagine that, you know, farmers are going to be like, okay, this plant medicine is dipping into our pockets a little too much. Let's go take them all. Let's go buy them up. And eventually, I mean, that's already happening. You know, you're starting to see big companies come in, whether it's, you know, multi-site operators, you know, they're coming in and trying to gobble up as much as they can. And, I mean, you just don't want it to go corporate because there's a culture behind cannabis that's, you know, you can't replace it. You know, the culture behind cannabis is nothing like corporate. It's about healing. It's about elevating your wellness through the plants. And corporate, they can't replicate that. They can't replicate that culture. And usually that's what I mean, when the corporate structure comes and takes over, it's not going to be good for anybody else. It's not going to be good for the man that's really trying to find another alternative way to heal himself or to help us, you know, find solutions for his pains or whatever issues he's going through.
Well, something I think that's interesting in what you described there is that I think when people think about the culture, they're thinking about something like totally different than what you say. And so at first, I was wondering if for some people you have to lean away from the culture, at least the perception that people have. But the truth is, for what you're doing, there's an existing culture that actually is much easier for you because you can lean into it. That's a big distinction that we wind up with this. So I'm curious, 10 years from now, where do you see this all going?
10 years from now, you know, I expect a lot of innovation in the industry. It's starting to happen. I expect there to be, you know, people using, when we're just talking about cannabis, you know, right now it's probably like, you know, 65% flower use to, you know, 35%, you know, processed goods. You know, in 10 years from now, I honestly expect to see that flip-flop. You know, people not using as much flower, and mainly because there are better applications, more direct applications that people are able to get, you know, what they want, what do they need personally. Like I was talking about personalized medicine.
And so for you, all of this as it's gone and starting this business and getting it going and everything else, what is maybe the hardest thing that you came across in it that you didn't realize was going to be on the other side?
Hardest thing I've come across in this industry, I mean, like I said, besides the people issues that you deal with, you know, just making sure those people that are on your team are there for the right reasons. Obviously, that's another people or issue, but it's really just a people issue because, like I said, the processes are easy. It's just finding the right people to work with. You know, I've been in business for a little bit, and ever since I retired, you know, I've been burnt, you know, and it's hard to find quality people that aren't just looking out for themselves and have a larger vision about the things that they want to do in their life and how they want to help people. And it's really about finding people that are evenly yoked and people that are ready to serve. I feel like that's the main denominator between the people that we work with. Everybody's here to serve.
All right, and we have questions from our wonderful audience here that if, hopefully this thing ain't got no password on it. Whew, all right. That was my biggest fear, is that I was going to sit here and have to get a password and then get somebody else to go check this out. All right, let's see. All right, so first question we got here. What did you have to learn when starting and supporting a full-time business that you didn't know when you were a full-time athlete?
You got to have goals. You got to have a vision. In our company, we call it the VMC. And I should have known this coming into the cannabis industry because, you know, my foundation, you know, we have a VMC and what we stand for. But that wasn't the first thing that I did when I came here. You know, we kind of just, you know, got thrown into it and was just trying to scramble and do this and that without setting up the correct foundation for us to stand on. And obviously, you know, without setting your foundation, you're standing on sand, you're going to go whichever way the wind blows you. So, you know, being able to, set ourselves up for success by putting everything in front of us that we wanted to do and putting down the things on paper that bring us together, like our core values, and obviously putting our vision and mission statement together, and obviously operating under that, using that as a filter for everything that comes in. You know, anything from a partnership that you want to do to a deal or whatever you want to do, but just dropping it through that filter and just seeing if it checks off amongst most of the things that are in your core values, and that lends itself to being okay to partake in whatever that is that you're aiming to do.
And see, it's interesting because I would think that would be like one of the more transferable things from athletics, because that's what all the coaches are always talking about is culture and all of that, right?
Not Detroit. Not Detroit.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid telling that joke myself, but now that you did, I was like, yeah, maybe you don't learn a winning culture with the Detroit Lions. There we go. The next question is, where do you see the biggest opportunity for growth in the industry?
The biggest opportunity for growth I'm seeing right now in the industry, obviously it's going to come with innovation, and I'll just go back to creating new applications for the plant. That's part of the stereotype, like in the stigma, the smoking of the plant, but creating, like I say, educating folks on what it does, and creating different avenues for people to partake. Not that everybody wants to partake, but if you can, pull on somebody's heartstrings and with ways that it can help them in their ailments, there's something to say for it. There's something there.
Got you. Now, our next question. Obviously, CTE is a big conversation in the NFL. Is there research that suggests that cannabis products could ease the effects of CTE or even improve the condition itself?
Going back to the IPI, they do have research where they're doing on mice, and they are able to affect the brain and stop and shrink the tumor size of mice in their brains or in their bodies. So yes, there is education, there is research done on it. I'm not sure about the publication of those research papers, but I'll just go back to what I was saying earlier, We're in this place right now of not knowing solely because it was taken away from us. I'm not going to say way back when, but I forget how many years ago, but it was taken away from us from being that healing agent. So we have a long way to go. Will it happen in 10 years? Will we really fully understand the cannabinoids of this plant in 10 years? I would love to, but I doubt it. It's really going to take, like I say, legalization. But I think that a lot of it's going to happen. A lot of the progress in this industry is just going to happen with research.
And not to go all Holiday Inn Express on it, but one of the trick bags of talking about CTE is they don't really know you have CTE until you're dead.
Yeah.
And so it's become kind of this catch-all phrase, almost in an unfortunate way, where anything happens, involving a football player, like, oh, it's a CTE. Part of what's tricky is that when CTE is found in these cases is often where you have reason to believe that CTE is there in the first place. And so you wind up with this confirmation bias that comes up because it's like, hey, I think that guy has CTE. What do you know? We had CTE. And that figuring things out for that is always going to be difficult until they find a way to diagnose it while people are actually alive, because otherwise all they're really doing is going back and gaining an understanding for things that had happened previously. So I noticed that happen a lot when people have these discussions, and I imagine for football players now that everybody got a term to call it, right? Like, CTE, ha ha ha. Yeah, kind of funny.
It's not funny.
Yeah, no, like my buddy Dominique Fosberg, you talked about seeing the Concussion movie, and he was like, it's like watching a horror movie, except it's about you.
Oh man, that was a little chilling.
Yeah,
it was.
That's what he said. He was just like, oh, so this is me. Like this thing is not. We're talking directly about my own life.
It's scary because you think about all the times you've whether come in contact or come in contact with the ground. You just don't know.
Right.
But there's ways that that's part of it, man. Finding solutions for cognitive issues. That's part of our goals with the IPI. So to be able to to help our brethren, obviously we're doing that in the cannabis space, but to be able to do something from the cognitive and mental side of it, that's next level for us.
All right. Next question. To what extent do folks need to try different methods to find what will help them with their health problems?
To what extent? I don't know if there is an extent as long as it's not detrimental to your health. I don't think that, finding a way to, heal your body naturally, I don't think you should exhaust all options, honestly. I know, people that are dealing with, life and death issues, that's what they're doing. They're trying to exhaust every option they can, They're trying to get all the research operations that they can get, there's no point, I think, that, when you're trying to affect your health and your quality of life, I don't think you can exhaust that. I think that you just keep going until you could try to find it, or you're not here no more.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go Holiday Inn Express twice on you in one panel, but I would say what extents to find things that will help. I don't know where the point is where I'm like, man, I just looked, but you know what? I'm not going to look no more. There may be something else on the other side. No, I'm just going to take this shit. Whatever it is, I'm just going to sit around in pain. I'm sick of looking. No. Keep going.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess this does kind of take to a different place, though, because I think the direction that this question probably goes in is more toward what we're talking about. I guess because of some of the absence of research that we're talking about, it's almost to a lot of people unverified, and they would feel like they were making an experimental move by trying something like this, regardless of, how founded it may be in what's happened in history. Like, it's when people start talking about, like, Eastern medicine and the things they read, and you're like, oh, yeah, so this little thing's going to do that. Except the thing is, every now and then it really does.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, plant medicine, things derived of the earth, I feel like they're put here for a reason. God put them here for a reason, for us to find them and figure out how to use them best for us.
So you mentioned earlier that, the big pharma's coming and buying up these companies.
Yep.
Are you saying that there's not a number they could throw at you to make you take this operation and hand it over to the overlord?
I mean, at the end of the day, we all in this industry would love to be able to sell our process, our IP to a larger company, but at the end of the day, being able to help people, that's really what it's all about. We got into the industry, yeah, we want to make some hay here, but at the same time, being able to see and meet those people that we're helping, that just makes you be like, okay, how do we set this business up for the long term so that we can continue to do what we want to do and pass it along to our children? Yeah, if the opportunity comes to be able to, for somebody to acquiesce us, and that's great. We'll look at it when the time comes.
All right, so as we're wrapping this up, make sure that people know how they can find Primitive to get more information about what you're doing.
Indeed, yeah. Check us out at primitivegroup.com. Look forward to dropping a new product line called Primitive Performance, and that really revolves around us using nanotechnology and being able to, and what nanotechnology does versus the processed oils that people put in drinks or all the processed goods, the edibles. It's just more bioavailability, meaning it gets to your bloodstream instead of being consumed in your gut. So it's better for the body. Not that the other products that aren't nano aren't good for the body, they're just not as effective.
Now, currently you were just in Michigan. Are there plans to move this to other states?
Yes. Obviously, we want to take care of our background first, but I mean, we have brothers in different states that are doing cannabis, have to have cannabis operations. We've spoken to them. So, I mean, it could look like a licensing deal. It could be brick and mortar. Obviously, brick and mortar is a little bit harder, but licensing deals it allows us to take our product, whether it's the Primitive Performance, which will be both THC and CBD, so you can have the e-commerce side to it because there's no THC in it. You can sell it online, with CBD being legal. But that's where we're going.
All right, and that is Primitiv.
Yes, primitive without the E on the end. It's very, very primitive.
That's it. Got to make. It's just the thing. You got to make sure it's like naming your barbershop.
You're right.
You got to spell it out sometime.
Primitive Group without the E. Primitivegroup.com. Please check it out.
All right, and want to thank everybody for joining us here in the Bill James room, and thank you for that applause. I don't know what we're supposed to do.
Welcome to Crash Talking, generously brought to you by our partners at Oracle. And now, at 5'8", from Kager, also known as the Kraft Analytics Group, and MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference co-founder, Jessica Gelman. And weighing in at just over 200 pounds with a full beard from the Philadelphia 76ers and the other MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference co-founder, Daryl Morey.
Ridiculous opening. Whatever. I like it. Data. Wait, we have charts? We have everything. Oh, sorry.
Glenn, you can come up here. Come on up here.
Glenn?
We also welcome to the stage Kathy Carter, the CEO of the LA28 Olympics and Paralympics, longtime sports executive and leader, also previously president of Soccer United Marketing, the for-profit marketing arm of the MLS. Also was a goalie at William & Mary.
Woo! Goalie. I should have asked you that. My son's a goalie, yeah.
Next up, we have Ariel Kelman, currently the CMO and EVP at Oracle, previously at AWS and Salesforce, leading massive innovation in sports, including Red Bull Racing, the Premier League, and the Golden State Warriors.
Woo!
And last but not least, we have Nate Silver, the founder and editor-in-chief of award-winning website 538 and the go-to election predictor. Nate first gained notoriety in sports for developing a system for forecasting the performance and development of MLB players. He's a semi-professional poker player. His book, The Signal and the Noise, was named as the best nonfiction work in 2012. Over to you, Jessica.
Woo.
All right.
Nice.
We are thrilled to host a live version of our podcast with our superstar guests. We're going to talk about demystifying and debunking the myths of analytics in sports, and specifically the dangers of using trash data to make decisions. So, Ariel, we're hoping that you will bring a great perspective on technology in sports. Kathy, how you're pushing the boundaries of innovation with LA28. And Nate, on all things predictions and likely swearing. So this is fun because, we have good history with these folks. And so I'm going to get right into it. Is there anything you want to add here? No, you're good. But let's give a shout out for Daryl and his t-shirt.
Oh, yeah. Support
women's sports.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So what is cool, when we've done this trash talking podcast in the past, we've mostly focused on, I guess I would call like the baseball, football, soccer, basketball, and we're going to bring some other perspectives and learnings. So let's get going. What sport has the most opportunity to add analytics? And specifically, what are the key factors that you would consider in defining a sport that has the most opportunity? So I want to start with Daryl and Nate on that kind of a...
Oh, thanks. I'll go so you can think.
Okay.
So for me, when I think of opportunity, I would define it as, you could take an average team to maybe being a champion or some vast improvement just with the introduction of, rigorous use of analytics. And the one I thought of, apparently Nate was not prepped for this question like I was. Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
I would go with volleyball. It's absolutely a sport that, as far as I can tell, because my son played so I'm an expert now apparently. You can tell that there's a lot of intricate strategy to it. It's got a lot of network analysis of passing, whether or not you get the ball over the net on quick hits, whether you take aggressive serves. There's a lot of analytics, and my sense is, from what I've seen, very little usage, which makes it very ripe for for improvement. And we've had volleyball papers at the conference, but I think only one.
Yeah, only one.
Yeah.
I believe that's true.
I mean, I guess I'll focus more on like the big five, counting hockey, although hockey is debatable about whether it's a big five or not, I guess. But no, I mean, the traditional spectrum is that you have baseball in front of the analytics revolution, basketball closely behind, then a big gap, and then maybe soccer, hockey, and football in some order, right? I do wonder if those middle two, soccer and hockey, is where you have the most upside now. I mean, football, you're dealing with a lot of data that's hard to quantify, very small sample sizes. I don't think these problems seem quite as irresolvable in hockey or soccer. You have maybe cultural differences that have an impact there. So in terms of like, where will the Sloan panel in 5 years be more advanced than the one this year? It might be the hockey panel, for example. Or volleyball, who knows?
Yeah, and I think that's not exactly what I was asking, but that's okay. I mean, I think we're talking about more like Olympic type sports, right? And then how would we go?
Oh,
and
wow,
say,
really crushing volleyball there.
Yeah, and
Well, it's an Olympic sport.
I was actually talking to Nate.
Props. I think she was actually supporting you.
Yeah, I was saying Nate.
I thought you were saying we both failed the
I don't know
question.
when football was an Olympic sport, Daryl.
You never know.
You never know. I think it's commonly played in the summer, actually.
In the Olympics?
Yeah,
Oh.
football, definitely.
Okay, a different kind of football. A different kind. But as we're thinking about where there's like an over-dependence on one position, or maybe, for example, how much influence a coach has, like what are some of these other factors that could potentially have influence? So I'll keep going because Kathy actually has a good example. Yes. So
I was prepped for that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I think it's very interesting. So I think the question here is, where have you seen in an Olympic sport where there is a focus on analytics, like where there's been the most impact? You know, is it the competing better, or is it improving the athlete performance, which is what a lot of what we're thinking about as analytics progresses?
Well, I think it's yes and to a large degree. I think volleyball, and actually I think the entirety of the Olympic sporting calendar, if you will, there are a handful of sports that are perhaps where they're data rich, but actually I think it's coming up, and I think that's one of the great areas of investment for us. Again, less about when you host a games, probably more when you are actually then competing. And I think I even have an example of a real time where we saw this with just these last number of weeks in the winter games. You want to throw it up?
Yeah, throw up the...
So I, quite frankly, was unaware of this to a large degree until we started looking at data and realizing that team pursuit speed skating, 3 athletes that actually compete together as a team, that actually have to cross the line, and you're trying to compete against other teams. And conventional wisdom was that you would actually rotate. You would draft and rotate and draft and rotate. And they started crunching the numbers, and they realized that 2 things. Number one is that actually when the front athlete would come and become the last athlete, having 2 athletes now basically side by side created more wind resistance. And that by keeping the first athlete in the first position and using a push technology, basically where you're pushing because that's allowed by the rules, that you can actually increase the overall efficiency of the team, and the team actually can perform far better. Now, how did that end up in a result? The U.S. team that now found this and started to deploy this actually went from being a middle-of-the-road type of team and not thought of to a world record-winning team by virtue of the efficiency that they actually could see in the overall performance of the team. And so that wasn't something they thought that, well, okay, let's try this. It was because they really crunched numbers and looked at reams of data that ultimately suggested, and that data actually got buy-in from the athletes. Because the athletes didn't believe it until they actually saw the data, and then they went out and performed, and boom, they become world record holders. I would say they didn't perform at their best. They won a bronze medal, but they were widely considered a favorite for the gold. But it is where you're starting to see a very significant increase in just the analytics involved in Olympic sports that may not have the same economic drivers to finding that edge of competition.
Did other teams copy their strategy?
They're starting to. Yeah, they're starting to. So
So I think that's a competing better, right? It wasn't
That's right.
necessarily improving the athlete performance, which we've obviously seen a number of athletes being able to improve their performance. I don't know, is there any other kind of competing better concept where this was a great idea, but I mean, that you could think of, knowing your knowledge of the Olympics, where that could potentially, and the answer could be no, Daryl. You're looking at me with a dazed look.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have one. I would say that I think one way to tell which sports could be attacked with data is, and Kathy can correct me if I'm wrong, is that I believe the Chinese national team took a very rigorous look, especially before Beijing, and others, of which sports that they felt like they could take data, technology, money, and improve their medal standings. And I believe it was quite successful, is my memory.
Yeah, no, I think that we're seeing that across the board, certainly. It just also, which I think we're seeing across not just Olympic sports, but we're taking a page out of probably more professional, and by no means am I an expert in this space, but ultimately you're starting to see, and we were hearing from many of our Olympians just over the last number of weeks with the games going on in China, just the way that they go about, the efficiency with which they train. I mean, it used to be, and this was consistent, that you just go out and you train as hard as you possibly can, and that through that rigor you actually will achieve greater performance, and that's actually now proven not to be correct. And so the sports science around the human performance is at a whole different level, and we'll continue to see that, whether it's nutrition and what type of weights and what type of anaerobic and aerobic. And we're seeing that really come into play across the board. And I think one of the things, though, ironically enough, that I think in the advent of all of the data and analytics, both in terms of on-field but also performance, what we are now starting to realize is we've got to actually start to prioritize mental health. Because while you can achieve unbelievable things from a body perspective, and you can push yourself to no end, we actually have to treat our mind with the same level of care that we do our bodies. And I'd say that's a big area for us all to be looking at.
The science on the mental approach to maximum performance is improving pretty rapidly. Lots of papers, and Jessica's been on this for a while. So
yeah, I'm a big believer, all the way back to college. So I think the point here is that we're starting to see the application of analytics and technology extend in really meaningful ways, and that's really exciting. We can talk about what we think are future sports, or where there's the most opportunity. I think it's a good discussion. If, as we're talking, you have more ideas, bring them up. The other components that I think are really meaningful in transitioning is what's happening with broadcasts. And Ariel, in particular, you have really brought data throughout your career to broadcast to enhance the fan experience, like in a super meaningful way. So you help drive MLB StatCast, next-gen stats for the NFL, and most recently you've been doing a bunch of work with F1 and the Premier League. And I want to share this because I think the intent here is to invoke thoughts and ideas. Can we show this video of the SailGP and the AR overcast? And if you wouldn't mind speaking to this.
Yeah, so this is SailGP. It's a sailing league, a relatively new sport. It has 10 teams from different countries, all having spec boats. And what you see here is they're I sort of think of this as augmented reality, of putting additional data onto the broadcast to make the sport easier to understand for people that may not have typically watched the sport before. Because you're sort of seeing boats in the water, and who's ahead, what direction are they going. They can start to put that in the broadcast along with some telemetry information. And then what I think is kind of really exciting is to provide also a mobile app experience where it's configurable. Because there's always been this problem with adding analytics to the broadcast with the linear approach. Because the stuff that's exciting to data-hungry fans is really annoying to a bunch of other people, but in a direct-to-consumer app kind of context, it really becomes like a video game. You want to have crazy numbers everywhere. You want to have a telemetry view with the TV view small. You just go and configure it. So they've done it here, and I think we're going to sort of look back and see that they are quite forward-thinking, and that's going to apply to a lot of other sports as well in the future.
So, and in terms of as you have done this, what has the impact been for growing fan interest? Because I think that's really the key of what we're talking about.
I think sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I've seen a lot of sports where they start out with thinking, okay, we're gathering telemetry data, XYZ telemetry on the players and the balls. Let's put that on the screen. So let's show in baseball how fast someone's running or how high they jumped. But, you know, it doesn't mean anything because you don't have the context. Then they start to sort of say, well, let's put it in context to say, well, this is the third highest exit velocity for a pitcher this season. Okay, that's a little bit better, but still, you know, it's sort of that one moment in time thing. And I think where they've got it the most right is when the stats can help us understand or help provide some data justification for some of the opinions that have always been shared. Like, oh, that was an amazing catch. Well, what if we could see, well, we have a machine learning model trained on thousands of NFL catches to know that on average we should only expect 3 out of 1,000 people to catch that ball, which is like the Odell Beckham famous catch. Or understanding if a player in a soccer match gets red flagged when they go, oh, that really kills their opportunity to win. But if you have a modeled win probability, you can sort of show a before and after.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of seeing that progression, but it's very different in different sports.
To back that up with aerial, if you were to connect it to win probability, which is great, if you were to look at the overhead camera data and the players who move the slowest in the NBA, it is literally every all-star in the league. And what you learn pretty quickly is that the all-stars are just more efficient in their movement. They can beat a player on their first move versus their second move. They can contribute in ways using their IQ more than their speed and things like that. And so if you were to just say, I'll get the fastest basketball players, you would get all the rookies in the league who provably don't contribute a whole lot usually.
I do think in the office and business it's the opposite. People who move quickly tend to be a little bit more successful. But
we need some cameras. Let's not just assume that.
Well, I mean, I generally love thinking about that application because
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, of course.
Just to back up Jessica, if they had cameras inside the craft facility, she used to move very fast and provably did what, Jessica?
Oh.
And here it begins.
Yeah. So yes, what happened is about my first or second week working with the Kraft family, I was running out to go
literally running,
and I ran out of my office and ran right into Coach Belichick, and like nailed him against the wall. He was very startled. And I, you know, I was like, oh, trying to let me know if you need me on Sunday. So I didn't.
And you're very successful. QED.
Yeah.
Ariel's right. Speed in the office.
Yeah.
There's a correlation.
Yeah.
Anyways, there was no reaction to that comment, by the way, which was also pretty depressing for me. But I think as we think about other sports where that type of technology could be applicable, I mean, just what are some ideas? I mean, you obviously shared one right there, but and you may or may not have an answer here. NFL, NBA, or like, I mean, this is something when I think someone has said this on Twitter, where they're like, you know, when they are having these athletes, whoever they are, doing the work, it'd be really cool to see just like a normal person and where they are in like the race.
The Rich Eisen cam.
Is that?
You know, yeah, they overlay Rich Eisen or all the NFL players doing the same. It's very good. Yeah, it's cool.
Well, I think it goes back to what you're saying. It's about personalization, because the more we can actually give a fan the ability to look at it. I mean, I think certainly in most sports to see actually how supreme these athletes are, whether it's any one of these sports. I mean, the first step for a basketball player, or the speed, or whatever else it may be. To me, I think that the more we can actually provide that to the fan and they can customize the view or the engagement in the sport the way they want to see it, yeah. I think that it starts to probably put us in a better light in terms of how great these athletes actually are.
Golf would lend itself to that pretty well.
Yeah.
For any course, if they had the data on the average sort of players that go through what they do in certain positions.
Yeah.
To back up your point, Jessica, and you might have seen this, Kathy, but a comment by, I think, a random Twitter user saying, I want to see what an average person does on every Olympic sport, because there are all these like people on Twitter, I could do that. My favorite would be ski jump, and just as they just plummet to their death.
Well, I mean, who didn't watch curling and think I can act? That, of course, I can do that.
I've done curling, and
It is
on
not
a
easy.
rink or on,
It is not
like
easy.
the fake curling that we.
No, I did the real curling in
Yeah.
Duluth. I did it OG style in Duluth.
I like it.
I tried real curling once. It was pretty hard.
It's hard. Very hard.
Very hard.
Yeah.
You have to be able to. You have to. What is that thing where you
Like
squat?
four
Low
things at
squat.
once and like squat and
Yeah. No,
And tripping over those rock things is not.
Yeah.
and sweeping. None of us are good at sweeping.
No.
So,
Well, yeah, not you guys.
No, I was just a natural at curling. I beat you on the first try.
That was fake curling. Fake curling.
It calls winning.
That was like
to me.
little wheels.
Winning.
Yeah, real curling. Let's do it.
All right, so let's talk about the role of technology and how it's evolved in some sports. So the example I'm going to give here is tennis and the electronic line judge, right? That's something that was just like, duh. Yes, that's great. They don't have line judges anymore. So what can and should we prioritize automating in sports?
I mean, ball strike calls, right?
Yes.
I don't really see why that should be subjective. There are some issues as far as how you define different spots, but like.
Are you
that seems
trying to
like
eliminate jobs, Nate?
Well, they're pretty close. They started off maybe 5 years ago using that to judge the umpires, and then they've had it in the minor leagues, feeding the calls into the ears of the umpires for a while. So I think it's just a matter of time. I mean, I think any sport where you have rules that are simple, that are telemetry based, where there's a clear yes/no answer, you could automate that, and you probably should be better the fan, more consistent. No one wants to see a season end on a bad called strike. But there's a lot of rules that are more vague. Like, I can't imagine a computer vision system calling fouls in the NBA or calling what's pass interference in the NFL. It's not a black and white definition of the rule.
It's hard. We'd welcome it. The NBA's done a good job. They're trying to automate all the rules that are automatable. To your point, goaltending, I know, is a goal of theirs. They've automatically done 2 versus 3, so that's done at every sort of break in the game, and they'll correct the score. So they've done a good job of that. And I think I would love if block charge was done with overhead cameras, because even if it's wrong, so are the refs. So it's like, let's just get it wrong in an automated way, quickly, and just move on.
No, because sometimes people blame the technology when they really should be blaming the rule, right? If you don't like the fact that now in soccer, you have the replay, the guy comes off the line, right, makes it even harder to stop a penalty, then have some leeway. Let him take one step beforehand or something, but don't have a bad rule that's poorly enforced, right? That's kind of a lose-lose.
Yeah.
And to go on a tennis rant, even if the line is wrong, you just show everyone a cartoon of what happened, and they'll believe it, even if it has nothing to do with reality. So
I went to a tennis match maybe 6 months ago, and the fans seemed very happy. And we didn't see a lot of complaints, no yelling at the judges by the players.
Yeah, so what they could do.
Although there was something about the McEnroe-Connors era that was
fun.
kind of fun.
Fighting was fun in hockey too.
Yeah,
But
fair enough. Fair enough.
To finish, like if we did automated block charge in NBA, for sure what we should do is show a 2K rendering of the block charge and make it way more clear, even if it's totally fake, of who had the block or the charge. People will be like, all right, I trust the cartoon. It's great.
I love it. Rex Chapman would not be happy if the block charge went away from his Twitter.
That's true.
It is true.
Good follow.
Thank you. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit. Want to talk about specifically the awesome task that Kathy, you have in front of you.
I'm laughing because before she says, like, every time I talk to someone, they talk about my awesome, huge task.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's very.
He has to build basically a Fortune 500 company. I mean.
Well, there's a lot of we.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
A lot of we.
Lead. You have to lead. So there's a quote that you have. The priority will be to see how we can change the discourse and think differently about the games themselves. This is for LA28. We need to differentiate between what is a must and what is an opportunity to do things differently. And so my question to everyone except Kathy is, what do you think LA28 needs to do differently? This is free consulting for you, Kathy.
I appreciate that.
I mean, some things take care of themselves. Hopefully not having COVID-28. would be good. Having fans in the stands.
Don't have a pandemic. Well, great suggestion, Nick.
Yeah, not committing human rights violations and threatening to detain journalists and stuff like that would be good progress. But like, no, to the broadcasting point earlier, no, I think the Olympics have this issue now, which is that people are so used to consuming content on demand in the way they want. Like, I found it very hard. There have been 3 straight Olympics that are in a poor time zone if you're in the U.S., right? Which you can't blame. Most of the world's people live in Asia, right? So it's not unfair, but like, the Olympics have to kind of, I think, adapt to that. You can't just have this like prepackaged, beautifully produced, but tape delayed deal. That might work for some fans, but giving fans who are like sports junkies one experience, and giving fans who like the traditional presentation a different experience, and finding a way. And of course, things have improved, but like, I think the declining rating for this year's Olympics suggests that there is more room to improve on that front.
Like, my suggestion I gave to Kathy was, if you watch Olympics, there's always like huge swaths of empty seats, and we should prioritize the fans and not the media. Generally, that's like the media is supposed to sit there and they don't show up. That's my understanding. So put the fans at the center. I think Kathy's going to do it. Kathy just has to nod during this whole part?
Yeah. She's then going to say what...
Oh, the actual answer.
Yeah. Well, not the actual, but some of the ideas.
Yeah, I've done a lot of research on this, and I think the key is to have athletes flying in the air in front of nuclear power plants. Yeah. Because fans love that. I mean, it blows up on Twitter.
It did get a lot of engagement.
It did get a lot of engagement. It did get a lot of engagement. Okay, so I agree with Daryl. Actually, I agree with all of you. We don't have ski jumping in the summer games, so I think we'll take care of that part.
Santa Onofre.
We actually think putting fans front and center is a really important piece of that. There's a number of my colleagues that are out here, and we've been listening and learning throughout the course of the weekend, because I think that if we put the fan front and center, what Nate is talking about is how do you actually customize the experience for the individual, as opposed to ask the individual. We talk a lot about the fact that LA is this amazing backdrop, already have a lot of all the facilities are already in place, and so we have an adage that you can fit the games to the community as opposed to fit the community to the games. And I think you could say the same thing in terms of the fan experience, and that's one of the things we truly need to innovate on, which is how do you actually allow the fan to engage the way they want to and not the way that you tell them to, which I think is one of the critical innovations that seems pretty simple, but is hard in its execution.
I have another suggestion. You should triple and synchronize more sports.
Triple and synchronize.
Yeah, because you have jumping, they have triple
Synchronized
jump.
triple jump.
Okay.
You can synchronize
right,
everything. I don't know why we've just chosen a few sports to synchronize. Let's synchronize all of them.
I think that we could take that one on.
More.
I like that one. I
see more revenue.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna switch it up now, and we're gonna talk about goat of goats. There's a lot of goats going around. Does anyone think that term is being used too loosely? I feel like everyone's a goat. Yeah, thank you. Okay, well, we're going to go through the actual goats. Who are we including in our list of goats, and what is our criteria? So we're going to come up with a list here, and then and what the criteria is that we'll define, and then we'll say who we think is the actual goat. So, criteria. Nate, give me one. Each of you, one criteria for a goat.
Dominant in his or her sport for a long period of time.
Okay. Serena Williams. Okay.
You can't say the person yet that you would choose.
I'd add to that postseason success.
Okay. You can debate each other after they say something, Daryl.
Well, you're skipping Kathy?
No, I'm thinking
I'm not trying to jump in. Don't worry. Yeah.
I would say consistency, which is in part what Nate has said with longevity.
It's related to dominance, but I would say some game-changing method of attacking their sport that puts them at multiple standard deviations over others who went before them.
And I'm going to say performance in pressure situations.
Ooh.
No, I like that one.
Sounds like playoffs. I think you're stealing that from Ariel.
Again, different types of pressure, different types. Okay, so let's go with the suggestions and names. I obviously already gave one, so I'll say Serena.
Now,
Lots of names.
Do we have to do more names? Because I would have gone
Yes.
there too.
Oh, more names, definitely. Let's go.
Are we going in order again? Or?
Whatever.
Oh, go
Yes.
ahead, Kathy.
Well, no, I would have said Serena too. I mean, is there anybody else that can stand up to Serena Williams?
Yeah, it's Simone Biles.
There you go.
It's Tom Brady. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, that's why.
Michael Jordan.
See, I don't know. I mean, but how do you say Michael Jordan, but then we have the debate about if he's really the greatest of all time, where do you put LeBron in that?
You're saying if there's a debate, then by definition, not the GOAT of GOATs.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the GOAT of
criteria.
GOATs, right? Okay,
Oh,
that
add
is
that
great.
to it.
Yeah, that is.
No debate
But I
allowed.
don't disagree. I mean, I'm a huge Michael fan, but at the end of the day, others have achieved at perhaps the same level as he has. Now,
I think that, I mean, the thing that Brady has going for him in this case, in my opinion, that seems so huge is it's a sport that is defined by short career lengths, and that it's this excellence of outcomes over such a long period of time. You don't see that a lot.
It's also a sport, the best design for parity is football, and he's somehow stayed on top. Yeah, so the rubber band pulling you back to the center in the NFL is much stronger than some of these other sports. I mean, to me, well, Tiger Woods should be on the list, I think. Simone is like playing a different sport. So that was why part of the criteria. Like she can like fall twice and still win. Like she's literally like 5 standard deviations ahead of other people.
Should we consider how many people participate in these sports? Because then, like,
you're trying to
soccer gets a
eliminate
big
ping
boost,
pong or something?
basketball gets a big boost. You know,
Oh, yes.
golf is more exclusive.
Fair.
I think that's a good point. This longevity one, though, is also interesting to me because it's changing, right? The number of across sports, the number of athletes who are playing much longer because of everything that we've learned about the human body. And so, you know, we might very well see people starting to play, I don't know, I mean, into their 50s. Daryl, you're about to turn 50, so.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
It's fun to share. Half a century. All right. Anyone else? I personally have a couple other ones on my list, but to consider. Michael Phelps.
yeah. Well, let's go back. I mean, I think you've got to keep Tom on the list. You got to put Michael Phelps. You got to have Simone. You got to have Serena.
Yep.
What about anyone from baseball? I was having trouble kind of picking one. That
I think the debate criteria kills baseball, basketball.
What about?
Oh no,
soccer?
Gretzky. I mean, isn't
Well,
Gretzky
I think there are some, like Bobby Orr, hardcore nerd arguments.
And they're defendable?
I don't know if they're good arguments or not. I don't know quite enough about hockey, but like there's not a consensus about Gretzky among hockey nerds like you would think.
Out.
Okay.
Sorry,
Messi.
Wayne.
Messi.
Yeah.
I put Messi in that group.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then poor cricket. None of us know cricket, but I'm sure there's some guy.
Brian Lara.
There you go.
He was on the EA video game, so that's.
That's how you know. Okay, got it.
Are we having an audience panel on that one, or
what?
No? The audience panel?
Oh yeah, I wish that we had.
Where's your iPad?
I don't know. I don't have an iPad.
You have no iPad?
No.
Oh, iPad.
Hey, can we have people tweet in?
Yeah, people we've missed.
Yeah, what
Are we deciding?
I didn't know if that was.
I think
possible,
they decide. No, it's a great idea, but I really do not have an iPad. Probably ran out of battery.
She's ready to kill someone right now.
I am so upset. I am so upset. Okay, so we'll come back to this. The other two I would potentially throw in here are Usain Bolt and Diana Taurasi.
Yeah.
Both
Yep.
there, yeah.
Yep.
I think there
Or
is.
Sue is Diana's clearly better than Sue. Okay, all right.
I mean, no, no. I think Sue's best point guard.
Okay.
For
okay,
sure.
Okay.
No, Taurasi's next
Okay.
level. Next level. All right. Okay. So we'll come back to that. We'll get the votes from the audience, I guess.
If I get an iPad.
All right. We're gonna go to game time.
Oh, what's game time?
Game time.
Oh, is this the one where we do? Oh,
You just usually
the
say
bench.
game time.
Oh, yeah. This is the bench trade thing.
Yeah, bench trade tag.
Tag.
It's we've
tag.
been playing it for a little bit. It's our twist on kiss,
Yes.
date, or marry.
Yes.
And so
Don't question the categories. Just roll with it.
Right. I mean, if you want the help, bench is I can't make the connection. That's the worst.
Kill.
Or no, trade might be the worst.
No, bench is the worst. You're
Bench is
not
the worst.
playing anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trade is you're not part of the team, and then tag is that's the best. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to give you these options. The key thing, and you're going to say bench, trade. One person can answer. You can debate the answer. But why? Why are you saying this? Okay. So the sport that should be added to the Olympics: MMA, chess, cricket. Which are you going to bench? Which are you going to trade? Which are you going to tag? I feel bad that you guys don't have pen and paper to write it down.
Who are we? Are we ourselves? Or are we Kathy? Are we trying to help the Olympics, or are we just...
Just
are we
answer.
Who are you?
Just go for it.
Just go for it?
I would say, I'll start it. Let's see what people think. And this is, I'd say, I got to remember this: bench, trade,
Just
and
go
tag.
with it, Kathy. It
All
doesn't
right.
have to make
bench,
sense.
I know. Bench, I'm going to say, what were the three again?
MMA,
chess,
and cricket.
I learned a lot just earlier about chess, so I might actually put them on the... I'm going to bench MMA, I'm going to tag cricket, and I'm going to trade chess. I have no idea what I just said.
And why?
And why?
Okay, why are you tagging cricket? That's really the question.
I mean, globally, outside of our country, it's a huge sport, driving massive engagement across lots of different populations. I have no clue what the rules are, but when you look at the data, I mean, it is one of the world's largest sports.
Thank you, British Empire.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
That's right. So that's why I would say cricket. I think trade chess. I have no idea how I would associate trade in this, but I think chess is terrific. I learned a lot about it earlier. What did we learn? It's like it is
the
great.
number one e-sport in the world?
Number one e-sport in the world. I don't know. We just talked about it before. MMA I love. I think it would be amazing. I just think that there's a lot to be done in order to potentially look at that in the Olympics, even though I think it'd be amazing. But
they don't have a governing body?
We don't have an international governing body.
I'm learning from Kathy, you need a governing body to make the Olympics.
So I'm a little too close to that stuff, though. But stay tuned. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll be putting 4 new ones into the Olympics, 2028. So what would you guys say?
Yeah.
Tell me what we should
Synchronized MMA.
Say.
I will tag chess. I mean, it has everything. It has the largest base. It's global, right? In the rapid form, it's interesting. Very low cost.
Yeah, we discussed that.
Has big names like Magnus Carlsen. So I'm tagging that. I'm going to bench MMA because I learned this from Kathy. Yeah, just issues with, trying to kill people, and they don't have a governing body, all those kinds of things. And then
they have an exit path from the bench. They need to get a governing body.
And then trade cricket, because cricket's sounds awesome. I don't know. I don't know anything about cricket. So.
I think in our GOAT discussion we should have included cricket. Goat.
No, he added a cricket GOAT.
Yeah, Brian Lara.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
Yeah.
There's some
I met him once. Nice guy.
I don't think he's a cricket goat though.
Only cricket person.
Yeah, there's some debate.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, let's add the real GOAT once we have someone help us with who that is. Yeah.
I was hoping Pakistan. I mean, look. Are we ready to call chess a sport? Or is it okay? Because the Olympics used to have like arts competitions and stuff like that, right?
I love
speed walking. If chess, like, why not poker? Poker is the only chance I would ever have to win an Olympic medal, so I'm a little partial to that.
But it's hard to not call it a sport if you're calling esports a sport. So I think it's sort of wrapped up.
It has the word sport in it.
No, but these things, I mean, like, poker players now understand the importance of physical fitness. Not all of them. There's a divide, but, like, it does matter quite a bit, and there is some stamina required. But, like, I don't know. We're kind of crossing a Rubicon there, potentially, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
And cricket and MMA both have very large international audiences. And probably should be Olympic sports.
Well, it gets into the Hall of Fame. Like, if you start debating what's a sport, you'll go to the speed walking, and you can have anything. Once you have speed walking, any sport's okay. Although you're getting rid of that, right? Speed walking.
Still to be determined.
Oh, sorry, speed walking. I thought you
I don't even know if it's still in.
already had eliminated. Yeah, apparently
All the
Jessica.
speedwalkers are hitting up on Twitter right now.
I know,
Yeah,
I know. By the way, I'm going to get in trouble in the MMA discussion too. Everybody wants to do. We're going to take a look. If Rachel's still out there, she told me we're going to look at drone racing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all fun and games till you're part of a multi-billion-dollar empire. People pay attention.
All right.
Wait, Ariel doesn't get to answer?
Oh.
I'll tag.
I didn't know if you want to add
I'm going to
poker.
tag the chess, but I don't really have anything incremental to add. I think points have been made.
All right. So now we'll start with him on the next question, so it'll be a little bit more fair. Which sport should we remove from the Olympics? Don't forget to say why. The triple jump, synchronized anything but synchronized swimming, or the modern pentathlon. Do you know what the modern pentathlon is?
Well, Kathy does. This is.
Is it like half a decathlon?
No, that's the regular pentathlon.
Okay.
Yeah.
The modern.
The modern pentathlon.
It's interpretive.
Yeah. A little bit, kind of. We'll come back to that.
There's shooting in it. That's all I know. They shoot
synchronized, yeah.
something in the pentathlon, I think.
And riding a horse.
Oh, the horse I didn't know. Yeah.
And I was a competitive swimmer a long time ago in the olden days when I was in high school, and I never understood synchronized swimming. So it could just be my ignorance, but it just seemed more like ballet underwater. So I don't know. If we had to get rid of one, I apologize to the synchronized swimmers, but
That's the one.
Does modern pentathlon involve horses?
Apparently, yeah.
I think getting rid of
PETA.
horse sports, because they're very elitist, right?
Well, and it's
Not
really
just
more the
someone who has access to
horse.
horses.
It's
And it's
not
also a
even
horse.
like the rest of the Olympics are humans.
Yeah.
Like the horse.
get a medal.
If you give
It's-
the medal
we
to
have
the
the horse
then I'm all for
Olympics,
it.
then we should have pentathlon.
I'm not answering.
Wise decision.
Is there one you're going to get rid of anyway, you can say? Oh, no. Sorry.
I'm not answering this one.
Smart. Smart. I would triple jump. Like, why have 2 or 4 or 5 jumps? Like, why triple? There must be some history, so I get rid of triple jump. Anything where arbitrarily doubling or tripling something makes no sense. So, triple jump.
It is arbitrary. All right. Rules for soccer that we would like to add.
Oh.
Okay.
I don't think I can answer this one either.
can I just jump in and
Because
say,
he's going to go off and go crazy.
You know.
And
I only get
and
one. She
I'm
limited
a
me to
purist.
one. You're a purist. Oh.
Yeah.
There's not a single soccer rule you would
Point
want
of
to change.
what we try to do with these next
didn't
set of
get on you.
questions.
What's that?
What we try to do with these next set, it's still the bench trade tag, is take concepts from other sports and apply them to, say, soccer. So it's what can improve the game. Okay, but hold on, Ariel.
the
you
thing
had something you wanted
I
to say.
completely have, I've asked this question many times. I've never heard a good argument against unlimited substitution. It seems like it would make the game, make the strategy a lot deeper. It would be exciting for the fans, and I just keep hearing tradition is the reason. But I'm not an expert.
How about live like hockey?
Wait, you guys are jumping
do
the
that.
shark here. This is not how the game is played. The game is played that I give you 3 options,
sorry.
and then you
Oh.
bench,
but we could
trade, or
I benched the game.
it's your game.
Kobayashi.
You made it up.
No, I did not make this
Kobayashi
game
Maru.
up.
He made it up.
I did not make this up. Not the categories.
Rules for soccer. Okay, I actually asked Daryl what the rules should be, but you're right, he didn't make it up. So first one is the shot clock, bench, trade, or tag, and why. Should we have hockey-type fouls, where you go into the penalty box versus getting out of the game with a red card? Should we have live subs like hockey? Okay, bench, trade, tag. Ariel.
Okay, so I'm going to tag the live substitutions.
Yep.
Don't fully understand. I can't visualize the penalty box thing working. What was the third
Well,
one?
it's like instead of a
red
yellow card, you get a five for
You have to
fighting.
get a timeout.
You need a timeout
You
for
got to sit
5
in the
minutes.
box until you come back in.
Yeah.
Look, the other thing, I think it might be interesting if the power play thing seems like it has potential of having less players on the field. I'm not a soccer fan, so I'm totally out of my maybe not right, but knowledge. But anyways, that's what I do. What was the third one?
Shot clock.
Shot clock.
Can you imagine how much more high-scoring soccer would be?
I think you don't have you don't have possessions that are defined enough. I think that would every time another player touches the ball to a certain extent, you switch it. It doesn't seem like it would
We have
work.
the same problem in basketball. Yeah. It would work.
Okay.
I would tag the penalty box. I think the penalty box is cool. It's one of the great things about hockey. But also you have this problem in soccer where like the punishments are like too disproportionate. Awarding a penalty, I think the Athletics, someone had a good piece about this, right? You almost never actually have like an 80% chance to score when that foul occurs, and so it's disproportionate, right? The impact of a red card basically swings win probability by 20 or 30% or something, I'd imagine. Maybe that's wrong. I have no idea, but pretty big. So having things that are more incremental for short-term ejections, I guess not ejections, short-term penalties.
And they do it in water polo, which
yeah,
has some similarities. It works pretty well there.
Yeah, or taking penalties from the 35-yard line, maybe for some infractions, running penalty.
The equivalent for folks is if there was a foul in basketball, you'd get one free throw for 10 points. That's a soccer penalty, basically.
Yeah.
You only tagged one. You didn't do the other two.
Oh, the shot clock is dumb. I would. Wait, what's the worst one? Trade or dump or put on a waiver? Put soccer on waiver wire.
It should be released. Not
Buyout.
I just like
trade it for John Wall.
Oh no.
Daryl's like, I'm going to get fined for something Nate said.
Yeah, you're getting me in trouble.
I'm not answering. I think those are all dumb.
Wow. Okay, let's.
Now, by the way, to be fair though, here's what I would do. I would change the offside rule.
Okay, how are you changing it?
I would, right now, even is, it's slightest, your elbow can be off and you're off. And I think that the way that they do it in the Premier League with the way that they do VAR is stupid because it changes the enjoyment of the game. So I'd change how and where that actually could happen. I would change the rules for head injuries and substitutions because I think that would be better for player safety. And I actually think you might be onto something there with different around the penalty, about a penalty and having a penalty kick.
So you tag that then?
Yeah, I would want to look at. No, I don't think I'd tag it. But
You just trade it.
I know. I think I'd look at it a little bit.
You'd look at it.
Yeah, but I actually think the refinement of the game actually could be done to increase the joy out of it. But to me, it's offside. I think the way that the replays being put into the games change the way people look at it, and I think it takes too long.
To give credit to Nate, maybe, but what about the hockey offsides? It's pretty easy to understand. Blue lines. Well, you go across two lines. I don't even know hockey well enough to answer, but I'm pretty sure that's how they do it. It's a much clearer rule to me with less video over review. So think about that one.
All right, I'll think about that one. I'll take that one back to the guys in Scotland.
What I think I want to establish, though, is that Nate last year or 2 years ago said that soccer had the best rules, and I think we've proven that wrong. Yeah.
It's the most popular sport worldwide.
Listen, it's the 5 most popular sports in the world.
Must have good rules.
Soccer. Yeah. Really?
No, but it would be 30% more popular once we adopt Nate's rules.
Okay. Yeah.
I like all. Tag them all. The shot clock would be awesome. Like, why do people not like shot clock? Like,
what's the number of seconds?
It's like a minute. Let's go a minute.
And then it resets after each minute.
That's how a shot clock works. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a fast pace.
Well, you can imagine in 1952, like everyone's here like, oh no, basketball. I love 4 corners. It's awesome. I love passing the ball around. It's
like having like a 3-minute shot clock to penalize extreme lack of action.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 minutes then.
I think
Start
you're
there.
questioning your minute. You obviously haven't run a soccer
Okay,
field
fine.
recently.
3 minutes. Whatever.
Okay.
And they'll fix it to a minute later. It's fine.
Even though he doesn't like triples. Okay, there we
go.
Rules for basketball, right? So here's ones that we're thinking about. Daryl again had some influence, even though he doesn't know the game. 1 free throw per free throw trip, which is already happening in the G League. the ELOM ending, which is happening in the All-Star game. Do you want to explain what that is, Daryl?
Elam ending, yeah. Basically, instead of, like all sports with a clock, we'd like to get rid of the clock because the clock introduces so many like distortions. Speaking of soccer, they count the wrong way with the clock and everything. But anyway, and so if you can eliminate those, it's always an advantage. Baseball has this quixotic. It could go forever, but it doesn't. But, you know, and so long story short, you get towards the end of the game and you add 10 to the team leading or some amount of points. So if the game is 95-85 with 6 minutes to go, whoever gets to 105 first wins, and you just get rid of the clock at that point, and now you just play the game like it's pickup.
Okay, so he did a good job of explaining that.
I don't know if it was good, but all right.
And the third one is a sixth personal on the sixth personal foul, you get a free throw and the ball. Is that right?
Yeah, free throw and the ball.
Rather than that person.
Yeah, where basketball is the only sport that takes their best players out of the game. You know, basically, well, that's not true. Soccer does it too, but yeah, it'd be like if the NFL was like Tom Brady, you false started twice. Sorry, you know, in comes Jarrett Stidham. So.
All right. Well, so here we go.
Let's start with Kathy because she doesn't want to fix soccer, so let's have her fix basketball.
So just a reminder: one free throw per.
You get that one?
One free throw per free throw.
You get 2 points for that free throw, right?
It's just like you always go to the line for one shot, and it's worth whatever. So if it's a foul on a three-pointer, it's worth 3. Foul on a two-pointer, it's worth 2. If it's an and 1, it's still 1. Yeah.
Elam ending. Or the sixth personal foul, and it's a free throw rather than being booted from the game.
I'm going to tag whatever the 105. What's that called? The
Elam.
Elam. I'm tagging that. I think that's an awesome way to energize the game. I'm going to bench the single free throw, and I'm going to trade the sixth and 1. Because actually, I think the best idea is the Elam. Yeah. That's why I think that's an awesome idea, and it's proven. I think it's made the.
They use an all-star game.
It's made the all-star game watchable.
I think it's inevitable. Yeah, NBA overtime is going to go to this pretty shortly. I think where you just play to 10, and whoever gets to 10 first wins.
I'd probably tag the one free throw. I also like if you only give one 2-point free throw for a 3-point attempt as well. That like slightly reduces the value of, you know, James Harden stuff. I like the Elam ending. It's like one of those things where like I like the ending of regular basketball games too. So it's kind of like if that's the way basketball had been invented. It's like the second base rule in baseball, right? Inherently, it's not that bad. It's just very different. If it had been the rule all along, it might be one thing. But I think I like Elam. Maybe this compromise is like try it for overtime. That seems very, very natural to me, right? And then what's the last one? Oh, yeah. I mean, guys don't really foul out in the NBA that much anymore anyway. I mean, 6 fouls is reasonably generous, right? Didn't Hakeem once foul out of an all-star game, right? It used to be different back in the day.
Someone was trying.
Yeah, but I've tried to actually measure the effect of like fouling out. It's pretty minor. I don't care much either way, so I waiver wire it.
Oh, I mean, I love that you've looked at that. Ariel?
Well, I would bench drop the 6 foul thing for the reasons Nate described. I do feel like as a kid, I saw people fouling out more. It seems like it doesn't happen that much. I haven't looked at the data. I'd never heard of the Elam rule until yesterday. I looked at it. I watched some of the clips from that tournament that uses it. It is really exciting. So
TBT
love it.
You're talking about.
Yeah, I love it, but at the same time, I had this like pit in my stomach feeling that it would somehow change the end of games in a way that would be unsatisfying. But
I think the main criticism that's real, that maybe is fixable, is that games will end on free throws. And some people, which can happen with a clock, but it's more rare. I think people don't like that aspect, but I think that's fixable. But yeah.
And then what was the last one again? The
one free throw per.
Yeah, I think that's a no-brainer. I mean, it seems like it would really speed up the game and remove, relative dullness for more excitement.
Feels like a lot of rules should change.
Oh, yeah.
Can you comment on this and not get in trouble?
I think so. I'm very nervous, though.
Do you want to just not?
Oh, no, I love all of them, yeah.
Okay.
Tag them all. Does that work in football? Can you tag a bunch of people? No.
I don't think that's how it works.
Get one.
Okay.
Yeah, one. All right. Okay. Best sport city.
Well, you can't ask me that. But
I can't, I mean, I've got
Okay.
one answer too.
only Nate, and Nate has a Tiger's hat on.
Yeah.
Okay, won't ask that one.
By the way,
have won
I will
one
say,
playoff
how
game
can
since
we,
1950.
well, let's get in a debate. Like, if we want to say, like, 'cause
Oh.
you're going to say your city, you're going to say your city.
Oh.
I'm
Tampa
gonna
Bay
say,
has branded itself as a city of champions.
well, that, of course, is very authentic, yet last
Yeah.
year. But as we think about the future, I don't see how anybody can debate that LA is the sports capital of the world.
Oh, my.
Well, we got to
Tampa
talk
Bay,
criteria
first
then.
off, loses 10% of their fans every year.
Why is that?
I'm not an exercise for the audience. Why 10% of Tampa disappears every year, and then
They die. They die.
I know the answer.
Philadelphia.
Move away.
I can say this without question is the most intense fans I've ever been around by a big margin.
So you're saying the intensity of the fan is what makes it a good sports city?
Yes.
Not the number of championships?
The others
That's
is
your
just
metric.
the others
That's your
just
metric.
counting.
Yeah.
So why have a debate? Like yes, just say Boston. Yes, you have the most
There's-
championships.
I think there's a criteria that sort of maybe rules out LA or Tampa Bay of like you want to have sort of multi-generational fans or a significant portion of the population that were fans in that location for a long period of time. You know, in LA, there's a lot of fans of other teams for every sport. That's the thing about like Boston, Philly,
rich.
New York. You get so many of the fans have it sort of intergenerationally in their DNA that it just creates so much more passion.
It can't be a warm city. Sports involves suffering.
I hear that a lot.
Cleveland, Detroit. It has to be cold and you have to suffer.
Is it like the best city for being a fan or for like being a... I mean, fans in New York are pretty knowledgeable. That's where I live now. Chicago, same thing, right? The city that surprised me a bit was Vegas for the Golden Knights. I thought hockey would not work in Vegas at all. I've been to a couple games there, and like, people are crazy for hockey in Vegas. And it's not like big wigs from the casinos. It's like locals, transplants. So
So you're saying Vegas?
as the best sports city, I mean, I'm in New York now. I'll say New York. Although I think New York's becoming like kind of like a semi cursed sports city too, right? I mean, between the Nets and the Knicks this year, and like it's been a while. I mean, the Mets, right? We got some issues there. The Rangers have won one Stanley Cup since 1948 or something like that. New York's
Knicks have
not
been
looking.
consistently good.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, if you count the Devils, I guess that helps a little bit. But like New York is kind of becoming like the loser sports city. It's kind of sad.
Well, I'll just have to add one where they're positive for New York. They did win MLS Cup, New York City Football Club.
There we go.
There we go.
There you go.
So, leave it to me. I'm going to bring it back to one of those sports that apparently is on the edge for you guys.
Well, I mean, obviously it's Boston. We're in Boston.
You just had that question, so
I know
you
she- I
could
know she-
mention the Patriots and all the titles.
It isn't just the Patriots. It's the Red Sox. It's the Celtics. It's the Bruins. Yeah. You know, I mean, the Revs didn't win this year, but, you know, best team in the league, best record in the league ever. So, okay. Last question. Pick your champion for 2022. Pick whatever sport you want. I'm guessing you cannot do NBA. Well, we know who
Yeah, I
you'll
can.
say for NBA.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. And pick a sport and who do you think is going to be champion? NBA, MLS, MLB, NWSL, WNBA.
Of all of those, wait, back up what?
Pick
Start with
one.
Nate,
Yeah. Pick
please.
one.
Yeah.
We said actually baseball. It's a toss-up between the Dodgers and nobody. I think. I don't know which is more likely. That there's no champion that the Dodgers win, right? Probably both.
The Dodgers are almost 50% of the field in baseball. That seems impossible.
I mean, it's not crazy at all. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think the real question, hopefully baseball comes back.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? I don't mean Dodgers versus the feet. No. I mean like Dodgers versus no champion is crowned.
Oh, no champion. I got you.
Because there's no World Series, right? Yeah. No, they're not 50%. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's reasonable to hope the Giants kind of take their turn over the Dodgers once the season. They had a tremendous regular season last year, but all of this sort of like the NBA, where it depends so much on how some of these injuries turn out in baseball. They haven't really even started on the player movement, so it's hard to tell.
You could pick it differently.
I'm like, I can't do baseball. Wouldn't know. Well, I think, why don't I stay with soccer? I think I'm going with the new San Diego team, the San Diego Wave in the NWSL.
They're brand new?
Brand new this
And
week.
they have Jill Ellis,
Wow.
the former.
So they could beat the Knights as like the best expansion team ever?
Well, yeah, but on the field, I don't know how they'll do. I think they'll do well, but I think on the field they're going to be really terrific. So I'm going to go with them, which is an out of the box, probably. I'm going to go with the Revs, actually, in MLS. You didn't ask me to do multiples, but I'm going to. I'm going to go with, what was one of the other sports? NBA. I'm going with you, Ben.
Yes.
I'm going with the Sixers.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm with Kathy.
Yeah, I'm only picking one. It's the NBA, and it's the Sixers all the way.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so we are at the end of Trash Talking Live. I hope you guys had fun. A couple key takeaways from me. Daryl, any of you could chime in, actually, but here's what I got. One, the Chinese have successfully employed analytic approaches to gain more medals, and sounds like there's more that we are starting to do in that space. Let's see. Oh, Daryl, the All-Stars are the slowest. That was a fascinating factoid.
Good for your Harvard career as well.
Wow. Thanks. He's basically saying how I am slow. My coach once called me deceptively quick, which means not fast. I like the we should change the rule for offsides. I think that makes sense, and that we should automate block or charge. There were others, but those two really stuck out for me. We should do more personalization of broadcasts, and I think the next one I think we had suggested or thought was golf, which I liked a lot. Changes to the LA programming. Sounds like you agreed with many of them, but customize the programming and put fans in the best seats. And then I think we've all agreed that NBA OT, pending the free throw situation, should move to Elam. Anything else?
Great. I love that you do this in panels. It's awesome.
Oh.
The summary.
We started doing it on the podcast.
Oh, the
That's why I do
podcast, yes.
It was a learning.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's thank our guests for spending time with us. We hope you learned a lot. This was a lot of fun for us. Please stick around for the Alpha Awards, which will start shortly. Starting now. Oh, we're going to move some chairs. We need to get a photo up here. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the organizing committee.
That was fun.
Everyone.
Still on.
Let's go in front of the table.
When I tracked a chat in the Pat Summit Ballroom, a new case study appeared. And that's when analytics became critical in my data-driven data sphere. Cause there's a data, or data, or data, or data, or data, data, too. Is it
Data.
Data.
Hacking insights into the impact of metrics maximize. And the fact that no lead's safe in innovation, now the gambling's legalized. I poker faced my research paper by curling and perking my ears to my myth-busting, AI disrupting, competitive advantage peers. Cause it's
Data.
Data.
Is it data or data or data or data? Data. I asked Malcolm Gladwell for the tipping point and how stickiness occurs when there's variation.
I have it right.
I asked Stephen Dubner if there's freaking
Hi.
phonics in the sonic action when you lob out a question and alley-oop supers. Cause is it data?
You're studying.
Data. Data. Data.
Data.
Data.
Data.
Data.
Data.
Data.
Data.
How many people say data?
Data.
Data.
Data. Data. Data. Data. Soccer.
Data, yeah. Data. Data. Data.
Data. Data. Data.
Oh, wow. It might be one of those interchangeable ones, like caramel.
first name at last name.
I think you're going to read that.
What am I reading? I don't have an iPad. Oh, thank you. Hey.
Let's go.
Do we know who's doing what?
Yeah, no, that we're good. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to what number Alpha Awards is this?
I believe this is 12th.
12th Annual Alpha Awards at our 16th Annual Conference. All right, thank you so much for joining us. We want to start by running through some highlights from our first conference back together in Boston.
Yes.
That's fun.
Amazing, yeah.
Whoop, whoop. All right, so, I'm the one who has to do it. I was waiting for them to.
Are you doing all of it? Or we're
Oh, yeah, why don't you go here?
Oh, I go here?
Yeah.
All right.
Slide 2.
So Sue Bird, as everyone knows who got a chance to hear her, is, I don't know, if there's a GOAT of the conference, I think Sue might be the GOAT.
Yep.
She is amazing, and we've been so blessed to have her, I think now 7 or 8 years, is that?
7, she says, almost half of the.
Unbelievable. So we heard from her and some amazing other speakers, Secretary Cardona, Massachusetts Attorney General Mara Healey, and Laurie Hernandez, obviously top flight Olympian, about 50 years of Title IX, the progress we've made and how far we still have to go. Sue made an important note that when she speaks to kids, she wants young girls to have the see it, be it moment. And young boys have the see it, respect it moment. Interesting. I love that comment.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It resonated for a lot of us, especially those of us with 2 young boys. All right, next up, as you guys probably saw, we really got back to our nerdy roots across our competitive advantage talks and workshops, which were basically standing room only for across the board. And then we had the research paper competition.
I'm biased, but I thought our technical content was maybe the best ever this year, with just so many great research papers, CA talks.
I agree.
I'm very biased though. So.
Well, I mean, the other thing is that I keep thinking, Daryl, is what is one of the reasons why it keeps getting better? Because I think we have more people more organizations who are investing into it. So there's a broader swath.
The pipeline is full, I would say, of amazing people coming up in analytics and keeping us on our toes. I would say, I often feel like I'm getting behind everybody.
No, this is you.
Oh, okay, got it. So not only do we have standing room only there, we hosted over 200, this is me?
Okay, we hosted over 200 women for our women's luncheon
I got
today,
to go, which is incredible. But
which Kathy Carter was kind enough to keynote and shared her story of kind of a failure that she had, a public failure, and how she has gotten back up again. And really, what she is doing at LA28 is incredibly impressive. And she has a huge task, awesome task, but I know she's up for the challenge. But a big focus for us across the board is helping underrepresented minorities and women, obviously, to in their experiences here, and to make it more open and inclusive. And we're doing that in a lot of ways. We see the see it, be it. I shared this at the women's luncheon, but I look back at the conference 10 years ago in 2012, and we had only 8% of the speakers on panels were women, and this year it was 35%, which is outsized compared to what is actually the number of women in leadership roles in sports. So we're really, really proud of that. And but our work is not done. There's still more to do.
I'd like to say a word for our 25 sponsors who partnered with us. Obviously, you see here the PGA sponsored the Amazing Simulator. Hopefully folks got to check that out. I am so bad at golf, I never got a chance to do it.
I didn't do it either.
But everyone who did it said it was pretty incredible. So far, only billionaires, I think, have these in their house. But I'm sure it's coming. I'm sure soon everyone will have a simulator. Yeah, you too.
You too can have that. Why don't you do this one too?
Okay. We had a bunch of panels this year that basically didn't talk just about analytics, but the cross-section of analytics between data and important societal issues. We welcome Katie Barnes, Joanna Harper, and Ross Tucker. And hopefully folks saw it. We always do voting. Everyone in the audience who came, you're going to get a survey after of what's your favorite panel. And I'm doing what's called priming, which Daniel Kahneman says doesn't work anymore, but I'm doing priming. I believe that people might have the Malcolm Gladwell, Ross Tucker, Joanna Harper, Katie Barnes panel as number one. Incredibly interesting conversation.
Yep, and here's one of the quotes from it too.
Ah.
Last one in this section, we certainly wanted to highlight the 50 mentees who we welcomed to the conference this year. This goes, again, with our focus on creating a more diverse future in sports. And we hosted them yesterday where they met their mentors in person. It was a rather emotional moment for me because many of the former student leads who we mentored came back and are mentoring the mentees, and it was just one of those pay it forward kind of impactful moments.
Or we're just old.
Or we are. Well, you're turning 50.
Thank you.
So, all right. So, great conference, a lot of fun. Thank you for everything you did, including subbing in last minute on the NFT moderating. And now we're going to transition to the actual awards. So, I think we're going to show...
What I love about the awards is that when I go to folks who've won them, they always are proudly displaying them. I think our main achievement is we have an award that looks cool. So that's a key factor in the Alpha Awards.
So we're gonna share what the innovation is. I think you should do all of these, Daryl.
Sure.
And then you can read who the winner is, and then we'll have whoever is accepting come up and say a few words.
Absolutely. So Best Sports Innovation is, again, one we've given for all 12 years. This year's nominations are Socios fan tokens, which anyone who's into blockchain and NFTs know that they're always on CryptoSlam as one of the top traded things. The sports broadcast shallow depth of field cameras, again, people have seen that on NFL and it almost looks like a video game, but it's even more realistic, pretty amazing. The Manning cast, which I don't know how innovative it is to get two brothers to talk about football, but was pretty fun. I think the innovation there is just having a parallel broadcast, which is becoming a bigger and bigger thing, and Kathy mentioned it and Nate in the last panel, of giving different peoples a different experience of watching the Olympics. Some people want the in-depth analysis, and some people want the background stories, things like that. NHL puck tracking technology, which if folks who have seen the NHL is amazing. And finally, WNBA Mid-season Commissioners Cup. Sorry, I wanted to read that correctly. And no envelopes this year.
No.
I like we're all digital.
Yeah, digital.
Digital, like it. All right.
Be an NFT.
And Lance in the back with the virtual envelope, please. No, I'm kidding. He doesn't have that. The winner this year is NHL puck tracking technology, and accepting is Sam Wood from the NHL.
Oh, there's.
They're way in the back. Yeah.
Thank you, Ross.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Appreciate it. Great stuff, yeah. Oh, yeah, photo.
And then you say a few words.
Awesome. And you're saying a few words. Mostly so we can figure out what to do next.
Just want to say thank you to everyone here, conference organizers, you guys, our partners, SMT, AWS, ESPN, Turner. It's just a start for us with the puck tracking technology, but looking forward to a bright future. And thank all of you guys for coming out too, and staying until late in the day on Saturday. So, thank you.
Awesome, yeah. I guess you gotta go that way.
All right. Next up.
You want to do this one?
Nope. I'm just saying next up.
Oh, no.
You're doing all these.
Big roll.
Yep.
All right, best sports transaction. All right, the LA Rams traded Jared Goff's and picks for Matthew Stafford. These are actually not the nominees. Here we go.
These are not the.
No, these are not the nominees. I'm going to get the nominees. Hang on 1 second.
While you're looking.
You want to go to the 17, the hackathon winners, while I get the actual nominees?
I'll show all of the winners.
Well, I'm just going to get the nominees.
You're okay. We've cleared the screen. You can move ahead if you need to.
The other thing, is that a voice of God? The other thing I was going to say is that you could explain who our illustrious selection committee is.
Oh, yes,
For the
selection
Alpha Awards.
committee is amazing. Michael Lewis,
Yes.
Bill James,
Yes.
Bill Simmons,
Yes. Me.
Jessica, well, you and myself,
Nate Silver.
Nate Silver.
We need to get more women on our. Jackie McMullen used to do it.
Yeah, Jackie, I think, bowed out, which is her right, of course. So I'm pulling it up.
I know. I was.
Thank you.
Tap dancing.
Yes. Any questions from the audience? We can do.
Sorry, guys.
I'm going to get it here. 1 second. Okay. We need to do this right because these are not the right awards. So. They are not correct. No, everyone's insistent and also wrong. Okay.
But the winner is right.
The winner is correct. But if anyone sees these nominees, they will correctly say these should not be the nominees.
Okay.
And so I do not. We can't go to 17 while I get the actual nominees? There's no way to skip ahead?
I'll just go back to this one.
Okay. I mean, I just need to, hold on.
Oh, I guess I can. They can't see it. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Oh, they can't see it. Good.
I thought they could. Okay. In the meantime, I'll do the best analytics organization.
No.
Oh. Okay.
17, the hackathon winner.
Hackathon winner. Are we gonna? Is someone from ESPN coming up? No. Okay.
I mean, come on. Why can't I find these nominees?
Oh.
It's so bad.
Sorry. This is the hackathon. I'm sorry. I totally. Can people see this? No. Okay. Good. No one can see it.
Okay. Do the
Sorry.
hackathon winner.
I
This
don't
is straightforward. This one's straightforward. What? It's literally right here.
No, I need them to put it up on the screen. It's not.
Oh.
Okay. Hackathon.
How do we get the wrong nominees?
I don't know.
It's all right.
So we started doing this hackathon with ESPN in maybe about 9 years ago, and it is one of my favorite efforts that we do. It happens the day before on the Thursday. How many students did we have this year competing? But 35 total participants, and I'm again unfortunately don't know what were they hacking on? Puck tracking data. Fantastic.
I can send you.
Anyways, so sorry, is the winner coming up here?
It's not. But it's nobody's.
I'm just announcing the winner. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just gonna.
Okay, we're gonna announce the winner, and then you're gonna come over to the side to get some swag. So the winner in the open division for goalie scorecard app is Daniel Lee and Fabrice Malumba.
I found it.
What?
Found it.
You did? Good. That was the open division. Okay, now.
Aw.
What?
Bringing his child up. I love it.
Yay.
It's like Riley Curry. It's great. Stuff he brings us.
I know, it's great.
Where are they
All right.
going? They're like disappearing. What happened? Why are they walking the wrong way?
Sorry. Okay.
This is our worst.
The worst.
The worst. Where are they going? Well, why wouldn't?
Okay, the
you just
student division.
hand it to them?
Dang it.
Okay.
Sorry, I said the student division, and I didn't realize it was on this. The student division winner for situational zone entries is Charlie Logan from the University of Michigan.
All right, Charlie.
Here.
Wait, they're not coming up?
No, do you want them to come up?
Oh, fine. Okay. All right, I have the nominees.
Can we have them come up and share what they did?
Yeah, I think it would be more
Can
interesting.
we have the hackathon folks come up and explain what they did?
Yeah,
Okay.
so.
Okay.
Charlie, come on up.
First start with, okay, Charlie.
Let's just do Charlie.
Okay. Okay.
We'll fix it from here.
All right.
All right.
You're going to get
Congrats,
some
Charlie.
swag. We'll get them.
Hey everyone, thanks. First of all, thanks to the NHL and ESPN for putting this together. Thanks to my professor, Tom Finholt, for taking me here this weekend. My project, I'll keep it brief, was just about, when do teams choose to carry the puck into the zone versus dump it, kind of like balancing aggressive play versus safe play based on the situation of the game.
What was better?
It was more about like whether teams decide to do that or not.
Okay.
And inconclusive.
Thank you.
Come on, guys.
Oh, yeah. I would say
These are-
not enough people have an inconclusive result, so I respect it.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, congrats.
Is he actually
Good to see you
asleep?
again.
Oh my God.
He's out.
Hi, I'm Fabrice Malumba. This is my partner Daniel and his son. And so our project was on it's called the Sloan goalie card. And basically it was with the 2020 Stanley Cup data. And we were saying that hockey, like with all sports discourse, it's too result driven instead of process driven. And so we went about each game parsing the data between both goalies from both respective teams. And we were seeing the comparable performance between the two. But of course, there's only one winner, so that was the narrative, but we tried to counter that. And we're very thankful that we won. We're very thankful to be here this weekend, and just thankful for the experience.
Awesome. Love it. Nice job, yeah. Incredible job, yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right, we go back to best sports transaction. We have the nominees. I can promise you these are the actual nominees. All right. Best transaction. The Atlanta Braves had a flurry of deadline deals that ended up them winning the title for Soler, Rosario, Duvall, Peterson. The Bulls actually had two nominees for. Did we already put the winner up?
No.
Okay, good. The Bulls actually had two nominees. DeMar DeRozan, they got for 3 years, $85 million, and doing incredible. Alex Caruso signed a 4-year, $37 million deal, also amazing. Kevin De Bruyne, contract extension. The LA Rams traded for Von Miller, obviously very key in their Super Bowl. The Phoenix Suns trade for Chris Paul, and PSG signs Lionel Messi, and those were the nominees. The winner is the Phoenix Suns trade for Chris Paul and then extend Chris Paul as the winner, best transaction. Accepting is
Jesse Held.
Jesse Held from the Suns, sorry. Did I get it right? No. You're supposed to.
Oh, it's fine.
You don't have to. You want to say something? No. He was going to say it was all him. All right. Best organization. This is probably, I would say, the most prestigious award we give every year. This year, the nominees are the Buffalo Bills, the Cleveland Browns, so yeah, ignore what's on the slide, the Dodgers. What's that?
Go about it.
What happened?
You're good. Keep going.
I'm just saying the real nominees. Liverpool. I'm missing a joke because I'm too focused on getting this right for once. Magnus Carlsen's team of seconds. Shout out to the chess world for the first time nominated. Milwaukee Bucks, the San Francisco Giants, and the Seattle Kraken. What?
Daryl, I didn't realize it was up. I already showed who the winner was.
Oh, okay. All right, so the winner is the San Francisco Giants. Brian Huey from the Giants accepting.
I didn't realize it was up there.
It's okay. I mean, I'll talk about the Giants while he's walking up. I believe they had the hardest path to win the World Series of any great baseball team. I want confirmation of this. Did you have the hardest path ever to win the title?
I'm not sure.
Pretty close, yeah. So, anyway, congrats. Oh, right, picture, let's do it.
You want to say a few words?
Awesome, yeah.
Thanks, Jessica, for spoiling it. It gave me a little more time to prepare my...
You're welcome.
Thank all the nominees. Don't forget that part, too.
Yeah, thanks for... thank you so much for the award. Thank you to the selection committee. You know, there's a big team behind me. I'm the only one here because we're starting minor league spring training today. But yeah, I just wanted to shout out.
Did it get resolved today?
No, he said minor league.
Oh, minor league. Got it. Sorry, I was like,
that's all we have.
Late breaking news.
Most exciting thing. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just like to shout out Farhan Zaidi, Scott Harris, Yeshaya Goldfarb, Jeremy Shelley, Paul Bien, and all of my colleagues in R&D. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks, Brian.
All right.
Okay.
Just a few more here.
Yeah, just a few more. So the startup competition this year was really fantastic. Microsoft for Startups came in as the presenting sponsor, and I really think added a new dimension to what we're doing, and I was impressed. So there were 10 total, so we're gonna read who they are. I'm a little worried about flipping ahead, so I'm not going to. So I'm gonna announce third place, then second, and then first. So third place is Hedge Payments. We'll only have first place come up. Hedge Payments is third. I wish there was a description of what they did. Second is Reaction Technologies. Woo. How do you think you say this?
Drum roll. Oh, I can say it.
Okay, you say it.
And first place is Swooped. Click the button.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh.
I don't know how else you'd say it.
Oh. Wait.
Oh.
Okay. Are they coming up?
Oh, is swooped here? Swooped didn't know they're winning, so not here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
You got this one.
That's the who doesn't show up at the Oscars? It's one of them doesn't. Oh, Viggo Mortensen never shows up. So Swooped is the Viggo Mortensen of the Alpha Awards.
I hear Ellen laughing. So
Yeah, I have one in the audience laughing at my.
his wife, Ellen.
Yes, thank you. All right, is this me?
Yes.
All right, the first pitch case competition is presented by sponsor Pulse. Thank you to sponsor Pulse making this possible. I always hope for MIT to do well. We'll see if they did this year. The runners-up in the first pitch case competition, who will not come up, only the winner will come up. The runners-up are Fuqua, that's Duke. Sorry, Duke, that I dissed you yesterday, and USC. And the winner this year is UCLA. Kendall Brown, Mickey Ingerman, and Michael Kirchner. Congrats. decide who talks. That's the hardest thing.
Wanted to thank Sponsor Pulse and the rest of the sponsors for putting on the case competition. Myself, Mickey, and Kendall are really excited. It was really fun kind of competition and problem we had to do. We represented the NWSL and pitched to Coca-Cola for why they should sponsor the property. So overall, really fun experience. Thankful to the sponsors, the judges, and go Bruins.
Awesome. Hey, thanks.
Quick shout out to Duke Fuqua and USC Marshall. You guys did a great job.
I love it.
Thanks. Good job.
Super classy.
Yeah. Did he just here?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, it's harder to come around to you.
You could have just gone right here.
I don't know. You'd have to work at it.
Okay. All right. This year we had Oracle do the Innovation Challenge, and I think we will just have the innovator come up and share what they did. So the winner is BetZone, Ryan Cran. I'm not going to say these names. Alvin Wang and Steven
Stepelovich. Come on.
Stepelovich.
Oh, the hats are awesome. This is great. I love the hats. Oh, you're not gonna wear the hat? It's fine.
Oh, no. He doesn't want to mess
Okay,
with his
hey,
hair.
that's a personal choice. It's a personal choice.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, hey, thanks.
Just first and foremost, I'd like to thank Villanova University. It's where we all go, we're all sophomores, for letting us come and actually attend this conference. And thank Mr. Morey, Ms. Gilman for putting this all together. And we participated in the Oracle Innovation Challenge, where our task was to create an innovation that enhanced the game day experience, either at home, in stadium, or something like that. And we came up with a web platform that kind of synchronizes sports bettors' bets, the live video with analytics on one place. And we're all sports bettors ourselves. It's kind of a problem we noticed, and just went on to try to make it happen. And thanks to Oracle, we can I think we're going to actually try to see this through, and hopefully soon we can use it for ourselves. So thank you very much. Go Cats.
Awesome. Villanova, you said, right? Oh, nice. Philly's own Villanova right here.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome, thank you. All right. And, all right, last award. All right, my favorite. All these awards, I'll say, people have got, like, the startups have gone on to be huge companies. Jessica has the list memorized.
No, I don't have it memorized, but I think the competition winners, the startup competition, yes, have gone. Noah Basketball was a winner, as an example. Research paper winner, Second
Spectrum, I believe, won, yeah.
Which has had a huge impact. But many of the people who are kind of getting exposure here have gone on to lead analytics for organizations or become very senior executives. So we're really proud of the opportunities and exposure that Sloan provides.
And the research paper's no exception. For example, the leading tool used by basketball teams using adjusted plus minus, still probably one of the leading tools, was first presented here in 2008.
At the first research paper competition.
At the very first competition. So, all right, we're going to go third to first, only first coming up, I believe that's right, yes. Third place among a really tough field this year was Beyond Action Valuation, a deep reinforcement learning framework for optimizing player decisions. Second place was using hex maps to classify and cluster dribble handoff variants in the NBA. Dribble handoffs, super important in the NBA. And finally, first place, detection of tactical patterns using semi-supervised graph neural networks. I knew what all those words meant. Yeah, can we
get the names?
Can we have the names of the winners?
Well,
or you can just say them. I'm sorry. To the names of the winners. Or you could type it in the thing. It's all right. We'll just let them. This is good. It just adds more mystery to it. See if they wear the hats. It's like a test. Congrats.
Congratulations.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. You guys don't mind? They didn't give us the name, so if you don't mind, just Dennis Fastmeyer. I have one name. He's got his tag on, so do you mind saying?
Oh, no, let's get a photo.
Oh, a photo. And then if you guys could introduce yourselves, because that's.
Share what
So I'm going to start with the names. This is Dennis Fassmeyer here with me from Leuphana University, Gabriel Anser from Hertha BSC Berlin, and my name is Pascal Bauer from the German Football Association. Actually, the thing I wanted to say is I'd like to give credits to those cool student approaches that have been presented in the research paper track. There have been a second place approach, for example, from Coy, who used 8-year-old open source data in basketball and did some pretty cool stuff, whereas we had the comfortable situation that we had cutting edge data from Bundesliga and the national team. So thanks to all the competitors who has done a pretty cool job in the research track.
Awesome.
Is that it?
Thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Where you at in Germany? I'm in Germany all the time. Really good basketball. No. The league is good.
Thanks, guys.
I understand the German players are maybe not quite there, but yeah. So, well, he said it, not me.
That's it.
That's it. Hey, thanks
thank
everybody.
you all for coming.
Appreciate it.
Happy 16.
16th.
16.
I know.
Sweet
Power of
16.
2.
Let's get the students.
Yeah,
up
where
there
we
for
need
some
the
photos.
organizers and woo.
Yeah, we're done.
All right.
Yeah, congrats.
Awesome.
You can turn off the hot mic.
I want to thank my.
I want to thank my mic.